Smash that like. Y'all, y'all know Trump got booed last night in New York. It's a tough crowd in New York. Anyway, New Yorkers are spoiled and off the chain. So I know they was probably throwing popcorn and just wilding. Let's get this right. Smash that like, y'all. Now when you vote for Kamala, Trump done got there going put a bad taste in the mouth of Americans. In my interpretation, I would say a lot of Americans are disgruntled with his actions. It's some of this stuff is un-American, and I've fought his handlers, the Trump administration or whoever got something to do with this guy, man. I can't believe that y'all totally think that this guy that's about to turn 80, or if he hasn't already turned 80 this month, is making all these decisions. He don't even know what's going on in the world. Be just like me, I barely hang on knowing what's going on in the world, even with what's trending with the young people, because that's the future. I bet you Donald Trump don't know what's going on in the future. Like these young folks is the future. Um, AR, augmented reality, all this shit is the future. I bet you, as opposed to them just briefing him on some technical shit of how he can monetize it and get some money, or bet you Trump don't know what's going on with this future, with these future kids. Good morning, everybody. What's going on? Smash that like as you come in, come in, come in. Make sure you take a poll. Would you vote for Kamala right now? Thanks for smashing that like too. What y'all got going on? The Knicks booed Trump. That's crazy. And you know that Donald Trump is a New York cat. So that says a lot. If your hometown don't love you, know what I'm saying? You know the saying only a face a mother can love? Wow. That's gotta, that's gotta hurt. You think Donald Trump was somewhere on Air Force One, sulking or making up excuses, or he probably even said, "Fuck New York," for real. Like it's crazy. So can we look forward to New York being paid back? You know, everybody that similarly has a confrontation with Trump, he does something to him, they don't prosper, or he go get them arrested for something, charge them with some bullshit. You think the city of New York about to get put on some trumped up charges? We might see National Guard and ICE running through New York. Remember all that talk of running through different cities and what city is next? It had all the, the G's, B's, D's, L's, all the gang members, was put on goddamn high alert that Trump may be sending a National Guard to do. What happened to that talk? Ain't shit. And that was like threatening, like that Trump was gonna send the pit bulls on all regular Americans. What happened to that shit? All last year we was in an uproar that Trump was gonna send these, goons through ICE and all that stuff. What happened? Is it still going on? You notice these people cannot hold they can't finish their breakfast. They off their lunch. Um, take a bite of their lunch and they off the dinner. Every day is a different country that might be ran up in. It's talking Cuba. They've been talking Cuba for 3 or 4 weeks. But remember when every day there was a talk of which city were they going to bombard? Not, and it was like they were separating the cities like they weren't even part of the United States. They were just independent cities that were associated with the United States. Like, is this still going on? Is the National Guard still in Minnesota? Is the National Guard still in where else they went at? Memphis, all these places. Remember, there was no mantra of wow. They went to Minnesota and did their thing. Wow, they went to Memphis and did their thing. They brought down the crime rate. They got the people together. And what's crazy is the number one thing we never hear about is name three things that Donald Trump did in the infrastructure to make America great again. Is what he ran on. He also ran on no wars. Yesterday, day before yesterday, he said he didn't promise y'all no wars. Huh? It's like crazy. It's like when your mom tell you you can get something and you come up to the checkout counter with it and she look at you crazy. Oh, what are you doing? Know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Smash that like. Shut me out. Good morning. Fresh off of the Knicks game. Trump was there. He got booed the fuck up. Know what I'm saying? They said they really booed Trump. I wonder how he felt standing there amongst his peers. If he is, if he would be comfortable anywhere, it would be in New York City. Similarly, New York City made him uncomfortable. Ain't no telling how he felt. And even his woman probably felt a certain kind of way standing next to him. Like, damn, the only people who get booed is losers. So, I mean, the people have spoken, and more likely his people. Know what I'm saying? New York. Excuse me. Excuse me. Smash that like y'all. Set me off. Trump is most definitely a New Yorker. That's where he gets some of his most of his arrogance from. So what do y'all think? Would y'all vote for Kamala Harris now? That y'all got a guy in there that has no sensitivity to your feelings. Okay, now he came out and admitted that he did not say, I promise y'all no wars. Um last couple of weeks ago he said he didn't give a flying or he didn't care. I'm embellishing it about your financial situation. Damn, he don't give a care about your financial pain, and he probably 90% of the cause. The other 10% may be mismanagement and just that's not enough funds. But I would say Trump was 90% of what's going on with our economy right now. Why it's not, I mean, functioning. Right now it's just existing. Our economy just exists. It's not functioning. So would you say Trump is the blame? He got something to do with it because all this up and down stuff, it's got all these different monetary currencies that we have been using volatile. The dollar is volatile. And when the dollar gets volatile, it makes other countries' money shaky, especially countries that are still aligned with our dollar and backing it. I also learned that for every dollar, United States ain't got they're on 30 cents in it. I told y'all the dollar was around 24 cents because they probably taxing that. United States got like 30 cents in the dollar interest in the other countries that we owe. And how do we owe some countries and we sending money out all over the world? That baffles me too. How does the United States owe anybody? And this shit is like everybody all over the world, you know what I mean, owes the United States. It's just crazy. You can shut up a tab, but also tab motherfuckers. It's crazy. It's probably like that so that it can confuse even the countries that's participating in the buffoonery. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. Smash that like y'all shall be out. What y'all think, man? You think Trump took it on the chin? He was in a limo crying. What? You know, he had a bad night. Had a bad night. Came home to his hometown. He should have been coming to standing ovation, being the president, even if he won his hometown. And then they say he ruined it for New York, like everything that they had planned because he was in town. So much security had to be set up. So much security had to be set up. So that's crazy. He inconvenienced them people to come mess up their playoff games. I don't watch sports, but I know New Yorkers, Chicago, LA, Oakland, Miami, Charlotte, all those people, all those cities that have a sports team, they take that shit seriously. That's like the Roman Coliseum to them. You know what I mean? And that's one thing that you got to, if you want a healthy and a happy people, you're gonna have to feed them, and then you're gonna have to entertain them. Food and entertainment will sustain a community, even when in time of war. You know what I mean? Amuse them, occupy their attention. Trump came with the amusement, but he ain't fed nobody, so motherfuckers ain't laughing on the empty stomach. They growling. That's why he got booed because shit, you playing this lone wolf strongman shit, then you come with the pack. You come around the pack and try to blend in. Hell no. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I saw it. Like you playing this goddamn strongman role like in about the American people, but you still want to walk amongst us. That is crazy. You know what I mean? That is crazy. Smash that like. It's 9 of y'all in here. Would you vote for Kamala now? It's 12 of y'all in here. Would you vote for Kamala now? Come on, come on, come on in. 12 of y'all in here right now. Donald Trump, the Knicks booed him last night. You know what I'm saying? The New York people, they're so deeply ingrained in their sports. They consider themselves Knicks. The Knickerbockers dissed him last night. The whole New York, it's safe to say, was anti-Donald Trump last night. Do you felt like do you think he felt like he had to stay there to save face? I wonder what was the talk like when he was in the car or even just sitting there. I wonder what he was saying, like, God damn, they really hate me like this? Because they booed the fuck out of Donald Trump last night. You say who cares? I'm fucking my dog. Wow. Smash that like on the way out. Because you know what Donald Trump would say right now. You're fired. Y'all double tap that stream, man. Let's get them likes up. Let's get them likes up, man. Let's get them likes up, family. Would you vote for Kamala right now? And you think Donald Trump was embarrassed last night when he got booed, or his embarrassment is a different is on a different level because shit, they probably always um booing his ass somewhere. Jimmy, what's the yes to? Would you vote for Kamala now? Can you name 3 reasons why you would vote for Kamala? And the yes is, would you vote for Kamala now? And good morning, Jimmy W. How are you, family? Who divided America? Knicks booed Trump. Now would you vote for Kamala? Let's get them likes up, y'all. There's 10 of y'all in here. I know half of y'all that's in here peeking and geeking, geeking and peeking. It's cool. But double tap the stream, pay the respects, you know what I mean? Fill a tip jar. It's 3 likes right now. Unbelievable. Chucky. Hey, Chucky, what happened, man? What part of the country you in, first and foremost? Good morning. And what happened with your people's Trump last night, man? They booed Trump. How you feeling, Chuck? They booed him last night in his hometown. If you can't make it in your hometown, if they don't love you in your hometown, you know what I mean? Like they say, it's only a face a mother can love. Okay, you in Pennsylvania. Okay. So you on the backside of it. You coming through Lancaster. Or you up there by the bird. We coming through Lancaster. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. Shut me out. There's 14 of y'all in here, man. Let's double tap this screen. Let's get them lights up, man. Let's get this popping, man. Because he came to town and fucked the feng shui up. They had to switch the security up. Everybody, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? He came and switched the feng shui up. He should have stayed the fuck with that UFC shit, man. I know they mad with him. Damn, Trump came to town and they threw our shit off. That's crazy, man. I wonder how he felt either in a limo ride to Air Force One or just sitting there. Did he stay the whole game? I would have felt horrible. In my hometown, they don't love me in my hometown. Smash that like, y'all. Let's get them up, get them up, get them up, get them up. Thanks for having that integrity and double tapping that stream, man. It's free. Wow. So how many games they up? How many games they got to win, or is it a tiebreaker? So now when Trump showed up your event, y'all know it's going to be a goddamn goal. Wow, is he doing this shit on purpose? You think he's doing it on purpose? You think he's doing it on purpose to get on the New York folks' nerves? You think he's trying to get on the New York people nerves? Okay, okay. I wish they could have had swept it because I like perfect. I mean scores. What would have swept it? Three, four would have swept it. Smash that like four would have swept it. If they could have got to that four, they should have told his ass come on the fifth game. God damn, nigga. I know he feel crazy. Okay, first to win four games, win the final. Man, y'all better get y'all Knicks shit now. I know it don't win up sky high. Once they win, it's gonna triple up because now with them even going, they had not been to the playoffs since what 99 or some shit like that. With them, when the last time the Knicks been to the playoff, did something like that, the final four games. Wow, there's 20 of y'all in here, man. Let's get them lights up. That is crazy. I know they was like, wow. The paraphernalia and the merch has went up for the Knicks because everybody looking for it. 1999, right? That's crazy. So you know that merch went right up as soon as they played their first game. The day before that, shit sky high because everybody wanted. Now if they win, you think if the Nets at the Knickerbockers win, you think they're gonna take the place of the New York Yankees hat? Because you know that it's always been them two hats. It's been the New York Yankees, that blue and white, that dark blue and white, and then it's always been the Knickerbockers with that let's say is that blue and orange. You know what I mean? It's always been that choice, but that New York Yankees is synonymous, at least on the East Coast it is, and similarly worldwide, it represents America. When they see somebody with a New York hat on, they know they're American if they see them in another country. Hey, in America, New York City. You know what I'm saying? But that New York Yankees hat is synonymous on the East Coast for hustling ass New York boys because no doubt they're gonna come through. I ain't talking about they got Jamaican in their blood or the Caribbean by way of New York. Them hustling ass New York boys out, them boroughs, them Brooklyn niggas, them Brooklyn cats, them Queens. You know what I mean? Them G's used to come through. They had their hat tilted. You know what I mean? And I'm telling you something too about New York boys while I'm on them. The first one that I came in contact with was the first ones black men that I seen pushing foreigns with no motherfucking regard of status. New York Knicks is really the only team that all New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut surrounding every basketball team. Okay, that shit, the Knicks, and they diehard fans too. The motherfuckers ready to go to war. I see a lot of our celebrities and entertainers are nicked up. Your Dave Easties, your Remy Mars, your French Montanas, and what's the guy Max B? Max B is watch the fuck up, man. And why is everywhere he going now? French Montana is with him. French Montana giving me puppy vibes, Puffy Suge Knight vibes, and Max B giving me Biggie Tupac vibes. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like the Knickerbockers. Booed his ass. The biggest franchise is the Lakers, Celtics, and the Knicks. Damn. I didn't know. Okay, by fan base alone. Okay. Okay, that's about right. Cause y'all remember back in that's all that was the primary colors for basketball shoes too in the 80s. That's crazy that you just dropped that on me. Remember, it was when weapons came out for and then black, red, and white came took it over with the fucking Jordans when they came for the Chicago Bulls. But when the Ewings came out in the 80s, that was the colors. There was the yellow, purple, and whites, and then it was the orange, blue, and whites, and then it was the green and whites. And even with the cons, remember the Converse cons? Them bitches was dope. They had the Converse sign on the side. It was like leather basketball shoes. The cons, they came in those colors too, and they always pitted Magic Johnson against Larry Bird in the commercials and stuff. It was the orange. I mean, it was the yellow, purple, and white Lakers ones, and then it was the um green and white ones for the Larry Bird, the cons, and then they had the black and white. My favorite ones was the black and white black with the white Converse and the white outlines and stuff on those jumps. Y'all remember them Converse cons? See, a lot of times, a lot of great basketball shoes or great shoes in general got pushed out the way because of Jordan. Jordan took the place of dress shoes. You know what I mean? And Jordan was the one that transgressed. It's a basketball shoe, but motherfuckers don't play basketball in them. They go to bar mitzvahs, proms, funerals, weddings, get married in them. Nobody plays basketball in Jordans no more. It's crazy, but I just wonder how Donald Trump was feeling going home. You got booed in your hometown, and he's a shit talker. Did he say anything after he gave his one after they booed him and shit? Did he give his 1-2s on it? That's crazy, dude. And why don't he just stay home? That lady is no, his wife ain't shit. Why don't she say, dude, finish your breakfast, stay home? And that's the thing, finish your breakfast. Y'all chasing for after lunch. Know what I mean? Ain't even finish one thing. That's the thing. You know what he started doing in 2025, he never finished, and they just keep on going on the other shit. It just they can't their attention can't be held with nothing. They they start one thing and they go running off, start doing something else. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. Did any Knicks players making the statements? You say they blaming Trump. Is that the fans? Is the one of the fans ain't riot last night before the game? They probably do this time. If he shows up, they probably snap. So, and that should be like why everything surrounding him is, know what I mean, a failure. This UFC shit. If I was them, what is it? It's UFC, right? I don't really follow that stuff, but that UFC stuff, whatever he's talking about, he gonna lead the fucking the shit up on the White House lawn. That's typical old motherfucker. Clean that shit up before you get a citation in the White House on the citation on White House lawn from the homeowners association. Smash that like 7 to 10 y'all in here, man. Double tap the screen, y'all coming through. Know what I'm saying? Participate. It's free. Double tap that screen. Tap, 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 tap. Know what I mean? Would you vote for Kamala right now? Would you vote for Kamala Harris right now? Would you? In all honesty. And what's going on. I would say Barack Obama, and I've asked that question. A lot of y'all said y'all would, but right now, taken away, somebody can come in and say, "Well, Barack can't run anymore." So, okay, let's be more realistic. Would you vote for Kamala Harris? What Stephen A. Smith say? What did he say? This nigga crazy? Because that's what Jesse Jackson said when they killed I mean, what time they killed him? When they inaugurated Obama, he said they gonna kill this nigga. He whispered that shit. OG status. They had a hot mic on Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson put his head to the side and said, they gonna kill this nigga. Find out. Google that shit. Damn, Stephen A. Smith. You say Trump all the way. Can you name 3 reasons why you say Trump all the way, Charles? And also, what are your feelings about them booing Trump last night? Was that un-American? Benito, what's up, Benito? Buongiorno, what up with you? I'm cooling, man. Welcome back in, Benito 2.0. That's about right, though. New York Knicks. Know what I'm saying? The New York Knicks. That's about right, though, Chuck. You know how, come on, man. Come on, man. New York Knicks. You know what's so crazy? The word "nigga," and we can go with that. It's popular all over the country of black people calling each other that, but it's a word in New York that kind of like is neck and neck with it. They kind of um took out the "nigga." They call each other son. They call their grandma son. Nah, son. Yeah, son. What's up, son? You know what I mean? They call their daddy son. Yo, son. They call their mama son. You know what I mean? Newborn baby girl. What's up, son? I mean, son. You know what I mean? That nigga word "nigga" in New York is really, or even if you ain't Puerto Rican, New York motherfuckers famous for saying Poppy. Poppy. You know what I'm saying? Hi, what's up, Poppy? Especially if they see somebody that look remotely, you know what I'm saying? But Stephen A. Smith is becoming a motherfucking powerhouse on the forefront of what's trending in America. Stephen A. Smith name pop up all the time. I see great things for him outside of sports. I'm telling you, he priming himself to be just an entity looked at for his wisdom in his older age. He's the older man now, but in the coming years, I see Stephen A. Smith on the forefront of something, man. I don't vote. I'd vote for Flavor Flav over any Republican walking. It's time for America to head back in the right direction. True, William. William, what's your favorite Public Enemy song? Smash that like 18 of y'all in here. Would you vote for Kamala now? William said he'll vote for Flavor. You know Flavor Flav, my cousin. You gotta go for what you know. That's my cousin, real no doubt. I know you're like he is, not because I'm a dark skinned African American. You know, Flavor bit all up. Chisel. But anyway, he is my cousin. The Rizzle's my cousin. The Jizzle's my cousin. Pop Woo's my cousin. I mean, ODB. All of us are distant cousins. I don't know them like that, but I mean, they're my peoples. Fight the power. Fight the power. Hey, yo, y'all know that. That's one of my favorite songs too. But have you seen the video? You know, in the video, Al Sharpton's in it, and there's this girl with a long white jacket. That girl almost ruined it for black people. Her name is Tawana Brawley. The Fight the Power video had her in it. At the time, she was embroiled in a controversy where she was supposed to have been kidnapped by these police and all this stuff and put in a bag and doodoo smeared all over her and beaten and assaulted and stuff like that. But she lied and she had the community behind her, and she said she was. They say she was out with her boyfriend, but Al Sharpton was involved, and all these other churches and political figures in New York in the black community, and seemingly they at the end they knew that it was some bullshit, but they was getting money off of it, so they didn't want to cut their money stream off. They kept pushing it, but that girl Tawana Brawley is in the Fight the Power video. She got the long white on, and she moved down south after that and changed her name. You know what I'm saying? That shit was crazy. It was in the 80s. What do you think about Elon Musk projected to be the world's first trillionaire this Friday? Chuck, I saw that you posted that. Remember we talked about that? That Tesla and Starlink wanted to make him a trillionaire. But remember they saying it was 10 years off. In 10 years, he would be the next trillionaire. But the reason that he is projected to be the next trillionaire, what people don't know, is Starlink and I can't think it's like three companies that they're going public. And all of our 401k plans, the people that take our 401k plans and invest them in different little hedge funds and different little things, SpaceX and Starlink and Tesla, right? Those companies right there are our 401k plans, all Americans. That's why this shit is fucked up right now. And it seems like it's going up. It's going up because we just been invested into Starlink, SpaceX, and Tesla, which I'm fine with, but that shows you the volatility of what they're doing with our 401k plans. That's why he's that it's all we backing him. Ain't that's crazy? Ain't that crazy that they are investing in everybody's 401k plan in those three companies? Google that shit. That's why the 40 go look at your 401. Your shit is up right now because of this shit. It's linked to this. So what happens? I mean, but you know what? I see. I mean, because space is the future. Starlink is the future. Tesla is the future. AI cars, Starlink. You know what I mean? You want when you get on your mobile, you want your mobile popping and SpaceX, the new frontier or the old frontier just being refurbished. Because I know they've been on the moon. They're just telling us that shit. And then they out there with it, but they're not saying that they got the Star Force, Starfleet and shit. Right. That yeah, that what is that that shit that's associated with Paleontar and the one that just brought all of our information for those of us that participated in that. What was that Pokemon Go. What was that Pokemon Go? You know that millions of Americans all over the country was going to get them Pokemon Go everywhere. But what they was doing was geo tracking your ass, and they sold. And then when you say yeah, y'all can go through my stuff, you didn't say what they can do with it. They told you what they was gonna do with it, but you didn't read the fine print. Now they done sold all your data and analytics to an AI company, so they might be cloning your ass in Azerbaijan somewhere. Smash that like and you will be able to buy stock on Friday. What's the stock name, Chuck? Is it on the all of them or what? That's gonna be the stock right there. If you got some money to spare, get you one of them at least, or at least 10. I would say at least 10 of them. That's gonna be the stock. It might be the new Bitcoin. You know what I mean? And that it's gonna constantly be flipping in. Yeah, that might be the stock. That might be Elon Musk's contribution to the destruction. You know what I mean? Smash that like SpaceX stock. Okay, I'm gonna try to go at least probably get me a dub or two of it just to see how it, you know what I mean, it rock. Smash that like y'all. Okay, SpaceX stock. I'm gonna see can I get me a couple of dubs of it just to see how it move. And okay, if y'all haven't contributed to the BMC e-bike foundation, make sure I get over there and push that dollar to the Black Money Trust. We're trying to get this e-bike in the next 30 days. And you know we up to 200. We got a goal of 700. So let's get over there and donate that dollar. It's 17 of y'all in here and it's 4 likes. Come on now, son. With air level users. Come on, Jen. Nah, dog. Tap that screen, man. It's not the electric chair. It's not gonna shock me. Tap it, tap, 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 tap. And answer the question. Would you vote for Kamala now? All this stuff? The Knicks boo dude. If they don't love you at home, you feel me? But yeah, that SpaceX shit, yeah, you got any stock in it, Chuck? Try some of it. Try. I'm telling you, take about 100 and put into that shit and see what happens, man. You never know. Just because you don't like Elon Musk, don't mean his business might not be correct. You know what I mean? If it's making money, it's making money. Don't let your feelings fuck with your pocket. You know what I mean? Smash that like 21 of y'all in here. Smash that like, man. Would you vote for Kamala now? Would you? Would you vote for Kamala now? And leave an opinion underneath this live stream on whether you will vote for Kamala now with all this stuff that Donald Trump has been engaging in. The slap in the face really was when he said he didn't care about Americans' financial situation. And now it's starting to show that Americans don't care about his situation by him popping up at that game and that they didn't show him respect. That means shit that he didn't say, we got a president out. Yeah. They was boo. That does something to your psyche too. When you think you the shit, you got a fly shorty on your arm and you go there and they boo. I heard somebody say pussy. God damn, you know that. Hey, when that pussy, hey, smash that. Oh. It shouldn't have been no boos if it's the president of the United States. Shit, even one boo. I mean, you can say only one bird shitted on my coat. It's still a bird shitted on you, dude. What are you talking about? The chills could have been motherfucking AI. That could have been AI. You know that a certain amount of that shit go with him. Nah, in his mind, he heard that shit. You know they got clones. They ain't crazy enough to send the real Donald Trump there. He was in the bed. His 80-year-old ass was in the bed. That was the prideful clone. They crushed his pride last night. You know they got clones. And fucking Uday Hussein, Saddam Hussein's son got body doubles. You think Trump ain't got body clones? Come on, man. And then all of this talk of them popping at him and all this political violence. I don't think it was Donald Trump. It's probably was one of his clones. Simple as that. And his mind, when he was looking at that shit on Jumbotron at home, he was like, oh shit. He ain't even heard no chills in that box. That was fucking probably AI. Because I don't even think the people around him like him. They probably have to tolerate it because they want to advance in politics. And also maybe he called them up to be whoever they is. Come on, Josh. NY notoriously lives. And you think he got chills? Right. Bam bam. William. Y'all know. Josh. Josh, how many Knicks jerseys do you have? Because you seem like a Knicks fan too, Josh. Smash that like, man. Bam bam. How's your morning, man? What part of the country you in? Yeah, I don't watch sports, fam. I'm too busy trying to, you know what I mean, watch the most important game, the game of life, man. I don't watch sports. I don't have nothing against it, but that's just not my thing. I'm more of a trivia, you know what I mean, Jeopardy. I've been seeing these videos popping up where they compete for $102 and it'd be like 10 people and they ask them a bunch of trivia questions. I would murk that shit. Know what I mean? You say Trump was sleep. Now because it was the sleepy Trump. See what I'm saying? What's up, Sooner? You out Oklahoma. What tribe you from? When what up? They cheered the game, but when Trump went up on that Titantron, New York let them have it right. Hey, I heard somebody say pussy. You know when they say that pussy? Ah. Okay, you from Jersey. That's what it is. What part of Jersey? My people's out there in was it Elizabeth, T-Net, um, shit, New Jerusalem, Camden, um, the little naval base in the south of it? Asbury, smash that like, okay, Cherokee, Choctaw, and Blackfoot. You some kin to me too. You some kin to me. So did your peoples make the Trail of Tears where the guy that they called Chief Joseph, that probably wasn't even his name. You know, white folks call him Joseph. It's in the Bible. But did your peoples make the Trail of Tears? That's how they got to Oklahoma. And if so, where did you trace your lineage? So from the Lumberton, the Lumber Bees in North Carolina. There are a lot of Cherokees. The Blackfoots, I would say, was the Yamasee and the Yamacraw from South Carolina to Georgia. Okay, you in Essex County, Bloomfield. Okay, you ever heard of P Dice, the rapper P Dice? He wrote a lot of co-wrote a lot of stuff with Fetty Wap, light skinned P Dice. He used to be a freestyler too, real Jersey street cat. Guns rush on my block, you must be crazy. How he looking? If you haven't, and if you're from Jersey, make sure you check out P Dice out of Jersey, man. How we looking? Trail of Tears was done by Democrats, vote Republicans. The Trail of Tears was done by white Americans, family. Protestant white Americans. You know what I'm saying? I hate it when y'all say Democrats started the KKK. Democrats started it, but the Democrats, Republicans, Democratic Socialists, and anybody else that felt kind of funny about people of color joined it. So it makes no difference who started it. I mean, Michael Jordan is on the back of the shoe, but everybody else wears it. You understand what I'm saying? Smash that like. Yeah, I heard of him. My boy used to be Fetty bodyguard. Okay, yay. Okay. Yeah, P Dice is more better than Fetty Wap. Fetty Wap is tight. He commercialized, but P Dice is the ghostwriter behind all that. Google him, man. I bet you fuck with this shit. Cause you know, Jersey niggas is like, they different. They got the braids, the muscles. They go with the Crip blood shit, but it ain't got nothing to do with Cali. They just G. Like I would say, the people on Staten Island are more closer to being New Jersey people than New York people. But by way of, you know what I mean, expansionism, they attribute Staten Island to New York. But Staten Island niggas is just like Jersey niggas. Y'all wild as fuck, man. Smash that like, man. Yo, Crimson, what's up? Hey, yo, you see they booed him? They booed, got there going Donald Trump at the game, man. Donald Trump probably was in the motherfucking junk drinking his Drambuie and his martinis and shit. No, Donald Trump probably drank Jack Daniels or something crazy like you get fucked up. What they drink while they golfing? A Long Island iced tea, long as fuck. Nope, Leon. Do you? Do you have anything better to do, Leon? Because if so, you can go get to doing it. You know what I mean? Because right now, you got Father on your day off, homie. Yeah, Bam Bam. Make sure you check out P Dice now. I'll give you a jacket too. We need some Jersey flavor in here. My dude, Jersey, you know what I mean? Was my neighbor for like 20 years. He was from Jersey. In commemoration of him, I'm gonna give you a moderator jacket. Because he live up the street from me now, but Jersey got a good hot. You know what I mean? Little fly nigga too. My nigga Jersey. Shout out Jersey, family. Yeah. But yeah, he get booed on the regular, but in his hometown, if your hometown don't love you, what does that say about you? If you can't come home, I mean, Democratic Andrew Jackson was responsible for the Trail of Tears. The Democrats was around there. I thought the Democrat, man, I ain't getting in all that. Andrew Jackson was responsible for the destruction of so many people of color from Florida to goddamn Vermont. His crazy ass. So, you know what I mean? He's a non-drinker. I wish that was an excuse we could use for his behavior. Meth, maybe. He is up posting that. Right. And that's what I say, William. What the fuck is he on? Because Donald Trump is the most transparent president, and he was doing more. He do more shit than Obama. You see Donald Trump everywhere, and whoever is his PR team, they knowing that his name is sabotaging whoever is linked to him. They linking to him to so many things other than politics, entertainment. You know what I mean? Ordinary life, products and shit. He came in and the same thing he was known for doing, pushing being a brand ambassador. That's the main thing he been doing. But as we put a microscope under that shit, he's a brand ambassador, but he's known for shoddy um products, bullshit products. Like look at the product he's producing. That he's the CEO of the company. The number one product is the American people, and he's producing shoddy products because he don't want to put nothing into the product. Education, nothing. Infrastructure, nothing. You know what I mean? Money, nothing. He ain't fed a wolf yet. All these pups running around here hungry. That shit was bound to implode on him. Right. But shit. Nah, it's some people that somebody just came in here and said he got more cheers than booze. Josh came in here and said shit. Somebody came in and made an excuse for him. Smash that like y'all, shut me out. He a pimp, never. You know, and okay, I say that because you know what they say about pimps. And this if pimps can't pimp hoes and pimp the game, they pimp themselves. Know what I'm saying? So that shit crazy. So maybe, you know what I mean, for all you pimps out there, you know that. You know it's true. When you can't pimp the game, you pimp yourself. I mean, he wouldn't get booed everywhere if he wasn't such a terrible president, says Lord Crimson. Let me post that. MAGA do, man. Somebody will come in here, but you notice they have been through and far in between the MAGA people. Know what I'm saying? He has been a terrible person his whole life. He been destroying lives before the presidency, right? But guess what? It's like it's a certain part of the population that's what they do. Christine, what's going on with you? I ain't heard from you in a minute, gal. What's up with you? Christine Marshall says Donald Trump doesn't get booed everywhere. He gets standing ovations. He beat more standing ovations than any political president in history. That is, I ain't never heard of that, Christine. Can you show me where you got your information from? Austin Daly, what's going on with you, Austin Daly? Welcome in. What's your opinion? Would you vote for Kamala now? So I guess you won't be voting for Kamala, will you, Christine Marshall? Christine, show me where you got that from. And the standing ovation is probably AI, man. Hey, yo, stop with the irony right there, Lord Crimson. You need to change your name to How Ironic. What's the last book you read, Crimson? What you reading, fam? I know you an avid reader. Or matter of fact, I don't even know if you read them. You probably listen to audio books with your smart ass while you working. But what information have you been ingesting? Smash that like, y'all. 24 y'all in here and there's 6 likes. Come on, man. Double tap the stream. You're trying to get these likes up to 100 right now, right quick, in this live stream. Come on, show some integrity, man. If you would have booed Donald Trump at the Knicks game last night, or if you were there booing Donald Trump, smash the like if you would have gave him a boo. Smash the like. If you would have for Donald Trump last night, smash that like, man. It doesn't matter. We're Americans. And the question we trying to answer here today, me and Lord Crimson and the rest of y'all, is who divided America? Smash that like, and what do we got to do to get us back together if we ever were together? Trump just wish he was Obama. That's why he can't keep the Dems out his mouth. I'm trying to undo everything Obama and Biden has done just to try and do the same policies. Right. Right now, do both. We knew new presidents that worked with both sides. they do work with both sides to push both of them out the way. You help me push them and you help me push them. And I'll get in the middle because I'm a strong man. I've attended three rallies personally, I attended three rallies personally, one in Muskegon, Michigan, one in Grand Rapids, Michigan, one in Warren, Michigan. And I was there at the same time in the Midland when he was there. But Midland, Texas, you do a lot of traveling. And so what was the outcome? And these were Donald Trump established joints, right? Do you know he probably paid those people just as well as they say they paying people for the No Kings rally? So you think Trump can't pay some people? You probably got paid. The last book you read was the Anthropocene Review by John Green. Okay, okay. Donald Trump is biblical. He is Revelation 6, ruler on the white horse, the rider on the white horse under the first seal. Prove I can't prove you wrong because I think all that shit is a bunch of malarkey too. So you proving yourself wrong by asking me to prove you wrong. You can't just, you know what I mean, say I think or I believe. You got to know. So I can't prove you wrong. Just released a book called Reoccurring Events, the book of operations. I have the book of origins, the death evolution. I have the book of Epstein, the real truth. They're all posted on my page. So you can drop the link in here, Christian Marshall. Did you write these books? I just released, right. Christine, if you did release these books, you can drop the link to your books in this chat. Somebody may be interested. Have your promotion. How they gonna know where you at if you don't promote? Smash that like. So go ahead, feel free, Christine Marshall. You got a moderator jacket. It's 9 of y'all in here, man. Let's get them likes up. Would you vote for Kamala now? The real Epstein truth. Our president with morals would be the one that unites America. Okay, morals. A lot of times they don't forgotten the morals, haven't they? I don't know why everybody dwells on Epstein in the book or in Trump's interaction. They should be dwelling on everybody's interaction in the books or in the files. It's sad after Trump is gone, we will have to make America great again, like before Trump. Wow, William, that is so powerful. Eric says, laugh out loud, it's all there. That right with Jesus, and he will show you the truth that will set you free. See, you cannot weaponize your religion on somebody else. Jesus is the only thing that'll set me free. Nope. A couple of goddamn million will set me free. I just Googled how many standing ovations Donald Trump got, and it can't even be accurate. There are so many. There's 253 standing ovations that are circulated, but said it's more. No, I ain't know it said it's more. What's the fucking definite? And you know, this is the same Donald Trump that got Google to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. So of course it depends on which way the wind blowing or the support of the people at the Alphabet Company and Google, in which they was on the podium too, weren't they? With Donald Trump when he got inaugurated. Of course, it's going to be in favor. You know what I mean, that he got so and 53 standard ovations ain't shit when the man is doing shit every day. He been in office what? Uh damn near a year and a half now. He should have had thousands of standing ovations. He's popping up everywhere. So that should tell you something. That ain't shit. Even if that's true. You don't vote. You know, Zap, even when you don't vote, you still vote. You understand? Because you're making the voting pool just that smaller. You know what I mean? And it says that your opinion is both of them suck. So when you vote, you know what I mean, give you one, two, but when you don't vote, you still vote. Smash that like. Shout out Zapped. Christine, the best book to understand what's really going on is Rose Martinez, Fabian Freeway. You can get the audiobook on it. No, I thought you said you dropped some books, fam. Oh, you did. So drop the link to your books. I don't want to read nobody else, family. I don't indoctrinate myself. Know what I mean, I educate. I don't indoctrinate I don't read nobody else's books. They're competition. I got my own thinking on what's going on. That's why I got y'all here today so we can politic, you know. But drop the link to your books. Anyone that still support Trump is exactly like him. There are millions of Republicans that are much well. Maybe they're not Republicans. Maybe they're MAGA. Maybe they're Democrats. Maybe they're Democrat socialists that support Trump. Everybody that support Trump is not a Republican and is not MAGA. Okay, some people support Trump from different reasons. So, you know what I'm saying? And I don't see no Republicans that can even match what Trump's doing as even if you just look at the audacity of the shit he be doing. The Republicans suck. To be a president, you have to have a certain, I mean, magnetism. I don't see nothing in the political party. Everything would be just choices. It would nothing would be definite for me in the Republican Party, like JD Vance and Rubio and them. They're just choices because nobody else is standing out saying, he a fighter or he gonna do something for us. Even in the Democratic Party, all of the see like politics has gotten stale with Donald Trump coming in or exposed that all of them ain't got no power, ain't shit. Real presidents still get standing ovations a decade past their term, like Obama. Trump is a true idol in disguise. Okay, bam, bam. William, 253 standing ovations. I'm surprised he hasn't demanded more. Only guy I know that didn't get the Peace Prize to get two prizes. He demanded somebody else give him that shit. That's like a motherfucker, spoiled ass motherfucker. On when somebody gives somebody two pieces of cake, your cake bigger than his, he wants you to give him yours. Huh? Why you looking at the size of it? Eat the shit. Cake is cake. Let him eat cake. They support Trump because it's a personality cult. Yep. It partly some people. It's sort of like Hitler, the worship of the cult of the personality. That is, Hitler had it. Um, what's so crazy that it kind of permeated in America, and Jay Z helped when everybody was wearing them Che Guevara shirts that the Democratic Socialist dude that helped Cuba get on his feet. He wasn't even Cuban. I think what Guevara was from Venezuela or something like that. He came from bread, but that shit crazy. Unfortunately, the half-ass Democrats will need to come in and fix another Republican shit show. Right, but that's why I say it's probably be another party outside of them, because MAGA has seemingly came in and formed their own political party outside of what's going on with the Dems and the Republicans. Donald Trump and his organization are in competition with them. He's not in unison. He's not even being admonished by the Republicans, and that's who he springboarded off of. And that's why I was thinking that it must be a paid, so you can just sign up for any one of these groups, whether you're Republican or Democrat. You can sign up for either one. Even if you're a Democrat, you can stop. You can just go on the Republican side and, I mean, play like you're a Republican and get Democrat shit passed, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happens because I saw some shit like that in North Carolina news. The girl was like, maybe we need to just go ahead and join the Republican Party and change it from the inside. Smash that like the Electoral College. I would love to be someone that is not a Democrat or Republican. Hate the two-party system. It's possibly holding us back as a people, right? A king, nope, he ain't no king because the Republicans, now that they seeing how he getting down, the Republicans ain't even fucking with that shit. I've been saying that for years. Both parties are trash, but for some reason people have been on side instead of being for an independent that is happening in the college votes right now. I know them California shits and like California and what happens in New York City and in the state of California. New York City in the state of California, what happens there happens on a large scale. It'll happen in America. At the end of the day, the Dems and Republicans both make the death toll go up. The Dems and the Republicans suck, man. The inefficient council. I need a retrial for them. They suck. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. I'm from North Carolina, part of the Cherokee Nation and the Appalachian Mountains. Okay, I knew you was out of that Carolina bunch. What you think about the lumber beasts getting their official from Donald Trump? They officially are yo, why'd you retract it? That's the future. Lead the way, Cali and NYC, right? Okay, so you out of the Appalachians. So you in the MAGA stronghold. Where you at? Do you still see a lot of MAGA flags or do you know a lot of MAGA supporters? Because that's that MAGA stronghold right there. I know you more on the Native American side, but do you ever run? I know you probably living right next door to a bunch of rednecks, and that's in no disrespect to rednecks. A real redneck know what it is and know who he is. But do you see a lot of MAGA supporters out there in the Appalachians? Because that's where their stronghold is. 3 steps to fix the system, says Lord Cremerson. Number one, outlaw gerrymandering. Number two, outlaw lobbying, bribery. Number three, allow ranked choice voting. Wow. And that's, look, you know what, that lobbying shit, that's one of the number one causes of people getting voted in without your, you know what I mean, input. I would have voted for her before, but you know what, Jack? Not to be, you know what I mean? But so you're not an American. That's not even you should have just not even said nothing, family. Because that's the problem too. It's too many people that's not American sticking their nose in our business, and that's one thing I fought with Trump about with the Europeans. I do think we need to get them from away from us because they're leeches. They, you know what I mean, they got us in this predicament. I mean, Christine just dropped a link to some of her free audiobooks. Feel free anytime you want to come in and drop some links, man. Especially if you're a content creator, feel free to come in and drop your links. And why wouldn't you, Maria? Why wouldn't you vote for Kamala? Yes, I see, but I do not embrace shoot. We are all rednecks up here, some better than others, but proud to be what we be. That's what it is, Eric. Would you say y'all was Melungians? A lot of people don't know about the Melungian population that's in the Appalachians. Shout out all my peoples in Virginia in the Appalachians, Big Stone Gap, Wise County, you know what I mean? Up there by the Red Onion Penitentiary, Wallens Ridge, all my peoples in West Virginia in the Appalachians, my Tennessee people, Kentucky, North Carolina, shout out all my peoples in that Bible Belt. All my Americans were in that redneck belt. The Bible Belt, that's, you know what I mean, anywhere in the South, y'all know the Bible is king. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Smash that like, y'all. We need to reform both parties as old heads making life worse for young. Yeah, because they don't relate to what's going on. Can't afford, can't get jobs because old heads won't retire. The goat just keeps moving further. Yeah, because they don't even know what's going on though. Old heads, and they up there telling the motherfucker this and that. The people need to elect people for all the people. These facts need to go back to the closet. These fascists. Okay, we throw around a lot of that in America. Fascists, communists, democratic socialists, I mean insurgents. And now we're starting to point at each other. At first, there was people across the water. The closest thing we had to it was Ku Klux Klan and those skinhead neo-Nazi cats that was out of the Midwest that was popping off at the time. You know, with the red suspenders and the white beaters and shit, Doc Martin boots. That was, you know what I mean, bubbling at one time. But now we starting to point the fist at each other like crazy on some, you know what I'm saying? So what you're saying is that no one else in the world has an opinion and has no right to comment. You should take. Wow, I'll holler at you, dog. You right. Y'all don't. This America, man. We trying to get. You can't make a decision or even have a comment on what's going on in America if you're not in America. So, and if you're not American, so yeah, smash that like. For now, you're fired, family. Come back tomorrow, man. Hit the showers right now, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to have a conversation with Americans. You know what I mean? You come in and talk about, I would have voted for her if I was American. Oh, you're not American and you want to vote. So then the question doesn't apply for you. And you know it. You just wanted to run your mouth. And what'll happen is you'll come in and I mean, I'm with the fam. Whether you don't like Trump or you like Trump, you're not American. You'll come in. If you diss at Trump, that means you dissing me because I'm American. That's why I say this question is for Americans, dude. It's nothing against you, but it's everything for my Americans. Trump is still an American. See, I raised on family. You might not like everybody in your family. You might not fuck with them, but family is family. Sometimes you might have the motherfucker stick up for a motherfucker you don't like. That's the problem with Americans. We let and like when mama said, you better not let nobody diss your brother or your sister. You better fight. You better not come on and you laughing at your brother or your sister with somebody else. And that's how it was with me. And if it family, you knock, I knock. I mean, and that's what we got to get in the frame of mind. Donald Trump is going off doing all of this shit solo dolo, lone wolf, not feeding the pack. That don't mean that we ain't gotta act like a pack. You feel me? Smash that like. One monkey don't motherfucking ruin no show. Just say simian monkey with a longer tail. This mega monkey ain't swing too well. Smash that like, family. Trump is still president after killing. Man, all presidents kill a certain amount of people because it's collateral damage. Right. The party doesn't matter. It's the policy. Anybody can push the policy, you know what I'm saying? That's why, yeah, that was just awesome. That's why I always support. It's awesome that I always support you. We disagree on a few things, but we agree. Right, because we Americans, fam. We got to get out of that frame of mind looking at each other like ops. You know what I mean? Ops don't get fed, dude. Ops do not get fed. Still wouldn't vote for Kamala. You need a real candidate, and she ain't is not. Can you tell me why, Jeffrey? Facts, that's not agreeing with the war, but also not care for the fellow Americans in the war. Right. Collateral damage caused by a war of chaos based on a lie from an enemy of our country, says Lord Crimson. Our American our people, right? And we the number one product, and we haven't been putting nothing into our product. We don't want to feed the babies free lunch. We don't want to give them a decent education. We want to indoctrinate them, have them standing up and sitting down, pledging allegiance to a flag that don't represent them or support them. And we gotta, you know what I mean, let them. We gotta start educating our babies at home, though. We can't let TikTok raise our babies or educate them. That TikTok is the number one babysitter now. Y'all know that, right? Number one babysitter and college professor. Smash that like. The word speaks of things to come, and I say that they are arriving. The reason I have a problem with the word because the word, you know what I mean, as we attribute it to as the word of God, is was created by man. So for his whatever, depending on how he needs the word and what he want the word to say and who he want the word to speak to, he'll alter it. If you notice in the Bible, Lord and Master, it depending on what side of the Atlantic, the King James version has Lord. If it's in on the European version, is Lord. On the North American, South American side of the Bible, it's Master. Understand that. So my thing when people bring the Bible up and stuff like that, that means any book can be considered canon for what's happening. Like 1984, that Crimson always talks about. It's he the one got me on that. I read the book when I was in high school and stuff, but now when you look at it, it's like that's more accurate than the Bible is because the Bible is sort of like mythology, one man's mythology and then somebody else's faith. But this is actually some, you know what I mean, fiction or science fiction out of somebody's mental, seemingly that the book 1984 and it's more up to date. It's like we keep voting in 80-year-old men and they're trying to govern 21-year-olds and tell them what to do. Smash that like Kamala policies would have been much better. There is no reasonable rebuke of this, right? And I say Kamala should get a chance, especially if she come back in not being backed by the Democratic Party coming in um, as Kamala, you know, associated with the Democratic Party, because that was if she would have got elected, it would have been a Democratic regime, not a change. It would just been a Democratic regime that would have been moving on the same stuff that Biden was on, because if Biden was just a figurehead, you know what I mean? To understand the Bible properly, you have to use scripture to interpret scripture. In any egg, I can do this before the written word, there was the spoken word, and before that, it was written in the stars. The Bible is an amalgamation of different books, man. Different, like it's no less like Aesop fables or what's that? The Hans Christian Andersen, the Brothers Grimm, and all them that wrote those books. It's no less that because there's no fact in it. It's all built off of faith. Yeah, smash that like we may not know what Kamala would have been capable of, but one thing is true: she was a politician. Trump is not and never would be. That is why he is technically the worst president in our lifetime. Right? Bam, bam. He's not a politician. He's a businessman that got hired to do the job of a politician. You know what I mean? In a business fashion, politicians politic. They stuff money down the situation. They pass envelopes. They you do this for me. They know they're no less lawyers Donald Trump came in somebody that has been using lawyers and going against lawyers, and his whole life, he's a whole court case. His whole life has been spent in court. People taking him to court, and he taking people to court. He even taking his job to court. That's crazy. How can you come to work every day and you're taking your job to court? But Joe Biden took IRS to court too, or whoever. I only hope Kamala is not the candidate. I wanted to be Pete. His name don't resonate too much in American pop culture. Damn. The Bible is so science fiction. Read it in a manner you will find that. Yeah, I read the Bible in that. I read the Bible not romanticized, thinking about, you know what I mean, when how they raised me with the shepherds, all of them with the little brown beards and shit. I read it on really what it was, and the Bible has adultery, homosexuality, aliens. You know what I mean? Um, Liars, anything you can name, gamblers. You know what I mean, alcoholics. Life, man. The Bible, the Old Testament is somebody's genealogy, is a family. The New Testament, they latch that onto it. It's a bunch of proverbs and mantras. It's no less some Buddha quotes. Smash that like that kind of the problem. His name in pop culture has absolutely zero to do with how good he had to be. But now these days we don't buy Jordans because we like Jordans. We buy Jordans because his name is in pop culture, and we feel like that will give us a certain status if we are seen with Jordan's own family. We don't buy them because they, Jordans just make my feet. They're so orthopedic. We buy Jordans because everybody else buy Jordans. Okay, we eat Oreos because everybody else eats Oreos. You know what I mean? And every black and white cookie we see, we think it's an Oreo. You feel me? That's what I'm saying. Pop culture kind of like sometimes pick who is going to be trending and who, you know what I mean, who's the forefront on something. Trump has more business failures than any other American in history. I doubt any other American in history now. He has some business failures, but a business, if you really know business, a lot of businesses don't have if a business make it over a year, it's, you know what I mean, it's considered an achievement. Trump has more business failure than any other history. He real estate mogul is from his father's legacy, and that's all he has. No, his culpability was he was branding. Trump was putting his name on everything. His name was synonymous with opulence, which didn't work. Remember, Trump had cologne outside of real estate, cologne, shoes. This is and before the presidency, he's always been linked to selling something. That shoes, not the leader of the free world. I don't think that they are on the same level. Yes, if you look at it like this, okay, imagine everybody who has a iPhone, okay? And that will mean that's more people than in some countries. It's millions of people with an iPhone. Imagine if everybody with an iPhone say, okay, we're the iPhone nation and we're all gonna vote pro iPhone. Okay. What's going on, Flash? What's been up with you, homie? What's been up with you? Flash. I know you won't vote for Kamala. You're a true to heart Californian. What you think about your boy getting booed at the Knicks game? But imagine if the iPhones people formed the nation. They'll have more people um than any of these candidates. You understand? That's what I'm saying. If what you doing in Chicago? Watch your back and hold that strap. You gotta ride with that shit in Chicago. You know what I mean? Especially if you ain't got them GD, Ice Lord. They don't fuck with Pyrus over there. You know what I'm saying? Hope you checked in with Smirking on them people's man at O Block. Gave 400 million and six chances to erase over 6 billion in debt. And I can guarantee I'd be more successful than I hate the Knicks and New York liberals. Wow, 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 wow. But I'm talking about what you think about Donald Trump getting booed last night. And Flash, why I got you here? Have you donated to the BMC um e-bike foundation, man? All I'm asking is $1, but you a millionaire, so $1 to you is probably a Hunter, a Benjamin. So can you get over there and show the BMC e-bike foundation some support? Nightblock is dropping the link, man, to the cash out. It's Black Money Trust. You'll see the logo. For me, one e-bike, I'm trying to get it supporter funded, Flash. I've been doing this for like 4 or 5 years. I should have enough supporters to scramble up an e-bike to get out in the city I mean, get some exercise and then be able to turn the motor on. I mean, I can easily drive around and show y'all some dope shit, but it'll be even doper if it's supported. You know what I mean? So you shouldn't be asking questions, Flash. You a millionaire. It ain't tricking if you got it, homie. And then we peoples. Come on, man. Pyru love, man. I ain't a Pyru, but I know you is. Social integrity as an OG gang member to another OG. Ben Baker, you say Obama divided America. Can you name 3 reasons Obama divided America? Yeah. Yeah, I smoke weed and ride the bike. Why not? Smoking weed, man, doesn't hinder me. That's how I chill. I can't shoot a gun and smoke weed. You know, that's what's illegal. You can't drive a car without I can ride a bike. You know what I mean, I'm not supposed to have a gun and shoot a gun and smoke weed. It don't say nothing on that application about um riding a bike. Y'all know that, right? If y'all trying to wonder what I'm talking about. If you own a gun, you're not supposed to be smoking weed. Okay? If you're smoking weed, you're not supposed to own a gun. I have money because I can and careful with money. I grew up in a broke nigga ass money sticks. Man, fuck that shit, Flash. Put your money where your mouth is. Go hit the cash out, my G. Cut it out, man. I know you paid. I can give a fuck. Can I get some feed the wolves? You know what I mean? You little lone wolf ass. You up in the Alaska mining all that gold. Feed the wolves. Because you know it ain't no motherfucking ducks. Ain't no more deal. Wolves eat wolves. Ow, ow, ow! Hit that cash out, family. Stop playing with me. A true Democrat, not a centrist. That's what it is. Yes, 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 for President Trump. That's what it is. Yes, you have to have a special gun license just to have a gun and carry a gun around with you. Right, Christine? Okay, I know you will, Flash. You always do. Know what I mean? Drop that link too where they can get some of that gold at, man. If y'all interested in the 49ers and what they did and how they did it, you can get you a little gold hookup from Flash too if you get over there and check the channel out, or if he drop the link. Drop the link where they can get him a bag of that gold at, man. And it's also a tool that's used sort of like them spinners when you have the autistic kids and stuff like that, or somebody that's, I mean, probably even in the city youth that just needs to change from the gunshots to maybe doing something that's intellectual and getting involved and knowing what minerals and rare earth, precious minerals and stuff like that. That is a good, I mean, buffer for that. Drop that link, Flash, or where you at, family, with it. That's funny. I got my gun license recently, but responsibility made me stop smoking. Well, bam. Did you read the fine print when they asked you was you on any kind of drugs or anything like that? Or have you used it? I don't know, because each state now seemingly in the federal, it's crazy. It's worded. I seen it worded a couple of different ways, you know what I'm saying? Just having morals, right, to be handling a firearm and then under the influence is crazy in itself. But you know what I mean, they do it. It's being done out here. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Good day. What's going on? What's going on? Johan. What's been up, Johan? What's been up with you? Right, you can't have a gun around weed, Chuck. But you know they still do it. That's why they wanted Bootsy ass. He walking around, he ain't supposed to have a gun, and then everybody smoking blunts and all that shit that time. Oh my God, Bam Bam. That's crazy. Smash that like, y'all. Donald Trump divided the country with from traitors. Both the Democrat and Republican Independent were all under British occupation. Trump is honoring the Republican founding by Christine. You went there with that one, but you know what I mean? Okay. Oh yeah, what type of work you do, Johan? Ain't you in Germany, Johan? Smash that like. When do you do that application? When you buy a firearm, they ask you, "Do you smoke?" Right? Yep. And I asked him, that's because that's what Hunter Biden got in trouble for. That's what Hunter Biden got in trouble for. Smash that like, y'all, because our movement was just to take back America. It had nothing to do with party. It was America's being attacked, so we had to rally somewhere, and we did under the Republic. You talking about the War of 1812? What are you talking about? Hey, you said Hedgepeth got kicked out of France with his fascist retort. Wow, you know that fascists are from Germany and Italy. Actually, Italy. Benito Mussolini. The host knows this, but the Republican Party was founded by 12 black men spearheading the movement. Was Frederick Douglass started it? Frederick Douglass sucks, man. I don't fuck with Frederick Douglass, man. He was no less a sellout. Anybody that they show you that they're the face of anything that's got to do with people of color is a fucking sellout. Why didn't even give him a holiday? Because you know what I mean, he was a sellout. I'm telling you. Lord Crimson, you best check yourself before you wreck yourself. Crimson, you know Chuck is pro Trump. Allegedly. Smash that like everything online nowadays. The only thing the police department asked was a previous. Right, right. Underground news. No, you wouldn't vote for Kamala. The Prince. Yes, you would. Christine says Douglas found it. All of them suck, man. Douglas, all of them. Karl Marx was a black man. You just notice him and Frederick Douglass got the same hat. It might have been some kin, but Karl Marx was a black man in Europe. He was some kind of Alexander Dumas, and also not Hannibal, but Gannibal, who was a black Russian general, and all of them were of the Ashkenaz Jew faith. Do your history, fam. Most of the fucking Soviet people, the what they call the white Russians and the red Russians, half of them was Jewish, the other half were peasants. Smash that like not police. You have to do a federal reform. Everyone you put, yep. It's not the police. It's the federal reform. And even when you sign that federal form, will ask you, do you have a felony? When you try to get a gun and you lie, they will come and pick your motherfucking ass up. Even if you don't buy the gun and they run your name to check that shit, and you got a felony, the feds will come in your house and get you. 1948, Dems installed the anti-lynching plant to the platform. Strom Thurmond and other Democrat Dixiecrats followed. The remaining are called obstructionist. I ain't never heard of that obstructionist, and but I'll go for it, Adam. If Kamala was praised, our nation will be full on Muslim. Her word salads. Come on now, Donald Trump can be considered having word salads now. And why would be that would be kind of quick for us to be full on Muslim? Kamala isn't even Muslim. She was raised in the black culture. You know what I mean? Shit, somebody voting for crisis. Somebody is. They came to my house once just checking to see if I still had my firearms. Right. Because they want to know where it's at. They want to find out where all the guns at and where all the gold at. Richard Pushkin was the grandson of an Ethiopian soldier. He's the mastermind behind Russian literature. Yup. Pushkin, Dumas, all of them were people of color, man. Frederick Douglass wrote an Emancipation, which Abraham Lincoln put the proclamation on it, which became the Emancipation Proclamation. He proved people were somebody handed that shit to Frederick Douglass, man. Somebody handed that shit to him. He was no less like Donald Trump right now. He was a paper tiger. He was a puppet. Somebody handed that shit to him. I pray for divine protection for President Trump each day. Wow, Judy Snyder. Can you name 3 reasons why you praying for him and not the rest of your family? And you didn't come here and say, I pray for my family and Dr. Trump or my ancestors. You praying for him first? Can you tell me 3 reasons why? About the federal reform in New Jersey, that gun permit was automatically renewed from the local police department. All they had to do was pay a fee for the gun permits. Okay. Our Constitution started, we shall have a party that represents the Republic and exactly what Freddie Douglass did when he founded the Republican Party. I won't talk no more about it. That's on you, Christine. You can say whatever you want. Your opinion is your opinion is greatly appreciated. I mean, because we have different. I mean, only don't mean you can't talk about it. So go ahead, speak your mind. There's somebody in here that understands it or probably is feeling what you're saying. I ain't trying to stifle your voice because I purchased a lot of my past. They want to see if maybe I was out here. Right. What's your most exotic gun, Chuck? You said New Jersey got boo boo gun rights. Alexander Dumas, yeah, he made the fourth Montesquieu and the Duke of Monte Cristo to name that motherfucking the Count of Monte Cristo. Why you calling it in the Three Musketeers? President Trump is our president by the grace and mercy of God. But which God, family? Is Allah, Buddha? That Desert Eagle. I hope it ain't gold. Is the official old school Desert Eagle? And is it 357 or 40 cal or 45, or is it that interchangeable barrel? That Desert Eagle. I hope it is one of them official ones like the officers carry, and you ain't gonna get one of them old high point Desert Eagles. Trump is the best president. That's why you misspelled that, Tom, because you know you lying, Tommy. Ra, the sun is your only God. Salute, salute, salute. That's what it is. So you believe in the dung beetle is pushing the sun across the scarab beetle? You say you wouldn't vote for Kamala Philly. Why is that? What part of Philly you in? West Oak Lane. What's up? Shout out all my East Coast peoples, all my West Coast peoples, all my peoples up north, all my people down south, all my people Midwest. Know what I mean? Shout out all my Americans, man. Who divided America? It's 52 of y'all in here. We ain't got but got there on 13 likes. Half of y'all conversating. Double tap that stream, man. Let's get them likes up real quick. Let's see, can we do some um supporter participation as Americans, man. That Magnum Desert Eagle to 45 blow a hole in the motherfucker. How many the clip carries 7 or 9? Kanye and Trump 2028. Okay, I'll go for it if you do. The four country boys. What's the four country boys' names, man? That motherfucker knock a nigga head off. Smash that like y'all. You remember that's what, if y'all familiar with the movie Belly, that's the gun that Method Man had. Meth had that fucking old school Desert Eagle. Bust your head. You say hell no ginger. Ginger May. I mean, 8 plus 1. Okay, that 9. Woo. Yeah, because I know they came either 7 or 9, old school with it. You say that's a redneck, Johan. Johan, are you in America? Blacks and Mexicans for Trump. And especially if they got a Desert Eagle on the seat, you better smash that like. It's 14 likes in here, man. By the time I come back, can we get the likes up, man? We on the road to 100, man. I'm gonna be gone. Give me 30 seconds. Jersey is the Lady Nutter, the Lady Nuts. Why is she nuts, Ginger May? If you're a believer in God or a Trump supporter, you can like this video. Just because you believe in God and he may believe in what you believe in, it shouldn't doesn't divide us. Right. See how you just tried to cut me down because I believe in what I believe in. My God and your God is two different things, even if we say we Christians, because we can see it at different angles, different analytics, different data is going to be exposed to us in different ways. You do understand that, right? Although I am not a Christian, I am believing in a God. You know what I mean? I have no explanation for you of what I believe in because I don't have to explain it to you. That's between me and my God. We have to stop wearing our God on our shoulder and in our chest and on our chest. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's in your heart, actually, and in your mind. I believe you're a good man. It is why I try to tell you the truth. I pray that these are deceived. We will act and see. What are you talking about, Judy? No, in Germany. I told you I knew was from Cleveland. After his in Vietnam, he stays in Germany. Okay, where you say y'all was at? Uh, Vaden, Vaden. That base. You know what I mean, I normally ride with 3 clips for my 9 when I'm 50 round. And do you have the necessary license to go interstate with it, Chuck? Because you know sometimes that'd be a felony when you ride. And you know what I mean. Thanks for that like and subscribe, Christine. Christine, you should have been like and subscribe. Okay, Weiss baiting. I knew it. I knew I had. I told you white. I remember. I know who I'm talking to. You know what I mean, Johan. What's the flavor right now with Donald Trump on the world stage? And I just kicked somebody out the room earlier for dissing and trying to tell Americans what should go on, being that your pops from America, or do you consider yourself American? Because this was somebody that was a foreigner that said, if I was American, do you consider yourself American? That's what I want to know before I even ask you this question, because this is a question for Americans. And agnostic. Can somebody give me the definition of agnostic? They said that's what whatever the Jesus Christos concept, the person that would have been attributed that name Jesus, he would have been an agnostic. Everybody hate Trump here in Germany. Oh yeah, okay, okay, okay. What about Puma and Adidas? Who the number one right now? Y'all know Puma and Adidas is from Germany. They were brothers. They started out with a family company. They broke up, and since they were fighting for, I mean, one of them was pro-Nazi, one of them was anti, and it always been a struggle. So who's in the lead now with popularity, Puma or Adidas in Germany, fam? Smash that like, or has Reebok took over? Y'all know Reebok was UK British. I have a concealed carry CHP from North Carolina, so I can basically carry in most states. I just make sure I keep up with laws when I travel to make sure it's an app. I have USCCA. Salute, Chuck. Exactly. Don't break a law. Know what I mean, bust ahead if you got to, but don't break a law. I always like, and I've been subscribed for a way a long time. I would okay. I knew that after I read it, Christine, because you've been one of my supporters. Mickey says, "Thank you for that, Christine." We're living in an absurd time. Can you name three things that you consider absurd, Mickey? And it's not to debate any of y'all that I'm asking these questions to. It's just okay, Carlos. Salute. Carlos just paid into the e-bike. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Y'all don't forget, man, we got the e-bike joint popping off $1 to the cash out. We're trying to get this e-bike in 30 days now. We're trying to speed up the process. Because the summer shit, I was outside yesterday. This shit felt like it was fall. How many other people felt that fall weather yesterday? Okay, you say you think Adidas, but you prefer Puma. I like Adidas myself too. But are y'all shocked in Germany of what our government is doing because of that is taking people from the bases? Are you on the military base now and consider if you're American when you be returning home? Because Europe is shocked that we are pulling out our support for because they got to stand on their own 2 feet. Yes, religion was not mentioned in the Bible very many times. Jesus addressed religion and didn't say follow religion. But Jesus never said he was a Christian in the Christian Bible. Jesus never said he was a Christian or anything about Christianity. You understand? Christianity is a Greek word, Christos, enlightened. There's no less saying you're Illuminati. So and the New Testament and the Old Testament are so far away from each other. You understand what I'm saying? They link it by way of the mother Mary being of the tribe of Koresh, in which Muhammad his people's from the tribe of Koresh too, by way of Ishmael and his mama Hagar, who slept with Abraham before Abraham's wife was able to conceive Ishmael, popped up, and they attribute that to the people that we call Arabs. Smash that like, man. But do you, since your pop is from America, do you still consider yourself American? Smash that like. These pro-black channels are so ignorant to think someone will vote. I'm pro-American. I'm black. Know what I mean, by choice and proud of it. Know what I mean, and if you want to consider me pro-black, so be it. That's your opinion. But sometimes you need to use your fucking ears and stop running your mouth or Twitter finger, thugged out Twitter fingers, homie. I'm over here trying to help America. You come in with some bullshit. You know what? Akataki Paki, Avatariani, whatever this shit is, you're fired, homie, on your day off. Hit the showers. God, man, we can't have a positive conversation as Americans. Know what I mean? Okay, that's what it is, Johan. Because anybody that I feel like ain't got a dog in the fight shouldn't be goddamn gone barking on the sidelines. You feel me? Captain Homer says no. Why wouldn't you vote for Kamala, Captain? I'm 47 years old and wanted to come home, but my auntie told me to stay out of the state. Shit, you better not listen to your auntie. um, it's popping over here, family. When the last time you been to the states? It's popping over here. Whether Trump make it look like we all some upset motherfuckers, it's popping over here. I mean, make sure y'all taking the poll, man. What about the Republicans? They don't suck. They're not doing too much for you either. Ah, you got it in, Jones. Before they knocked you out of there. But I saw it. My grandma used to use that word. It's 71 people in here, man. Let's get them likes up, man. 71 people in here and the likes ain't up to 100. Where's the integrity? Where is the love? Let's get them likes up, man. Let's go, 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 let's go. You say fuck Kamala and the Knicks Fred. You seem upset. Right. For sure, Captain. Smash that like, man. Anybody got anybody that they would like to see run for president? This shit wild ain't the crimson. Is anybody in this chat stream know anybody that they would like to run for president? And shout out everybody that's hitting the cash out with that dollar support for the e-bike. Let's get that up, man. If you ain't got over there and supported the e-bike foundation, make sure you do, man. And double tap the stream, at least it's free, man. And get over there and turn on the notifications. Leave a comment below this live stream too, and let me know your opinion. Would you vote for Kamala? At the end of this live stream, I want every one of y'all to leave a comment below. Would you vote for Kamala right now? And do you think okay, you say Mark Kelly? What state is Mark Kelly out of? MAGA is the new Republican Party or a new alternative. All the old rhinos and Republicans still vote the Democrats. They are the British global elite puppets. Smash that like. We been got away from the British, man. I say it'll never be a Democrat and Republic again. It'll always be somebody that's using their banner to springboard like Trump did. He's actually formed his own MAGA. It'll be a Democratic socialist. I'm from New Jersey, and personally, Cory Booker cares about his people. So I think he would be a great president, and he has done a lot for Newark, New Jersey, and Newark. Right, Cory Booker. Okay, okay. What about what's the dude from Poor Righteous Teacher? Ain't he into politics too, or is that the dude from Lords on the dude from Lords from the Underground, Lords of the Underground? He into politics too, ain't he? Hell no. Bernie was the blueprint for it. Impeached the supremacist court majority. Bernie was the blueprint for it. You know I'm a diehard Trump supporter. Voted for him 3 years. I would honestly say I would love to vote for Kamala to run again. I'd just be an easy win for MAGA. Wow. Do you consider yourself a redneck Christine and being a diehard Trump supporter when Trump is not in power? Will you still support Trump? Say he starts a MAGA official party. Would you still support him outside of him being the president? If he said, "Hey, all my Trump supporters, we're going to do this over here," would you do this? Would you still do it? Like seemingly they said the January 6th people were up in arms trying to keep him in office. If he said, "Hey, I need all my MAGA to come here and do this," would you do it being a MAGA supporter outside of him being the president? Smash that like. I voted for Kamala. Penny, can you name 3 reasons why you voted for Kamala? Yep. Yeah, they say Corey was getting that money. And also they named a lot of Democrats, but all of them are getting money, man. Why? Can you tell me one politician that's not taking money from a lobbyist? All of them, that's what they do. They get in to wet their beaks. I don't blame them. It's 18 likes, 56 people here, man. Double tap the screen. What? The American is ready for a female president. They not because it's too many. Whether it's the color issue or what, they not. They just nobody wants the divine feminine has been taken out. You know what I mean? I ain't mute you. Arturo Gotti just said Republican Party is past MAGA. Oh, you know what? You got to go, Arturo, because I ain't mute you. Nightbot, you probably had too many caps, but you got to go coming in with the bullshit. Not only are you not, you know what I mean, coming in peace and blessings, you coming in spewing some shit at me and my peoples in the chat, and we ain't do shit. I can see if we did something, it's warranted. You just coming in running your fucking mouth. You know what I mean? Whack ass Arturo Gotti. If you wanted the Gotti, y'all fucking clowns. I just seen one of the Gotti boys that one of Victoria Gotti kids was beating on his girl and shit. And Victoria Gotti talking about she gonna tell Uncle John Jr. that you ratted to the girlfriend. All that mafia shit dead, man. Go start a pizza joint. She's not Trump. She's not Trump. She's not Trump. 3 reasons I voted for her. Right, right. That's 3 reasons I voted for Trump. Because he wasn't the Democrats, he wasn't the Democrats, he wasn't the Democrats. Because for so long, I had been, you know what I mean, disenfranchised with these cats. I wasn't a staunch supporter of any of them, but I was willing to help try to make a change. And now similarly, Trump bamboozled. That guy, stop it, man. Even if it's just one boo. I didn't say everybody booed him. I say he got booed by the Knicks, dude. Stop it. You throw one apple, an apple's been thrown. You understand what I'm saying? Tell me somebody that called me a nigga that ain't never said it before. That was the first time I was the first nigga that they ever called. You call one, you called 1,000, homie. Cut it out. Until 1962, Cleveland was the capital of steel, but the Republicans wrecked it. Am I happy with Trump? No. And that, as an American, it's my opinion to buck on it and speak against it. I am not happy with Trump. No. But do I respect it? Because yes, because he's the president, and to the victor go the spoiled states. Whoever had that integrity to get us up to 19 likes. But it's 51 of y'all in here. We on the road to a easy 100 likes. Let's get those likes up, fam. What's going on? It's not the election chair. Make sure y'all taking the poll. Let me read the poll. The poll says here, Trump approval 34%, disapproval 58%, 50-50, 2%. It's Obama and the Dems' fault 6%. So overall, 58% now of the people who took the poll disapprove of what Trump's doing. The major majority, but the major majority is only the major majority because they say so, even with the population of who they say the major majority is. The major majority is because the major majority of them voted. Like I told y'all, when you don't vote, you still vote. You're saying that, hey, I don't care about the status quo. I will make the voting pool so small that it is a chance that Donald Trump can win because the voting pool is small. Not the people's opinion on who should be the president. I mean, it's the people who actually participated. Smash that like, y'all. Capitalists sent the means of production overseas. Man, capitalism is crazy, and we are the number one consumers. Ain't that crazy? We're the number one product and the number one consumers. They put shoddy ingredients in our product as Americans because that's the number one product America um, produces is Americans. Everybody want to come here. We got bootleg. We got more bootleg Americans than Michael Jordan got bootleg sneakers out there. He cheated and rigged the elections. Kamala won, says JMM. 60% maximum voter participation. And that's the problem. Even when you don't vote, you vote. Another retard who has, wow. Just for shits and giggles, singer, tell me what capitalism is. And that's why we support you, brother. The level of honesty you bring forth is bringing a platform for people to come out openly and respectfully. Yeah, because you should be able to spit your one twos without being, I mean, whether you for Trump or against him. We are an American, so that's the one thing we have in common that we forget about. We more like to point out what we don't have in common. You say he did lose. Okay, no doubt. So did you vote for Trump, Penny? Smash that like. Is anybody in the chat screen that voted for Trump, but now since here of late has changed their mind, especially when he said he did not promise? Did y'all not hear him promise that there was not going to be no new wars? And he lied the other day. At least you don't hide like the rest of your YouTubers. The only thing I respect about this dummy. You know what, singer? I know who you are, dummy. You're the dumbass, this random guy. Your profile pic with the silhouette that is not you. You're turkey neck. Just what you said, because I heard you say that before. I don't like the YouTubers that hide, and me and Black Money don't hide. Yeah, what's going on, Tony? Come back in under your on your real alias, dude. Yeah, that's Turkey Net, y'all. Oh, Tony Love over there, some random guy. He's a MAGA. That's what it is. I heard you say that same shit on your channel. Smash that like a designer. Yeah, and he old as fuck too. Smash that like, y'all. You said Marcelino Strada. You said you vote for Kamala. Okay. Smash that like, y'all. And people always say capitalism this, capitalism that. But communism believes in capitalism too. They're not. against capitalism. They're just against. I always be the old heads. Right, ain't that crazy? John Stewart and ALC, John Stewart. Yeah, but ALC Penny, ALC sucks, man. She's like the fucking after school special. It's 48 people in here, man. Let's get them up, get them up, get them likes up, man. Let's get them likes up. It's not the electric chair. Johan says Trump ran on settling old wars and not starting any new wars. We've already had action with Iran. He has said the same thing over a course of 30 years about Iran. No matter what he said about them, everybody has their thinking on them one way or another. He said he wasn't going to engage in no new wars. Remember, this is supposed to be Operation Full Fury. It's supposed to have been over with a couple of weeks ago. They said it was done. The infrastructure in Iran was ruined. Their political people was ruined. Everything was fucked up. But seemingly Iran's still fighting. Even after they went and tried to touch Iran Navy base again a couple of days ago, couple last week sometime. I mean, the same place where they took down them little school girls. The reason they ain't saying nothing too much about it because it was a important naval installation that's linked to the Strait of Hormuz that Iran uses there, and that's why the United States keep targeting it. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. Knicks boo Trump. Now, when you vote for Kamala, is the topic. Leave a comment. And who divided America, man? Who divided America? In your opinion, it's 59 of y'all, man. Let's get them likes up, man. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Double tap the stream. It's not the electric chair, fam. Smash. Smash that like, y'all. What's good? Somebody said they was cheering Trump. Right. He has had no success in advancing Americans' lifestyle. He has how can you name one way positively Trump has affected American lifestyle? It's crazy, Crimson. Not even that the person agrees with Trump, just rationalizing themselves agreeing with him. Know what I'm saying? Is what's crazy about it. Just rationalizing it. Yeah, there was Blue and Trump, Chris Jensen. What's going on? In your opinion, would you vote for Kamala Harris now? Now would you vote for Kamala? Smash that like, man. Let's get them likes up too. Let's get them up, man. And let's look at the poll. Trump approval 39%, disapproval 53%, 53%. It's Obama and the Dems' fault 5%. Let's take that poll if you have it. And Candace says yes, she would. Name 3 reasons why you would. Not a debate, just to see where you as an American and you're in support of one of our candidates. What's Condoleezza Rice at? Condoleezza Rice did her thing. I don't give a damn. Condoleezza Rice was pre Kamala Harris. They seen the power and of a black woman then. Condoleezza Rice. Where's Condoleezza at, man? What's Condoleezza doing? Smash that like, y'all. Let's get them likes up. You say it's all Obama fault. Ah! I'm not American, but I can see not vote for Donald Trump would have been a mistake. That voting for Donald Trump would have been a mistake. Okay, thanks for your participation, but really, I'm trying to get an American, Chris. Appreciating. But I'm telling you, we got to be in America is so like nobody can explain it to you, or you can't watch it on TV or on a video. You have to be here in America. Like there's nothing else like it on the planet. Being an American, smash that like, man. Shout out all my Americans. All my Americans that's in the chat. Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up, man. And double tap that stream. Why are we not at 100 yet? And 6,524 people that came through here so far since we've been live streaming. And we're not at we should be at 6,524 likes because this I mean the service is dope that I'm providing you and the support should be evident. But sometimes as Americans, you know what I mean, we keep each other back. Okay, thanks for that, Crimson, with that thumbs up. Loud and proud being an American. Me also American, man. That's you know what I mean? Smash that like. Smash that like, y'all. Yeah, as Americans first, that's what we got to look at. Chilling, what's up with you? Charlie Kirk is dead. What's going on, family? What's your opinion on Trump getting booed last night? Kathy Mason says yes, she will vote for Kamala Harris. Kathy, can you name 3 reasons why you will vote for her? Not the debate as an American, just the politic and discuss it. We are Americans, right? We should be able to come together and convene without guns being drawn and there's politic about what's going on because it affects us all. We are all a collateral damage if Donald Trump don't do what he do or whoever. You know what I'm saying? We're the ones that's going to suffer. So let's get together and politic about this. Would you vote for Kamala now? You say it was great. I can't help but wonder if there's a lot of these Trumpers are actually bots, right? Because nobody in their right mind could be wanting to pay high gas, and the economy is fucked up, and it's like a episode from the Twilight Zone. Because Donald Trump has permeated every aspect of American culture, even in entertainment. Shit, that's everybody is uneducated. You know what I mean, the majority is uneducated, but the majority of the people that put him in power are indoctrinated. You feel me? So some of them are paid by Donald Trump and MAGA to come on here and other platforms and chip. Right. It's sort of like the people that get paid to go promote the No Kings those no king rallies, I still say they are promoted by the LGBTQ. That's not from what somebody told me or what I seen online. I have participated in a no kings rally before. I just went out there to see, you know what I mean, what Americans was thinking. And you can it's when you go to my channel right now, you'll see the first video is a young lady by the name of Brigitte. She's from out of up north somewhere, Maine, Vermont, and she said she had school teacher in her background and she loved the BMC logo. And I asked her three reasons why she felt like, first I asked her was she an American, and she said yeah. Then I asked her three reasons why she, you know what I mean, didn't or did support Donald Trump, and she gave them up. So if you want to check that out, get over there on my channel. I mean, Donald Duck in my family. Hey, can I ask you something? Momax, did Donald Trump ever start a confusion in your household? Y'all ever get the beefing behind him? Kamala would have brought prices down, made mail price gouging illegal, make more affordable helping with other payments and promote building. Gas cheaper, could wow, Crimson. That's dope. I never heard you speak on Kamala like that. And if you did, it probably was overshadowed by more of your stoic, you know what I mean, attitude about things. But that is crazy. I believe that because everything that's going on with us is surrounding the oil, Venezuela, Iran, even people paying high ass gas prices. Everything is surrounding oil. I believe with her not interfering with it and then trying to probably get the infrastructures together, man. Right. Charlie Kirk is dead. So now will y'all vote for Kamala Harris? Now that y'all see that some of the stuff that Donald Trump doing, as a matter of fact, if not all of it, does not have the interests of just normal Americans at all. It's more on a geopolitical interest base. No, we never beef, but we are offended. He's putting our country in turmoil. And what did y'all think about the other day when he lied and said that he never promised any no new wars? Also, we all should have been like, yo, Donald, we need to have a town hall meeting when he said he did not care about the financial situation, the financial pains of millions, if not billions of Americans, man, because we'll never know the truly head count because we have a hidden nation in our nation, people that are here that don't ever get counted. So we could have billions and billions of people here that, you know what I mean, Donald Trump is obsessed with Obama. He went to war with Iran because the Epstein files, also because he was mad how Obama made the deal with Iran. Trump is a liar. He lies all the time. Wow. Damn. Damn. With countrymen like you, who needs China? Who needs Korea? Y'all on Trump ass. And shit. I know he felt crazy last night when he was in his hometown and got booed in New York. He's from New York, and New York booed his ass. It's 22 likes, 19 people in here, man. Let's get them likes up, man. Let's get them up, 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 get them up. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night, depending on what part of the globe, what's going on, how was your day? You know what I mean? Would you vote for Kamala now? Is the question at hand. And the Knicks booed Trump. What's your opinion on it? Was it well deserved or was it just a bunch of basketball hooligans acting out? Smash that like. No tax on tips is the only thing he kept that. But you know, the tax on tips is the tip jar. Because when in the wording is everything. You know, when you go to a restaurant, they don't do tips no more anyway, they do gratuities. So it don't go to the person, they go to the corporation. The gratuity is gonna charge you as much as 15%. So you go spend a fucking buck 50 in that bitch, you know what I mean? You're gonna owe 15% of a buck 50 off top, and it's mandatory. And they tell you that it be signs on the wall and shit. And that was a Bernie Sanders some democratic socialist shit, man. That was some democratic socialist shit. Smash that like y'all. 13 of y'all. Good morning. What's going on, Sue from the Bud File? Sue, what's up with you? How you been feeling? How the family feeling, Sue? He has done so bad this presidency. Yeah, there's a few good laws passed, but not because of him. But he's a businessman. He's doing all of this on right. Well, a businessman knows about collateral damage. They know about net and gross and net and You know what I mean? You got to give a little to get a little, and then lose it all just to get their paycheck and their salary. Most businesses that's making money right now, like these oligarchs, are moving in the red anyway because it's a barter system on the highest level. I'm gonna send you this, and that you'll send this back. You understand what I'm saying? I hate the nonchalant and blunt with it, but America is not ready for a woman. That's why everyone now is looking at Gavin. Right. That's what I say too. I say it's between Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has the most experience on the executive level. Gavin Newsom has experience on the executive level by way of controlling the state as the governor. And Kamala, see, she got the experience being in the executive order, but Gavin Newsom seemingly like a Democratic Trump. He look like he can tell a couple of lies and not crack a smile. So you know what I'm saying? It always goes to the person who can tell the best lie and be more appealing to whoever is the majority that's voting at the time. That's who wins. Because like I said, when you don't vote, you vote. You make the voting pool ever that so small for whatever side that you would have been in opposition of. All of them are corporate politicians. You can Donald Trump is a corporate businessman. You understand? That's why he had all the corporate oligarchs standing behind him at our inauguration. He didn't have a rainbow coalition of authority people from all different aspects of America. He had one aspect, the replenishment centers and the big business. You know what I mean? The people who that control us at a the highest levels. You know what I'm saying? The facts Congress can't cope him and shows little no power. Right, right, bam, bam. That Congress is really showing you that they have no power. Personally, no, I wouldn't vote for Harris. She did really bad when she was governor, and in court plus as VP were better options. Kamala Harris was governor. I didn't know. And can you name one politician that has done good? You said she did bad. Can you name one politician that has done good? Smash that like y'all. It's 21 people in here, just 21 likes. Let's get them likes up, man. I didn't know Kamala was a governor in California. I did not know that. Gavin Newsom as governor always seems to overshadow that. I thought she was attorney general. Smash that like y'all. Shout out everybody coming through showing that support. I noticed now that they started putting the time next to y'all names when y'all make a post. Trump is worse than both Bushes and Nixon. At least they was old mustaches they let you eat. Yeah, I knew that, Bam Bam. I knew it. I ain't never heard of Kamala being the governor. Like that would have been more shit for somebody to say about that lady. Right. Somebody was lying. I knew it. I knew that she was the attorney general. Right. And y'all know senators are supposed to have more power than the um the president. Oh yeah. Me and Donald Trump. Yin and yang. What I think about a deal, the Democratic Party paying the KKK, and the Republican Party probably paid them too. You know, it's always good to keep a few rabble rousers. Where the Democratic Party paid the KKK, and I didn't hear about the Democratic Party paying them. I heard 1,000 times by y'all in here that they started it, but everybody joined, so it makes no difference. So the Democrats played Republicans, they paid Democrats, socialists, and all other kind of because the KKK just don't compromise. Uh, it's just not made up of Democrats. Everybody joined it. So when I think about it, I mean, nothing. It's a part of American pop culture too. You can't say America without racism. You can't say racism without the KKK. A lot of y'all don't understand the KKK was minimal. You know what I mean? Major in what they was doing, but minimal. And there was a group above them called the Black Legion. Go do your research on that. He says, "Baby hands." She is never governor. Right? I know she won't never governor. KKK pays who's in a favor at the time. So is it KKK paying people or they getting paid? Because remember they said the what's that the Southern Law, whatever it is, down there was paying the KK to rabble rouse. So are they paying people or getting paid? There'll never be peace because money ain't gonna be made when it's peace. When shit is just mayonnaise, normal, smooth. You know what I mean? There's nothing going on. War starts technology, you know what I mean? Because you got to keep up, you know what I mean? You get the money moving around, you know what I mean? Also people. So as long as it's the monetization that the side of war is that's benefiting them, it'll never be peace. Smash that like. So much shit would cease to exist if it was peace, family. All of them represent slavery, fam. Oh yeah, what's his name? Govan. Yeah, he dressed like Hitler with the products because y'all know that Hitler wore Hugo Boss. If anybody got any Hugo Boss jeans or Hugo Boss was famous for their suits and their cologne and stuff, Hitler used to wear Hugo Boss. Also, like I said earlier, Puma and Adidas were tossed up, but like I don't know which one of them that Jesse Owens. I think Jesse Owens were the ones that when Puma and Adidas were linked together, the sneakers against Hitler and then beat everybody, you know what I mean, in front of, you know what I mean, in the Olympics. The past is so irrelevant. What is going on in our current life? Right, it is because it doesn't match up with it. We in the age of motherfucking, we in the space age for real. We in the birth of it. Right, that's what it is. That's what it is. Space Deezy. What's up, Space Dust? How you feeling today, family? The stronghold for the Republicans is in the Appalachians and right there in that MAGA redneck belt. Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina. Okay, are you staying hydrated? What type of work you doing, Space Dust? Are you staying hydrated? Smash that like 17 of y'all in here. It seems like the Democrats most definitely will win the House. Do you think they're going to win the Senate? Probably so, but I got my money bet on some Democratic socialists. This shit about to get fucking sticky. We about to start seeing some Colonel Klink type people winning positions. Like, how did he get in there? Even a lot of grassroots efforts to promote their own political dogma. We're gonna see a lot of that too. A lot of independents winning, man. Oh yeah, you told me that with the ink. Wow. Be careful, man, in taking that into your system right there. You better drink some water, fucking with them goddamn chemicals. I feel like social media has really ruined the youth. They get info from TikTok, and a lot isn't even true, right? But you know what I mean. Now, what it has done is made the world ever so small, and in the indoctrination, a lot of these people are getting TikTok degrees and shit, and thinking that they know really what's going on. I agree. It's also the number one babysitter now. You can hand a phone to a little kid with TikTok on it, and you'll never hear nothing out of them. Like, where's Jimmy Ray at? Jimmy Ray in the corner looking at TikTok. Smash that like word, Blue. Can you tell me why you consider her dumber, or you just using trending words to describe this lady because that's what the popular opinion is? A lot of y'all just be running y'all mouth. She ain't that dumb. She was the vice president of the United States. You know what I mean? A secret society of white men. She's a woman of color. Two different distinctions that'll have her looking odd on the board when they put the pictures up of the vice president. So, we can lose that. Where yeah, that TikTok degree shit, man. Motherfucker be a motherfucking. It started like where Donald Trump hired all those young people to run Doge. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I would vote for Donald Duck before I even voted for Kamala. That's in your opinion, your choice, Anthony. And can you give me 3 reasons why you would vote for Donald Trump as opposed to Kamala? Salute, Johan. You said she did a great job as a vice president. Have you ever lived in America? Because you know what, that answer resonates a little bit, but I would like to hear that from one of my fellow Americans, like Lord Crimson, that are here on the mainland. Shit, you old as hell, Momo. If you want to fucking goddamn on Rand Paul, he old as shit. Then one of them Pauls on Reader's Digest. Smash that like Kamala Harris contradicted what Donald Trump was going to do, and he did it. She was very intellectual, right? She even told you about the Iran shit. She was trying to warn you because she was privy to it. Remember? She had the dozier to Project 2025 way before we did. She had the inside information where the government was going at when her regime was going out. And she still has a certain amount of influence where she could probably tap in and know what he's about to do. So she tried to tell you what was going on, but you couldn't see past her color or her femininity. And that's one problem with we have in America, that the divine feminine has been taken out, and we always look towards the old grandfather, the old white Protestant grandfather at that, for our chiclets, for our chitlins, for our cheese, for our cauliflower, and our bread. We always look to the old. Come on, man, we got to get out of that frame of mind. This is the future. I mean, the future is for the youth. We got to get more youthful in our politics, man. We got to do something different than, I mean, than putting these old people in power, man. Right, and they gave our shit up to Paleotar and all these data and analytic corporations that are linked to AI and AR. A lot of people are so busy worrying about AI. Been here, we've been running off computers, but AR, augmented reality, that is really where it's at. Where they really gonna get us, where they have you thinking is one thing and it's something else because they got you in the replicator. That augmented reality. Y'all ready to live an augmented reality life? As a woman, I strongly believe a woman can never be president. We are batshit crazy. Wow, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Shit, men are more emotional than women, though, if you know anything. If you live the life, men are more catty than women. They talk more than women, talk about shit and tell everything. They fuck some good pussy, they go tell her, yo, yo, yo. A woman will fuck the whole school, the whole motherfucking bus stop, the whole fucking, I mean, college on spring break and come back to school and never say nothing. Just Gamda lambda mu. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers talk too much, man. See what I'm saying, Glenn? Are you a man or a woman? I only would take that response from another woman as being correct because Glenn, you a man, you probably a chauvinist anyway. And that's just my opinion. Putting the title on, you probably a chauvinist. Being racist comes with a high price for the white racist Americans. They realize that Trump is the definition of racist trash. Trump ain't even a racist. Trump is an opportunist. Whoever seemingly might swing the vote for him, he'll lay down with them and he'll come and smoke with them and he'll break bread with them and he'll even promote him to a certain extent. But that's all he is. He's a showman. He is easily assimilable to whoever he needs. You know, and if y'all notice something, Trump went at every aspect of Americans for his support. He started in the black community. I mean, he was hated, but it's just like the boss you hate. You always get behind him if he hand out some checks or something for the Christmas bonus. But then he went on to the other side with the nationalists, with the Charlie Kirks and the what's the guy now that they very really said about he still exists. What's the young boy, man? He was the anti Charlie Kirk, but they just alike. The little supremacist young boy. He got something to do with what's that shit? That shit they whitewash. It was in the news last month heavy incels. What's the guy name that says he's an incel? Smash that like shit. Men are compulsive and vengeful. If you can't tell, Donald Trump is on a hate campaign. Everybody he on his Mitch shit. Anybody that ever crossed me, anybody that ever hated me or owed me money, he on their ass. Right, as they all do, Bam Bam. They lie. That's why I say I vote for whoever can tell the best lie. His name, I used him a couple of times in conversation. Um, Nick Fuentes, man. You know what I'm saying? He even hung out with Nick Fuentes and them. Then the January 6ers, they're different kind of supremacists because some of them are not supremacists. Some of them are nationalists and militant and their own way. You know what I mean? And they white pride. He dealt with them. Then he dealt with the Proud Boys, which was a mixed bunch of disgruntled middle class men going through some mammary gland shit, some mammals, the titties leaking. and they bucked. You know what I mean? Some big burly ass niggas. I still think Ice and the Proud Boys linked up. Voting ain't working. That's why I say when you don't vote, you still vote. No, I say he's the anti-Kirk. Him and Charlie Kirk was seemingly nationalists. Kirk was a Christian nationalist, and Fuentes was a white nationalist. But I'm gonna ask y'all something. Would y'all consider nationalism on a you know what I mean, government level? Would y'all consider that a certain form of supremacy? Me too, Charlie. I do because you know this. Where the Proud Boys at now? Where's fucking in fact? Remember the black people walking around with the guns and shit? Where's fucking Black Lives Matter? Where's LGBTQ community? Where are these people at right now? Why aren't they in the streets still pushing they, you know what I mean? Who do I want to run in 2008? It's because it ain't who I want to run because that person hasn't popped up yet. But out of the choices, I would love to see on the Democratic side, I would love to see a Kamala, a Gavin Newsom, a Barack, even if the amendments can get done by then, that Barack can step in or have some sort of input if the Democrats do get in, whether Secretary of State or Vice President or whatever, something within the bounds. Or and on the Democratic side, I mean on the Republican side, maybe Mike Pence, um, Rubio, DeSantis, JD Vance, any of those people, you know what I mean? Because they would just be puppets anyway, because there's nobody else named that's popping and permeating pop culture that, you know what I mean? Because that's who they get voted by popular demand, not by popularity and what they're gonna come through and do by popular demand. That's what you got to look at these days. He's scared off the Me Too movement. He got them quiet. Remember, um, the Me Too movement and the LGBTQ was who the Charlie Kirk people was around the time Charlie Kirk got killed. Remember, you couldn't say nothing bad about Charlie Kirk. What Jimmy Kimmel lost his job and so many other people for tweets and texts that they was doing and they was losing their jobs. It was like that when the LGBTQ community was the number one lobbyist for the Democratic Party. You couldn't say shit about them people, man. You was losing your job, you was losing money, people would stop going on your tours, all kind of stuff. It's always lobbyists and interest based on who they support. For instance, what's going on with you, family? Yeah, no, I didn't give a response on it because I knew that it was just gonna have to build. You talking about in Columbia? I talked to my daughter about the shit. My daughter lives in the Columbia area, and she was like, "It's not as serious as they making it out to be there. That people are protesting, so it's some way they trying to cover it up." But I say, shit, it happens everywhere. Remember this all the stuff that happened in LA with the Korean store owners? You know, that's the thing. We always, when we look at racism and racist, we always look at black and white when America as a whole, you know what I mean? What is it going to take a Chinese and a Pakistani to go head to head, gun to gun, for us to really say, wait a minute, we got a problem with respecting and accepting other races? And you know what I'm saying? Kamala Harris, number one, the best. Okay, Luis Pinero. DeSantos, even though strict on policies, is a great pick. All of them strict on policy, as his state benefits off of him greatly. Charlie Kirk is smartphone for the dummy. He got folded in Oxford. You said 100 yards away ain't a threat. Right, right, right. He wasn't a threat. He was no less the that little boy was no less the next what was the guy that had the hoodie? Trayvon Martin. And what do you think, for instance, you think it's between him, the young boy? What's the young boy name that got killed in Colombia or got shot? It's between him and Carmelo Anthony in Texas to be the next political racist hotbed. That Carmelo Anthony stuff is heating up, and especially if he get exonerated or if he get life or get a lot of time, it's going to be controversy. I don't think of an aspect of if I was the president because that's not my forte. You know what I mean? But if I was president, I would get more into the people. The first policies I would institute is come in and immediately get a hold of the infrastructure. Any road that's fucked up, get it right. Any community that's fucked up, go there and institute a bunch of town halls and really feel the people and feel found out what they need. I would directly go on a continental tour of all my holdings and see what we really need, not what my lobbyist said. I go and find out what is the people screaming at me. What if, even if I'm hated, what the fuck are they screaming that they hating me for, and try to correct that. What are they screaming for, and try to. I will feed the wolves. You know what I mean? Because we a pack. We got to start understanding that we are pride. You know what I mean? We are heard. We got to stop thinking loan this, loan that. I got this. We are Americans as a whole. That's how we will work efficiently. No, I wouldn't tax no rich because that's don't know that's what they doing. I tax everybody, but equally. You know what I mean? A fair exchange ain't no robbery. No matter how much you accumulate, I can't hate on him or tax him just because he became rich, because I don't know how he became rich. It might have been out of his hard work and labor, but I would tax all of us equally. Nobody will be getting a cut that had more than anybody. You know what I'm saying? You pay what you pay. You feel me? I probably would set a minimum if you here, then a maximum if there, but it will be within reason. And if I was to be the president, like I said, I would lower the gas immediately because you know they can be done. Stop price gouging. I would think more for American citizens as opposed to thinking for American corporations. You know what I mean? It's not how much money I can make, it's how many smiles I can put on faces that ain't, you know what I mean, flashed a smile in a while or had a reason to hold our heads high and, and fly that flag. That's what I would do if I was president. I switch the whole game up. Whereas they say they doing all this for America and go overseas, I would do a bunch of shit for America and ignore overseas. I would probably get into the isolationist mode like Japan was with the shogunate and stuff. And the United States was in isolationist mode when they came and tapped us on the shoulder and wanted us to help out in World War I and II. We was in isolationist mode. Smash that like. Got to bring the debt down to bring value back to the American dollar and focus on America and its people. Stop interfering with other countries unless called upon. True, Bam Bam. And that dollar is crazy. I just went into fell into a deep rabbit hole the other day trying to understand the dollar, and the dollar is falling and it's volatile right now. For every fucking dollar we got out there, 70% of it is foreign interest. Only 30% of the dollar is actually America. And I was reading how we stopped being under the gold standard because France and all these other countries asked for their gold back because they wasn't comfortable with America holding all their loot. And then we didn't even have the gold to cover it. What the fuck happened to the gold? I would definitely want a tax fund healthcare because people out here dying. It should be free healthcare. You fill out an application, whatever they give you, even if it's a long line, they give you time to come in and get your whatnot done. I mean, the youngsters are aware, but the old men want to take the world in their grave. Right. And that's what's so crazy about it. The old heads want to keep their thumb on everything. And they know they ain't long for the years instead of passing over to the young folks. That if a young person get he will get a better chance to make a bunch of mistakes and correct them before an old person will, because seemingly we never know our time to go, but you know what I mean, we go by just, you know what I mean, age alone. He should have, if nothing else comes in, you know what I mean, by divine, you know what I mean, if China comes knocking, we can't pay them back. Guess what, Momo? China will never come knocking. Because what the thing we don't realize is Asia is becoming more frenemy to the United States, and Europe is becoming an enemy, no more ally. Because I've seen a lot of these European heads of state now are talking they got to start taking care of themselves because they can't depend solely on the United States, with the United States pulling these bases and stuff, these soldiers out. But y'all notice over in the last few months we've been becoming more Asian friendly. Chilling, Lewis. What's up with you, Lewis? I'm just chilling, family. We have become more Asian friendly and less friendly to Europeans. And we have become the colonizers along with Asia, Russia, and Africa. We have become the colonizers in South America. We've been the colonizers in Central America. If y'all know anything, the people from the Civil War that seemingly lost, they never lost. They just, you know what I mean, moved to fucking Guatemala, Honduras, Belize, and kept on going with United Fruit Company, in which Chiquita banana is the Confederate. Every time you eat a Chiquita banana, you're contributing to the Confederate States of America, because that's one of the companies that they went to Yucatan Peninsula and started. Asians in America are are being played. Ain't that's crazy that that controversial stuff with that Asian was at the same time that JD Vance. No, it was it JD Vance or was it no Peach Headspeth was over in Asia last week at the same time that that court case was going on. It's sort of like when Lynn Sanity popped off with the Jeremy Lin guy was doing all that stuff with the Knicks. The premier of China was in town at the United Nations. Well, that's crazy about that Asian stuff too, because you notice when it's two races clashing, it's never really Asian and blacks and stuff like. Although it happens, like I said, the Koreans in LA been clashing with the blacks, but it's usually you know what I mean a white and a black situation. So that was the oddity on that one. Even not friendly, but frenemies, because he was super friendly with China. Where he went to, where he brought Zelensky over here, he shook Zelensky up and everybody else, even the little five African, the African, our continent came as a Congress. Five people came when they didn't come alone. I think the South African dude did, but the majority of the Africans came and got holed out. Next thing you know, they're sending people from Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras, and all other parts of the world to their countries, dropping them off. And I guess that was to pay back some of this money. We can drop these motherfuckers off, and y'all go ahead and foot the bill. Or even what they didn't notice, it was sending Mexicans to Africa. Now some of those Mexicans are gonna stay and have kids, and now there's gonna be, if it wasn't already a prominent um population of Mexican illegals, Honduras illegals in Africa. Ain't this crazy? Which Afro Mex always been the thing, as show as with the slave trade, Afro Latina. Nah, I use blunts. What's entourage? I use games. I was trying to find the pack. I use games, fam. Remember when the game blunts was big, like Philly blunts? They done managed to because games ain't no but them high ass Garcia Vegas. I use games, man. And I only use blue game. I mean, I don't like to do a lot of that backwood, all that stuff. I use games, family. Remember these shits used to be 99 cents. Now they're 129. They used to be $1.04. Them shits went up quickly when Donald Trump got in. America is more reliable. A lot of people get rich because of America, right? But the wrong people, I know people from Kenya, Uganda, and Nigeria. They don't mind their illegals. They have bigger fish to fry with their governments, right? So are they are acknowledging that the illegals are there? They'll mind them when the illegals start taking their jobs. They're already living in poverty when the illegals start taking their jobs. If that's actually true, what illegals do. I mean, yeah, legal assessment. We've been came to that. That she was the attorney general. Somebody did say she was governor, and I'm like Scooby Doo on her ass. But it is what it is. Damn, you say they already are. Okay, that's what it is. You know, I say Africa got to handle what's going on in Africa though, because in America I don't see no jobs that they took from Americans because half of the jobs they were doing were created specifically for them. You know what I mean? Smash that light, man. Half of the jobs that those illegal people were doing were created specifically for them. So I don't see them that they was even taking jobs from Americans because they was doing the jobs Americans would not do. Smash that like, share me out, man. Double tap that stream. 27 likes, 22 people in here. If you haven't already double tap that, double tap it, man. It's free. It's not the electric chair. It's not gonna shock me, homie. Let's get it popping. How's your day, man? How's your day? How's your day? How's your day? I'll never stop saying it until I get an answer from each and every last one of y'all. But what y'all think? Who is a sure a winner in 2028 in your opinion? You said no, the blame game. Tell me why you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris now. Three reasons, and then not the debate. Just as an American, I'm trying to get where you at with it. Who divided America? Somebody in the chat. All is well, bro. How is your day going? Chilling, family. Chilling, family. Wishing nothing but success. Lewis, what's your thing? What do you feel about Donald Trump getting booed at the Knicks game? You feel like it was warranted? You imagine that he was humiliated in the limousine ride back to the Air Force One? What's your opinion on it? Smash that like. And yeah, I'm good. Thanks for asking. Make sure y'all getting over there, turning on the notification bell too. And for everybody, y'all leave a comment underneath of these live streams on, you know what I mean, the answer to the question today is, would you vote for Kamala now? After all this stuff Donald Trump is taking us through, whether you would or you wouldn't, leave a comment below. Your opinion is greatly appreciated as Americans, family. Tiffany Chanel, WKRP in Cincinnati. What's going on, Tiffy? What's up with you, family? You know that Donald Trump got booed in New York. Okay, he deserved to be. He wasn't ignored. They gave him all the attention. I heard somebody say, "Pussy." Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, at the game, at the Knicks game. I'm telling you, I heard somebody yell out, "Pussy." I said, "No one's serious when somebody yell that shit out." No respect. No respect. No, honestly, I think no matter who is praised, we will be here because other people are pulling strings. Right. No matter who's president, the doctrine is always going to be, you know what I mean, whatever the powers that be want to pop off. I need to go back and watch the debate between Harris and Trump. Right. Harris, why for instance, to really see what Harris was trying to warn us about. Because I don't even understand the word salad shit. And now, if you ever listen to Trump, we got to think of a name for Trump. Like they said, Kamala Harris got the word salad. Trump got the he got the runs. Kamala Harris got the fucking um word salad, and Trump got the runs because he always talking shit. Know what I mean, right? Because seemingly she did try to warn us. Because being that she was in the executive office position, she know if she would have won, what she would have had to do from the powers that be. It was two syllabuses. Whatever which way the wind blow, this is what we going with. And I bet you that was the. I mean, Rubin and Vance are Jones in the free world. Rubio, okay. She said a lot of shit that came true, right? Forensics, but we'll say no. She was word salad. That's why they probably put that word salad in the lexicon, so you won't believe what she's saying or understand it because it'll all be garbled to you because you're so programmed to think that she's talking word salad. And while they was giving her the moniker of being this dumb blind woman of color, like a dumb blonde type of chick. And when she got to be just as cunning as Donald Trump to even excel to the executive officer position of vice president, definitely agree. Others are pulling them strings for sure, the king and queen, right? Sad Trump is the victim because the key is in his back, right? Ain't that crazy? The fucking oppressor is the victim. Lunching out. What's up, family? Right, but you know what? That's what I just said. It was two dojas on the table. Now, if we go this way with the Kamala shit, what you know what I mean, and it was the question of guns and butter again. That's all that presidential race was. The question of guns and butter. If we would have went with the Kamala, we'd have been going more as opposed of butter. It would have been a better chance for her to get in there and do some things with the infrastructure, upgrade the school system. Now, I mean, do some mama shit. But we went with guns, that's all pops talk about. Big guns, big dick vibes, you know what I'm saying? So we went with the guns, you know what I mean, which is more profitable. And it always outrules the butter, you know what I mean? Because you got to spend money to get the infrastructure up. War, you spend money, but you make a little money because you sometimes play the double agent. You sell weapons to the person that you're supposed to be going against. You know what I mean? Proxy wars are fought. Smash that like. She had to, mostly. That's the little point out the little thing. Donald Trump changed his attitude depending on who he's sitting next to. He's been a black supporter, he's been a white supremacist supporter, he's been a supporter of Latinos, he's been a supporter of Democratic Socialists. It depends on whoever he's sitting next to. He changes his style and the way he mediates with them. Okay. Okay, when you in the hood, yeah, you talk that shit. If you know anything about black people anyway, when we in the hood, we talk way different from when we out at work or in corporate America or in church or even when we in court. We talk way different. You know what I mean? It's three nicknames we had. We had a nickname that our inner circle, our mamas and the people that raised us call us. We got a nickname that the hood call us. And we have our name, the straw man that we represent out in the real world, homie. You got to know, man. Of course, she changed her vernacular. You can't talk to me and from Harlem like I'm from Atlanta because it's two different things. You got to know the vernacular, family. That's a soft skill that she has, able to assimilate that. But you'll point it out as well. That means she's relatable and she can relate and think quick on the draw. I mean, when you go to French, you don't go over there talking strictly American because they're gonna say, huh? Parlez-vous français? You got to oui, je parle français. When you in Rome, you don't go talking, I mean, American. You got to speak Italian or whatever. Who you might run across somebody that speaks Sicilian or Napoleonese or you know what I mean. You got to be able to, you know what I mean? You go to Basque country in Spain, that know what I mean, Spanish shit ain't gonna get it. You're gonna have to be able to speak Basque for them to understand you. So that's what she was changing her voice. You know, you gotta be a chameleon to be a politician, you gotta be relatable. So y'all point out all her soft skills and y'all don't even be realizing it. Linux is old school, man. And France, fuck France, Johan. I ain't got nothing to do with France or Germany. I know you over there, but I'm American. I don't give a fuck what happened to them countries because that's the problem now. Too busy worrying about somebody else. I'm on that sweep around my front door. Know what I mean, nope. Look at as a white bitch, I am not going to the hood talking like that. I don't think they would appreciate it. Shit, if you was from the hood, they appreciate it because you know the hood, contrary to what you think and what they put on the hood accept you as you are. Know what I mean, and that's what they got to start. You know what I mean, because they pinpoint on the crazy ass black girls and the crazy white women. They even got their own. The black girls are called welfare queens that wild out, and they probably ain't none of them on welfare. And the white girls are called Karens, and ain't none of them named Karen. You know what I mean. But yeah, it's a particular. I mean, why are you crying? You should be happy you're not from the hood. The hood come with a bunch of stigmas, struggles, unasked for problems. You know what I mean? Way before you even take your first breath, when you in your mama belly. In the hood, is so much that obstacles against you. Starting with the intake of the food that your mama is ingesting before you come in, or even illegal substances that are prevalent in the hood, or even stray bullets, or even other people in the hood. So to be from the hood and survive, you know, although the hood was set up for you to fail. I mean, like I said, even before you take your breath, to be from the hood and survive is an amazing achievement. So shout out everybody that's from the hood. I mean, it ain't a badge of motherfucking honor. It's a moment of clarity to know that shit get real. You know what I mean? And only the strong survive, family. Smash that like. Shout out all my Americans in here, man. And would you vote for Kamala now? That's the conversation we having. And it's fucking 26 people in here, man. 29 likes, man. If you haven't double tap that stream, double tap that stream. Momo, have you double tapped the stream? Have you smashed that like? Milwaukee Gangster, have you smashed that like? I know you have. Johan, you were here with that Sprechersy Deutsch. Have you smashed the like? Bam Bam, have you smashed the like? Lewis, have you smashed that like, man? The blame game came in here with it. Have you smashed it like? That's what I'm saying. Let's get them likes up so we can get this algorithm popping so we can know what the dope conversation is. For instance, you say you'll vote for it. Can you tell me 3 reasons why? And as you know, it's not the debate, family. Your opinion is highly respected. Why? 3 reasons. I'd rather not. I think Pete Buttigieg would be a fair, superior candidate. Can you name 3 reasons why, Lord Crimson? And how's y'all day, man? All my day one BMC supporters. How's y'all day, man? I want to say I'm greatly appreciative. Y'all held me down in the last couple of days where, you know what I mean, not too many people was coming through. You know what I mean? Y'all held me down. All my true supporters came out the woodworks, you know what I mean? When the whole chat screen was just filled up with BMC moderators, and it's greatly appreciated. You know what I'm saying? Salute. Momo salute. I'm still stuck on why blacks can't get IDs. Huh? The blame game. You know what? Why can't all black people have IDs? If that's the case, we'll be in jail. The police forever pulling us over, asking them for them. So why the police keep asking us for IDs if they know we don't have them? That's what's so stupid about that answer. The question is just plain motherfucking moronic. But the stupid thing about the answer is you ask why can't black people get IDs? Why do police keep asking for them if they know we can't get them? Know what I mean? They're the reason we can't get IDs. They're the reason we can't vote. Know what I mean? They take you out of the picture before you even get a chance to got they're gonna form an opinion on what's going on in society. 16, 17, 18. A person of color gonna get a felony, a baby, you know what I mean? Or you know what I'm saying, kicked out the house, maybe even, you know what I mean, incarceration or death. But 16 to 18-year-old white person is going to get his granddaddy watch, probably an old truck, pop's going to let you drive to school, some stocks and bonds out the safe. Now that you're of age, you got to handle your own business and might even the deed to your house that you live in, that you raised in, on your own land, shooting your family guns that was in your family. You know, it's different data and analytics for different people, man. Smash that like. They making it harder to get them and send police out to pull you over. It's a setup. They built America that way, right? And now you got to have an ID with a blue star on it called a real ID to get in a lot of these government installations and to even fly. What it is a organization of the how they doing people traveling and stuff, because once you go apply for that ID, they're gonna know your address and everything, they're gonna know everything about you. Then when you go flying, they're gonna further be able to put you in the system of, you know what I mean, with the real IDs. You know what I mean? That's a way of it ain't even about you flying, it's about getting you over there to the DMV and re-inputting your information. And it's gonna have to be right and exact so they can know your geo, you know what I mean, where you at, global positioning. I would, as America needs something new, never experienced. She is somewhat young and at least to have some type of morals. I know people don't like her for old jobs she did, but the job stuck with her decisions. World up, Ice Cyber saying not to vote. What up with Ice Cyber? I don't know, but Bam Bam answering that is a dope answer. And guess what? She is the closest for all these candidates that we named that is more America than they are, because she has the experience of living life, not being from a scion, being from regular people of color that whatever their profession was. I looked at some of her background. She went to Howard. Come on now. She is and then I say, well, she was sleeping with Willie Brown. Shit, who ain't slept with somebody? Who ain't did, you know what I mean? She has a real life experience. And she also has experience at the executive position. I still say they got her when they didn't put her in charge after Joe Biden was inefficient. I'm telling you, but yeah, ID costing shit. ID that's cheap. ID where I'm at costs $40. Especially that real ID, $40. It would be nice to have an actual law. Yeah, and actually somebody that is, like you said, she's younger and more relatable with what's trending and what's happening in America and what Americans need, because she more closer to be able to get in touch with. As and we was to sit down and talk to her, Donald Trump would be in his Archie Bunker stage like he was with that lady the other day. He was disgruntled and he wanted the control the narrative. Damn, $120. What state was that at? David Ayala says, yes, I will. Can you name 3 reasons why? And not to debate, just to see where you at that as an American. Wow, so you got to work 3 hours to buy an ID. 3 of your hours is to an ID. Smash that like, y'all. The blame game. I don't see color, at least when the next president work for the people. Well, the next president is going to definitely be somebody that's associated with democratic socialism, if you can't tell, because Mom Donnie can't be the president because of he got the, you know what I mean, whatever going on. But oh, you in Utah? Okay. Utah is a separatist state in my eyes. What would you think is bigger in Utah? the Democratic Republican political machine, or the Mormon church, or the Mormon lifestyle, shall we say? What's going on, Sassy Mizuwe? What's going on? Shout out Sassy Mo. Kaboom! Guess who stepped in the room in my SWB voice? Smash that like. What's up, Sass? You want out there at that stadium? What stadium did they play in last night where they booed Donald Trump with the Knicks? Was you smash that like, y'all? Share me out. Shout out Sassy Mo, man. Madison Square, okay, old school too. Can you imagine if you could have got out there and sold a bottle of water to 10% of that crowd, or orange light stick, or bootleg Knicks jersey or Knicks t-shirt or something out there? You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine the money you could have had made out there? That's my type of entrepreneurship. Find a venue like that that's gonna be, I mean, get out there and get in the crowd. You know, Michelle Obama said Trump would do exactly what he's doing now, way before he was officially reelected, right? And Kamala said it too. What's going on, Richard? It was heavily Mormon for a long time. Then we had an influx of people from Cali more here, and it's more diverse. Some countries are countries are Democratic, while others are Republican. Okay, okay. So none of them are just like Mormon. Are you a Mormon? Momo, are you a Mormon? Because I read the book of Latter Day Saints. I know about the when you going to the celestial kingdom, and what is it, liminal. It don't that's why they say Jesus Christ and Latter Day Saints, because a lot of times it seemingly is like a Baptist type of thing, but when you read the literature, you know what I mean, the Book of Mormons, it has nothing to do with Christianity, as opposed of, you know what I mean, it's more Urantia, Atlantis type of readings. Because you know, what was his name? Joseph Smith. Then he was it he was supposed to have found the golden books in a tree in New York. You know, he never even met the person that brought you Mormons um religion. He never even made it to the promised land. Sort of like Moses never made it to the promised land with the Israelis, with the Israelites. Two different things. We all see the signs on the wall. Okay, I was going to watch the game on the screen outside Madison before Trump stopped that shit. Damn, Bam Bam. Yeah, Trump came through and fucked up the whole atmosphere. That's crazy. And that's, you know what they're gonna use that as? To do a temperature check with America, because Trump was at home and he was in the heart of America. New York City is the capital of the world. So, you know what I mean? Okay, you was raised Mormon and baptized. Okay, okay. So I don't. Are you a member of the what's the priesthood for women? But I know the men is the Melchizedek and the Aaronic, right? Aaronic or something. Aaronic and the Melchizedek. And did you go on your as an elder? Did you go take your little trip around the country and push the word of the Latter Day Saints as an elder? Because back in the day, I'm telling you, I met some dope Mormons, man, young boys and shit. And it started off with two of them, Steen Larson and Golden. Golden and Steen Larson. One of them had dark hair, one of them had brown hair. One of them was from upstate New York, and one of them was from like Cali. And they were Mormons. And this was when 50 Cent was popping. I just let them read Source magazines and listen to 50 Cent. And I guess they were supposed to have been on their eldership. They were supposed to have been more humble with it. But their bikes got stolen in the hood. I went and got their bikes for them. I went to the hospital the same day. Hey, Mo, you remember the Mormons got shot on this side on the East Coast? Two Mormons were on their eldership and they ran across this guy doing a murder, and he thought they saw him and he shot them too. I was in the hospital that day, and my Mormons that I had ran across, the first two, and they came with the organ player Elder Hoos from the cathedral, and they came to see me at the hospital. I was there. I was having problems with my heart, with my, you know, what I mean, breathing and stuff. But they came and checked me out. The Mormons was pretty dope. They even turned me on to the cathedral. I went to a Mormon cathedral because they were seemingly trying to get me to join. When I got there, the bishop was like, hell no, he had his back to me, but it was a little deacon. He was helping the women load up the truck for the Thanksgiving baskets and stuff because they was gonna do a little bit of charity. And I helped him and we talked. And then I went and sat down. I was in that Mormon church seemed like fucking children of the corn because it looks like a Baptist church with the pews and all the little paraphernalia, but when you read it, it's nothing similar to every name is changed. It's Lemuel and his sons and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That shit crazy. It's just like the Christian church, but they got their own doctrine and stories. You know what I'm saying? The Sumerian Egyptians, Canaanites are descendants of Ham. Okay. Political and religious ideologies is how they condition the masses, right? Yep. They can't get you with the religious, they're gonna get you with the politics, you know what I mean? And if it ain't that, they'll go ahead and get you at the barriers with your economy. You know what I mean? A hungry man is an angry man. I left at 12, so I never got that far. We have a ton of Masonic temples. Right. Well, that's all it was. Masonic in religion. That's why I got sanctioned. So but you know, Mitt Romney was a Mormon. A lot of Mormons are out of Mexico too. American Mormons, a lot they got a little stronghold in Mexico too. Mitt Romney family, that's where they from. The Mormons are very intricate in our political too, and in on a federal level because what's so crazy with do check this shit out. Like if it's not 75, I would say 50% of the actual people who work in the federal government are Mormons because they're good at keeping records and they also don't really are not interest based, where is they're not actually Christian and they're neither Democratic or Republican per se in their ideologies teachings. Google that shit about the Mormons. But I met a lot of them after those young boys. They put my name on the wall, and um, all the Mormons that came to my area, they sought me out. You know, they come and ask, can they come and read the book with you? And I'm telling you, at least 10 pairs of them came through, and I used to give them each one of them like little dope names. One of them probably checking this out now, like, yeah, Black did. Yo, I used to be sitting at the table and shit, the big table and shit, we chilling. I might be sipping on something good, smoking something, and all they would be beating the door down, coming and talking to me because I think I kind of was showing them a side of Black people that they always wonder how them Black motherfuckers chill. You know what I mean? And I always wonder how what the Mormons really about, and the way to get to them is in conversation and politics and our calmness. They was coming. I'm telling you, this was when 50 Cent was at the height. You know what I mean? They was reading Source magazines and sitting there around the weed smoking. You know what I mean? That shit was crazy, but it was a learning experience for me and them. I probably shaped how they see the world right now and just not knowing. But the first two original ones that I told you that came to see me in the hospital, when they left and went on their whatever they did and got busy in the street in the world, one of them sent back a postcard like a an invitation to his wedding, the kind of quiet one. And in New York, upstate New York, I didn't go. I didn't even respond to it, but I was just like, damn, I had an effect on them. But I used to get all of them names like you're gonna be a lawyer, but some of them be sitting there, then some of them will be looking around, and some of them would be looking shook. And I used to get all those Mormon kids a name. You know what, I would. It probably is a way I could get in touch with them, and by way, one way is get in touch with Elder Hoos. He was older. He might still be living, but he was the organ player at their cathedral, and he brought them to see me when I was in the hospital. You know what I mean? Smash that light. Yeah, the Mormons, because the dude that started that ChristianMingle.com was a Mormon. And when you check your genealogy, it's by way of the Mormons documentations. Well, look at all the fraud from the Republicans. It's probably 400 million too. So that's what, $800 million worth of fraud. How many Americans on a under the 50% under the 50% that's not eating? How much of us benefited from that? Yep, people are currency and we're products. By way of the currency is when they signed the New Deal, FDR, he leverage everybody when they turn 18's culpability in creating a money stream in the United States, um, as opposed of who wasn't going to be making a money stream. That's why they say if a lot of people in a particular year failed the third grade, 15 years later, you know what I mean, build a bunch of prisons because by then they'll all be unemployed or on the wrong side of the law and committing crimes, and we'll need more prisons. Y'all ever heard about that? But if a certain amount of people failed third grade, they built more prisons 15 years later or plan for them. I guess Johan, smash that like, share me out. 62 y'all in here, man. Double tap the screen. Let's get these lights up to 100 real quick. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. That's crazy. It's 60 people in here and we at 29 likes. If you're an American, double tap the screen if you haven't already have, man. Show some integrity, man. Would you vote for Kamala right now? Is a conversation being held. You know what I mean? And what's your opinion on Donald Trump getting booed? It was a white supremacy celebration, Richard Williams. Now I don't even think it's gonna pop off. How's your day? Krusty says, one as good as another, just different ways of declining neoliberal policy. Salute, Krusty. I agree with you with that. All of them is the same bird. They just get a chance to do they one tools and then they give them a chance. Know what I mean? They playing the same game. Chess is chess no matter who playing it. Sometimes people do well because they think, and sometimes people do well by just learned behavior. But those that don't motherfucking invest in thinking can never be a good chess player. So I mean, smash that like. Richard, did you get over there and first of all, did you double tap the stream? Did you get over there and turn on the notification bell so that when we have those conversations, you can participate? And for those of us that haven't contributed to the BMC e-bike foundation, $1 towards the e-bike, know what I mean, get over there. The cash app is posted, fam. Ain't that's the problem. Americans very rarely support Americans, but we about all this Timu shit. Their supreme deity is El, and one of his sons is Shalem, the God of peace. His city is Heru Shalem, that will be later Jerusalem. So you're trying to say they were the Jebusites because that's who built Jerusalem, the Phoenician Jebusites. Y'all know that all of this stuff has its birth in the Phoenician culture, which was prevalent on the Levant. I would say they were the merchants for the black civilizations of Africa. They were also a black civilization. They were the merchants. It was like the Walmart for the neighborhood of Africa. I mean, and it was considered maybe I would say Saks Fifth Avenue because everything that they had was considered the elite, including their religion, their alphabet, which was copied and now is Greek, and then over in the West, they do recognize it as phonetics, Phoenicia. That's what you gotta understand. All of this stuff is muddled in antiquity. I mean, we don't know really what it was, but we do know that Africa is in its base. I'm gonna keep it honest. Fanbo, what it is right now. Okay, ain't nothing wrong with it. You say you support China. Your great great grandfather is Chinese. Can you name 3 reasons and 3 ways that you support China? We all support China. We all support Mexico. We all support India. India by way of all these call centers and all this other shit. China by way of all this Timu shit. TikTok, we buy all this shit off of Alibaba Express. And Mexico also. I mean, who doesn't fuck with avocados from Mexico? You feel me? So we support all those countries for real, and we do business with them. Like I said, a bunch of foreign interests had 70% of our dollar. I mean, that's why they don't go ahead and crush it because they'll fuck themselves up. Smash that like, y'all. Shit, you might as well continue to support China because right now that's what we're going Asian friendly, less European. I mean, you don't eat avocado, you don't eat guacamole, you don't eat guacamole, fanboy, and you from Cali, but you from Oakland. Y'all different out there. Oakland is like always been independent on their own type of niggas. They don't follow, I mean, suits. Chinese poverty went down by 200 million. DB Coastal, what's going on with you? China is communist, and I know that's way good, but I respect that they run smooth economy. Even Abraham said in the Bible, El is my God. El, Elohim, they came from above. El, yeah, but El was a tribe. You do know that, right? And even when you say the names Gabriel, Samuel, Jezebel, you know what I mean? You are speaking of different gods or deities that came from above. And Gigi and Nunaki, we got different names for them. See, when we get history, when it gets so far back like that, it becomes mythology and Each and every one of us have our own interpretation of it. Of course, yeah, El, like El Shaddai. You feel me? El, Elohim, they came from above. Enoch spoke of the El. No, Ugar, no, 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 no. Phoenician, man, that Ugar. El Darusio. Okay. Right, Bam Bam. There's 38 all in here, man. Let's get them likes up to 100, man, in this live stream. Smash that like, Shelby out. All these red pockets in California and people continuously complain about Democrats. Explain all the Republican governors in California over the past 70 years. Because nobody is voting them in, they're being appointed as a Republican stronghold. You know, Republicans do better with corporate America than Democrats because most Democrats are like sheriffs and school teachers and people that was popular in neighborhoods and former high school quarterbacks and maybe some NFL quarterbacks that are Democrats. Democrats are a loose bunch of people under the banner of being the Democratic Party, as well as the Republicans are mostly scions like your Strom Thurmans and other people who people's passed it down to them with being into politics. That's what their family is into. Like, you know what I mean? Sort of like when your grandma knew this lawyer and then you knew his son and then you knew his grandson also and now maybe his great grandson, and you dealt with him. That's how the Republicans really the base of their party is in. I mean, nepotism. But Democrats is like a free for all for anybody that want to scooch in there and put Democrat in. You know what I mean? That's why the what's that, Jill Kleinstein or whatever her name is, the Green Party. That's why they don't mix it. They like the Democrat proving grounds. You know what I'm saying? The Republican proving grounds where they go in there and they learn a bunch of shit. Maybe they can. I mean, name me one good politician, dude. All of them bad. That's the good politicians that do bad. Let's look at the poll right quick. Trump approve 35%. Disapproval 54%. 50-50, 4%. It's Obama and the Dems' fault. 6%. Make sure y'all take the poll, man. Make sure y'all tap in, tap that like. We trying to get 100 likes on this live stream, and make sure y'all get over there, turn on the notification. You know what I mean, support the channel. You know what I mean, support the stream. Leave a comment below. Would you vote for Kamala right now underneath of this live stream? And if you see the hype button, go through and just hype up all of it, man. Okay. Mac Blast, Kirk told on Tay Tay because of that he never reputable in the blade. Mac Blast. Mac Blast. Ah, that's my shit right there. And shout out Elohim Mac Blast from the Acorn. That's what it is, fambo. Shout out Elohim, man. That documentary was crazy he was on when he was younger. What's up with Elohim, man? Is he holding his head up? Mac Blast. The Democratic administration reduced the deficit. The Republican administration increased the deficit. I don't think they're the same shit. They are the same. They just go about it different ways. Each one of them get their chance to do their one twos. Yeah, the military industrial complex is who Donald Trump working for right now. You say, look at the map. Look at the map designer on Washington D.C. The streets is a mess. Okay, Momo, make sure you come back, man. Make sure you put on that go over there. Double tap the screen first of all on your way out. Make sure you have the notification bell on so that we can have another one of these dope conversations. And make sure you answer the question below this live stream on, and this is for people that's on the playback also. Would you vote for Kamala right now with all this stuff and your opinion on, you know what I mean, why did Trump get booed in his hometown? Smash that like, y'all. Okay. He good. That's what it is. That's what it is. Son Mimes from the Black Money Corp tell him hold his head, man. I respect it, G. You got to do what you got to do sometimes. He got a crazy story too. I heard the story from somebody else telling it. Maybe it was Papa Lot. I think I heard. I think Papa Lot. Then I seen the documentary that was floating around. What was that? That was dealing with remember that little joint that they used to go earlier. Where we at? Oklahoma? Yeah, what's going? You know what I mean, that type shit. Yeah, but his story should be a movie. Kamala Harris can go to hell with her wick, devilish, demonic party. Wow, Pastor Pork Chop, what's going on with you? Smash that like. The rich and kind of don't care about the people around them. I'll go for that. You say you'll vote for Kamala, Mr. Airplane. Can you name three reasons why? And it's not the debate, just to see where you as an American is you know what I mean, where you coming from. And have you double tapped the screen, got over there, put on the notification bell? Know what I mean, leave a comment below. If y'all see that hyped up, hype it up, fam. Let's get these conversation held. As Americans, the one thing that's free, you know what I mean, a bunch of bells and whistles, nobody contributes. Nobody, you know what I mean? I gotta charge off for something for you to get it. Do I have to put a price on it? That's crazy, fam. Smash it like it's free, fam. You have no business living anywhere you can't afford. I know I can't afford it in LA no matter how much I love it. Right. I don't think either of them should be in office. We need, yeah, you're right with that. They shouldn't be in office. We need somebody new because they both dumb as shit. But Trump is not the right pick for this country. He's getting rid of all the cheap labor. Mr. Airplane, you said a mouthful there, but that's in your opinion. I like that though. Know what I'm saying? Fambo, let's drop the link too, y'all. Let me see what my G dropped. You said you'll vote for as far as Trump getting booed, says DB Coastal. I think the New Yorkers are see him as a crook, like all businessmen and women, just like the nature of the beast. You know that Trump is a native New Yorker, so they know who he is. No matter what's our assumption, they know Trump. He was born there. That's his place, I mean, of comfort. Crimson, smash that light. Here in DC, the streets all branch away right from the Capitol. Yep, Benjamin Banneker, a black man from Maryland, a free black man. His name was Banaka because of the he was a Jacobite. He had that Jew in him, black Jew, a real black Jew. Is maybe his mother maybe been a Irish mulatto, Irish mixed mulatto, but Benjamin Banneker, it was left in his hands to plan Washington D.C. as while Lafayette ran out. You know what I mean? But I still think they took a lot of his achievements and gave them to Benjamin Franklin because Benjamin Franklin could not have been doing no electricity and no clock and all that shit if he was in France all those years. I mean, but Benjamin Banneker and Benjamin Franklin had similar things like almanacs, um, clocks, dealing with different electricity type of things, and it just you know what I mean. I think they took Benjamin Banneker's shine a little bit. They would have gave it all to Benjamin Franklin. I mean, if it wasn't really a real person, sort of like John Hanson too. A lot of people from that area was prominent in the development of America. John Hanson was seemingly mulatto or black too in his origin. The president of the Continental Congress before the Declaration of War and the signing of the Declaration of Independence was John Hanson. Smash that like and do your research on it. Wow, Pastor Pork Chop. The main thing is with me is clarity without calling names. Can you speak your gripe on why you don't think um because when you really don't understand what's going on because you're not speaking on logic, you're speaking off of passion and hatred. Smash that like y'all. Make America great again, says Joseph. That's what it is. Joseph, can you name three reasons or three ways, matter of fact, that we can, as Americans, participate, make America great again without even Donald Trump? What's three? I mean, make America unity again, fambo. Know what I mean? Remember 4th of July, motherfucker. Everybody have on a red, white, and blue short set. Smash that like y'all. Yes, I'm black and from New York City, Brooklyn, New York. Mike Tyson hometown. Democrats are a bunch of wicked liars, especially the Black Caucus. And yes, I am FBA, no immigrants in my family. Right. Okay, Pastor Porkchop, what part of Brooklyn are you from? My pops was in Brooklyn for years, right over there by where they got the Barclays Center at, but he was there when the Dominicans was on it. Over there, what's that, Myrtle Ave and spots like that there. What part of Brooklyn? Because and depending on what part of Brooklyn you from too, are you over there by Bensonhurst, where maybe the Jews and the mafia are at, or you Flatbush, you know what I mean, Caribbean, Rude Boy, or is it Red Hook? What part of Brooklyn? Brooklyn has this little different idiosyncrasies too, man. Are you over there by Marcy and um Tillman and smash that like right? Smash that like, y'all. I'm not searching no video of Trump's downfall. We already know he 80 this month. I'm not trying to find out nothing bad against Trump. I'm trying to find a positive reason to support him as the president. I mean, and so far he has yet to even come up with a substantial smokescreen to make me believe that he's trying to help America. I'm not going to watch no shit laughing at him. I'm trying to eat with him. That's all I'm trying to do. That's the problem. We point out too many things that's wrong with our people. Even Trump, he's one of us. No matter what you say, he is still American. He's the president. So I ain't trying to go watch him pass gas and all that shit. Trying to see what kind of bills and laws he's passing that's going to affect me, whether negative or positive, because the American people always end up being the collateral damage. So all that other stuff is just diversionary tactics. You probably a bot with that. Go watch this video of Trump. Nah, dog, I ain't got no time to be watching no video of Trump. I'm watching this shit live. What he doing? You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. I'm near Newark, a few minutes from the immigration center that has been on TV these past few days. It is terrible our environment right there. Wow. Do it seem like anybody is a paid protester out there? Is it for the TV? Because when I used to go to a lot of Black Lives rallies and sell merch and stuff, and all these other little get-togethers, I went to a couple, so much during the like the pandemic and right around before and after it. I was heavy into going selling merch at a bunch of different venues that was heavily populated by political people on every different aspect, and all of it seemed like it was more people with cameras out there and more LGBTQ community people in every event, whether it was white supremacists, black supremacists, white nationalists, black nationalists, any of that. It was more LGBTQ than any other um member of the population. So it was showing me that it's a war chest out here that's being spent on fighting Donald Trump and MAGA, and I'm thinking it's by the LGBTQ because they stand the most to lose or the most to gain because they gained the most and lost the most dealing with the Democrats as of late and Trump. They gained all day, freedoms that they wanted, and now Trump came in and flipped it. Shit, hell no, know what I mean? Yo, pork chop, watch your mouth, family. Ain't nobody block your moderation. Ain't no moderator block you. That was Nightbot. That's AI, dummy. You fussing with a robot. See what I'm saying? That's gonna be more common. Pork chop. My moderators they block you. Maybe you text something that YouTube ain't want you to. YouTube blocked you. Watch your mouth. See, I told you somebody that talks like that, like when they used to say, if you curse a lot, that means you low intelligence. You ain't got shit to say. White folks weren't doing those type of labors to even consider creating better systems. They didn't rely on muscle power from people or animals. Huh? I don't even know where that came from, Richard. But can you explain that white folks weren't doing? Oh, well, I'm gonna say this: if it's talking about with the illegals, white folks, yeah, those jobs were created for illegals to pick fruit, to clean your house, to come and fix your roof cheap, to dent pull your shit, to stand by the road and make sure you can get your healthy dose of pineapples and the avocados. You like to make that guac, don't you? Maybe even try prickly pear. Ooh, on my teeth. And even some of y'all adhering to the watermelon diet. And I'm talking to the majority. Y'all know who y'all are. Y'all had them here until your kids start speaking Spanish. Because remember the housekeepers used to be black and your kids would be talking that Jav talk. That's why we got a lot of wiggers up in high places because of they black housekeeper was running the house, fixing food for the father, showing the mother how to keep him, even giving her advice on because she got more obstacles at home to deal with than this white lady that's everything's handed to her. But it was the black housekeeper. And then when they started getting that cheap labor, the kids coming in there thinking radical and talking Spanish and dating Puerto Rican women and all kind of shit. I mean, they ain't want that. Smash that like no illegals, bro. Early 20th century inventions. Okay, early 20th century inventions always are muddled in suspicion with me. Starting with the Nicholas Tesla stuff, but ending with George Washington Carver, um, Charles Drew, um, Eli Whitney, Alexander Graham Bell, and the many people of color that he stole their patents all behind, you know what I mean, not having the money. Nationalism and xenophobia is, you forgot to mention Islamophobia. Because a lot of times people will come in and say, fuck Iran and the Muslims. Are we at war or in a military operation against Iran, who's ran by a Muslim regime, and it's the home, coincidentally, of the Aryans. That's what Iran means. Or we at war with Islam? Like it makes no sense. So the war, or the you know what I mean, that we're having with Iran is actually a undercover war against a proxy war against Islam. You say it's a war of crimson. Okay, it's a war. But they said it was a and you know, we're in 100, what's the 102nd days, 102 days of this shit. 102nd. I'm talking like AI. 102nd days. I mean, but man, it's been fucking shit. 100 and some days, and they ain't beat these people yet. Would you think, would you respect somebody going 12 rounds and losing? Or somebody going 1 or 2 rounds and getting knocked out? I don't give a fuck if they have nuclear weapons. What I want is America to be able to protect me if they do have one. That's the question. I don't give a damn if they got a nuclear weapon. The question that should be asked is, does the United States have an answer to, if they do, can they protect me from it? I don't give a fuck about what Iran has. You never know. Why do they need one? Protection, right? Whoever can motherfucking build it deserves it. Know what I mean? Don't never try to holler at a bitch you if you can't fuck. Honest to God. Get your mind right. Nah, it's cool for you to do it. When I do it, you got a problem. The same thing we putting restrictions on, even like the bomb shit, restrictions was on black people, on Chinese people, on other people of color, other people that are considered minorities, even of the same color, on Irish, on people Germans. On that's all we base this shit on. A bunch of he shouldn't have a bomb. What the fuck? So you got a gun, I'm supposed to come in with a slingshot. Come on, dog. It's all in responsibility and what you do with it. It's not what you have, it's what you do with it. Family. I don't see no problem with guns in the hood, but defend yourself. Know what I mean? Don't weaponize it. A weapon, you know what I mean? Guns kill. You know what I mean? There's no other alternative. That's the ultimate goal. So if you ain't ready to kill or you ain't trying to kill, stop killing. You understand? Russia too, 4 years of Ukraine, and they're the second best army there. Russia and Ukraine are cousins. They fight like this for centuries. It's the same as Poland and what is that next to Poland? Is that Lithuania or Belarus? They sat back and watched. All of them are cousins, fam. And all they're doing is fighting a proxy war for democracy, man. On one side of it is Russia and Asia closing in on these democracy peoples. Russia and Asia with their communism and, you know what I'm saying? You say you never liked Trump. Can you name 3 reasons why you never liked them, Red Pharaoh? No other countries, if I'm not mistaken. Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan, and you know that they had 3 other sites that they were going to do, but the Japanese people rolled over. They were about to bomb some shit, and also Nagasaki was a direct hit on Catholics. Nagasaki was the home of a bunch of Catholics. The Navy was created to combat Muslims that was taking sailors as slaves. Well, the Navy's first job was to fight off other people. In my opinion, my research on the Barbary Coast, that's what the Marine fights on. from the shores of Tripoli to the halls of Montezuma, or vice versa. If I'm mixing it up to my fellow Americans that are Marines that come through here, no disrespect, but that was one of the first jobs of the United States Corporation. Lending the Marine Corps and the Navy, or the loosely the dragoons and uh little frigates that we could muster up. That was our job. That's why we still do it to this day when we go on these tours, like these Eisenhower battle groups and all that. When they go around on their tour, you know what I'm saying? That's when it's like walking in prisons. The prison guard. We're being paid to go in those waters. And that's crazy. Smash that like. Did y'all know that when the United States go on these tours, like with our military, when the boats go out to like the Mediterranean, they get paid for that. Right. The Marines, but it's a corporation. You know what I'm saying? And they were paid to fight off the pirates on the Barbary Coast. The pirates weren't Arabic predominantly, they weren't black predominantly. They were a loose, you know what I mean, from all parts of the world, because the Vandals was over there in North Africa for centuries. The White Vikings, the Vandals, the ones that got all the way over to Constantinople, became the king's private guard, as well as like the Swiss have been in every war, but they always say they neutral. But the Swiss are mercenaries, so they're not in the war as Swiss. There because they, even in Europe, especially, they was known for their pikes and their defense tactics, sort of like the Romans, and they're the only ones that can be the Pope God, the Swiss people. But even the Germans have been in a lot of wars by way of mercenary. When you see that green in the Revolutionary War, that doesn't denote UK. They wore red. The green are the Hessian mercenaries. That's what Germany was, just one big war engine. I mean, they had the history in the Teutonic Knights. Smash that like. Share me out, man. No monarchy involved. It was no less a big ass like what we're turning into. That democratic socialism that's had its birth in Germany, because they wasn't backed by religion. They allowed it because no, it was a form of control. They really was backed by military might and force. Don't make Trump the focus of American problems. He's a face. Bush Sr. was the one who restarted the secret deals with the others. Yep, with the Iran Contra stuff and Oliver North and all that. They sold weapons to Iran, Israel also. And what do I? Okay, let's move up to the future right now. Why nobody is in the streets talking about the merging of the Israeli forces and the American forces? They're supposed to be, I mean, collaborating. Ross Perot was terrible, man. He always remind me of a mix of Donald Trump and George Bush Jr. with the hair with the cowboy style. Ross Perot and mixed with a little what's the dude from the Purdue Chicken? The American military attacks impoverished countries with high levels of natural resources without the ability to extract and sell to the world. Exactly, Richard. That's why you have your Hades. They would never stabilize Haiti as a um, geopolitical stronghold, because they are too busy getting the iridium, the gold, and the other myriad precious and rare, earth minerals that are there. That's why they want Ukraine. Ukraine is a virtual whatever Tesla and them need for the fund all this shit, or to fuel all this shit they doing. Ukraine and spots like they got it. South America, South Africa also has that iridium. Did y'all know that South Africa has nuclear weapons? Yeah, I know about the Ross Perot situation. Remember, Ross Perot was Bernie Sanders. How everybody speak on Bernie Sanders. Ross Perot was, I mean, it was like a early stages of what with Donald Trump. You know what I mean? Trump is the enemy within, says Lewis. Smash that light. Germany fought the Vatican for 30 years, lost more than a half of the population. Right. But Germany, that's and they Protestant Lutheran when they went with that Lutheran. But what about Jakob Fugger? You ever did any research on Jakob Fugger? Johann? Jakob Fugger and the programs and projects in ghettos and Germany and Prussia and Bavaria, the Habsburgs. And yes, the popes, depending on what's the pope nationality, you could tell what was political intrigue because okay, the pope's nationality was Spanish when the Spanish was conquering the New World as they called it, and the pope gave the okay to do it under the name of God. Danny Hemphill, what's going on? Yeah, Jakob Fugger, Fugger. He had Pope in the hat along with the Pope's enemies. He funded that shit. Of course he is. He's for Chicago. That's why if Rubio and JD Vance get into power, it's gonna be an interesting dynamic because both of them are Catholics and the Catholic yeah, the Habsburgs were Moors. You're the first person I ever heard admit that on the stream. But yep, the Habsburg, that's why they try to say a lot of them was inbred. And a lot of Habsburgs married a lot of nobility in Europe. I think um Catherine the Great from Russia. She was from the Habsburg stock. She was out of Germany. And Queen Victoria, and which half of goddamn all of Europe were her grandkids. After Queen Victoria, everybody that came after her was 6 degrees of separation, being one of her kids, grandkids. Trump is the best president in my life. I've been around since the Eisenhower administration. God damn. So not being funny, Danny Hemphill, Eisenhower. Eisenhower was in the 50s. How old were you when Eisenhower was popping off? Eisenhower was a shaky time too, because they brought him back from obscurity. You know, he was a military um hero, a war hero, bunch of shit named after Eisenhower. But seemingly he was used by the military infrastructure too as the face of America when we was fighting McCarthyism, where they was accusing everybody in every aspect of life being communist. It's the same thing now when they're accusing everybody of either being a democratic socialist, a communist, or you know what I mean, as of late, a Muslim sympathizer. And then on the flip side of it now, we have accused everybody of being on a take from Israel. There's so many variants. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but Eisenhower, he the first people dealing with Eisenhower to coin the word um third world also, meaning it was the fight against communism and the people in the middle were the third world considered either leaning this way towards the west and democracy and this way the east um and that with the communism and socialism stuff. But now it's got that going known when you see somebody's third world, you think of their poverty level, and it had nothing to do with their money. It was all about their politic at first when they was considered third world. Smash that like y'all. Somebody in my bloodline got banished from England for stealing from royals family. He was over their money. I forgot which king it was. And where did they ended up? Either in Australia, India, or the United States, any one of the penal colonies. Because you know that a couple of states in the United States has its birth in a penal colony. Georgia, which they gave Oglethorpe a bunch of goddamn concessions because for whatever reason he called in a debt or he borrowed some shit from Savannah to Charleston, all that little section right there, Oglethorpe and on down to some parts of Florida was with you know what I mean. He was Irish and his where he dealt business, the Orange Irish, the ones the Scotch Irish that they brought the island and probably depopulate and repopulate with the Scottish people when they was going to war with the Irish people. That's why just like in America, in North America, we have most of the people that come from the green part of Ireland, like your Dublins and stuff like that. They're mostly in the north. They came as immigrants. Most of the people that came down in the south, they're more likely Belfast. I mean, you know, more with the orange. The people that support England, they're going to be coming out of the Charleston and the Savannah area, where they're the orange Irish. There's two different kind of Irishes on that flag. You know, it's orange and it's green. The orange ones are more southern. You understand because they came as buffers with the black people. That's because it was prevalent for the transportation and the sale of slaves. Okay, the ones that came up north, that came immigrants through the Statue of Liberty, Boston. I mean, clam chowder and stuff like that. Chilling. What's good with you, Akeem Page? How you? How you, family? How's your day, my G? What you think about Trump getting booed last night? What you on your way to work? Thanks for always coming through, showing that support. But the Irish, um, they got two different kinds of them, and they populated Georgia with the penal colony stuff. Also, Pennsylvania, William Penn, he got charged of Pennsylvania because number one, his daddy was a famous fighter for England, UK, and they felt like they owed him, so they gave him a little leeway. Being the dude's son, he called in a favor because his daddy always held down the crown. You feel me? And he came over here bringing a bunch of indentured servants. Y'all know that the people that came in America were not the elitists where they were from. They was the ones that was running. And you know what I mean? And we still running. I mean, we still running. The people that came to America were not the elitists over there. The cream of the crop ain't come over and say, I say I'll go to America. No, they sent the people they didn't want to America, Australia. They sequestered in the army, had them fighting in India. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like you say, hell no. Okay. Salute, Lewis. That's what it is. Thanks for your support. Make sure you share me out. Turn that notification bell on. Miss Thornton says, hell no. Why wouldn't you vote for Kamala? Kamala could have told us the plans. I'm not Trump. Vince, Kamala did try to tell you what was up. You didn't want to listen. I believe it was the United States. It was like West Virginia, something where they ended up. Okay, okay, okay. So they came through and got with the Melungians. And they ended up in Virginia or West Virginia. But remember, West Virginia didn't exist until after the Civil War or around that time. It was the state of Virginia. All right, Lewis. She's a little bit drunk. And Donald Trump, they say he don't even drink. So what's his reason for being a little bit? Who allowed our country to be taken? How did she allow our country to be taken over? She wasn't in charge of anything. Y'all stop attributing um Kamala Harris, Joe Biden administration's, know what I mean, downfall. Shit. Sometimes you listen but just don't react because you just waiting. That's what the most of Americans do, right? We just listen. Sometimes we don't, we just wait. Jennifer says Kamala never. Okay. Why? She was in charge of our border. No, she was not. Y'all gotta stop just, you know what I mean? And look at you. You ready to have a hissy fit. Calm down, man. What are you talking about? Yo, don't get your panties in a bunch, family. We all Americans here, aren't we? Why so hostile, man? I mean, really, radical dude. Remember when white kids used to talk like that? Alejandro Mayorkas. Right, that Latino lady. Wasn't she a lady? That's what you talking about, Alejandro Mayorkas, right? Not Harris. Don't tell him nothing, forensics. I like Kamala. I like Biden, and I miss Obama. Okay, I go for the I like Kamala. I don't like Biden as so much because it was his administration that railroad, little sis. But Obama, yeah, I miss Obama. I wish he get a second chance now that he had a firm foot in, and he better look at some of the things that Donald Trump is doing. If he does get another chance, that he better follow suit. I'm not saying pass the same and do the same, but in the way he doing it with by way of executive order. Use that executive order and stop depending on the Senate and Congress. I mean, okay, he's a guy. And there's a lady by the name of Mayorkas too. And maybe she was in education. Smash that like, man. Share me out. They definitely would. Because I see MAGA is heavy and whatever Donald Trump is with, they with it. Whether it's against themselves or not. It's Muslim MAGA that's like down with Iran and we need all the Muslims out here. It's Muslim MAGA. You know what I'm saying? And it's similarly, they are down with whatever Donald Trump says the wind is blowing this way. That's what they do. It's crazy. Right. One trip to the border and she the borders off. Well, now it's sort of like people that depend on what the Bible is saying 5,000 years ago. The Constitution was made to, you know what I mean, establish, you know what I mean, it's the blueprint. Now it's so much more that we have to deal with. We not only do we deal with dumb intelligent people, we got to deal with artificial intelligence. It's a new age in time. We, you know what I'm saying? The Constitution is kind of played out. That was for 13 colonies. What about 50 some odd states and territories? You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to look at not 13 colonies. We got to look at 50 some states and territories, all with their own, you know what I mean, monetization. They all got their own, you know what I'm saying, vibe, their own culture, their own superstitions, their own trade deals, global, you know what I mean, and even intercontinental. You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to look at. The Constitution was designed for 13 colonies of a ragtag, loosely, you know what I mean, congressional Congress ass, pilgrim, um, down south plantation owners, and salute, Crimson. That's what I just said. Not only do we have to deal with the dumb intelligence, but the artificial intelligence has now managed to become a fucking competition. Ain't that crazy? Not only do we have people among us in our human race as competition, we're gonna have AI, and that's another thing. If your job ain't AI proof, you better get the AI proof in it. Smash that like. We on the road to 100 likes in this live stream. It's 38 of y'all in here. Double tap the stream. If you haven't went over there and turned on the notification bell, get over there. You know what I mean. If you want to participate in the Black Money Corp e-bike foundation. Get over there and donate $1. You know what I mean? They take a nation of millions to hold us back. You feel me? What are we seeing now? Last even isn't even AI. It's just a orange language model. It's doing and making images with the pictures. Well, when we see the pictures of it and we see the that's not AI. That's the brain. When we see the pictures, it's more the body. It's called augmented reality. Give us a and I know that's your specialty too, Crimson, but give us something on explaining them to them what is augmented reality, AR. See, AI is just the implementation of the brain, learning by experience. Every time an AI does something, it does the data and analytics and the probabilities of completing and how many different variants, and they'll come up with the best way to get to it. That's the algorithm, you see. But the actual visual of it and, you know what I mean, creating the actual, you know what I mean, environment, the culture is augment reality. We didn't even have a president for like a decade after the Constitution. Okay, and what time frame? Give me the years. You know what I'm saying? Right, right. So that it would be equal. If you lose, you the vice president, so your voice will still be heard. I mean, that's the nature of the two party system. But the two party system did like people even doing rap. It's always going to be a diss track being written and played, and now we're beefing back and forth. Never in perfect unison. Okay, you got it this year, but we're gonna send our representatives to make sure everything is on the up and up, and we're being represented at the executive level, and we still have a we still got something to do with it. Something that combines computer imaginary with physical reality. Something like the heads-up display on the video game. Okay, right. Virtual reality. AI and CGI are two different things, right? I'm talking about AI and AR, augmented reality. Like what he's saying, like it's like the replicator on Star Trek where you can be similarly somewhere else, but still be in the same place. You know what I mean? And smash that like y'all. Check me out. What's going on, lunching out? Get them likes up, man. It's 38 of y'all in here, man. Let's get them likes up. Get them up, get them up, get them up, get them up, get them up. Yeah, the holodeck. It will be nice. Both sides will have to put their difference aside and do what's best for the nation. Yeah, the holodeck, and we living in a replicator now. The replicator is Amazon, Temu, all of these things that you see on these sites. We don't even I about to say on TV, we don't even watch TV. That's why the revolution will not be televised. It will be streamed. And that's a catchy saying. Somebody about to put that on a shirt and get some money. The revolution will be live streamed. I think I might go ahead and run with that. The revolution will be live streamed. Don't nobody watch TV. Now TV is a glorified video game monitor. It's not no less like a computer monitor. They have managed to shrink the computer now. The computer is no less like, like on Star Trek, that phaser gun that they have, that little nuclear fusion contraption is the basis to all their equipment. And even if you look at the Enterprise, it's like a phaser with a disc on top of it. You feel me? Yeah. But we live in a replicator because anything you can think of, you don't have to leave out to get it. Food, ice cream sundae, ice. You can order a dog right now. You can order a chihuahua right now. I want to order me a little Pedro for my daughter's birthday. The motherfucker come right here with the dog. You can order a car out of a fucking vending machine. Anything you desire is the replicator. Can you imagine when they really get it down pat and you just walk up to a box in your wall and that shit appear? Yeah, old people ain't even on TV no more. They gambling on their phone, looking at their phones. They'll manage to get, I mean, because a lot now are being born on the second half of the internet explosion with the AOL. The first half was when they was doing it at colleges and a few people even had computers in their house. And then the second wave was when they was giving out that free AOL disc and getting everybody amalgamated to eventually having to pay for this shit, but just learning them just enough to get on there and function. That's what that was. It was a training manual, but they gave it to you in the form of something free as an incentive because that was the birth of like Yahoo Chat and Google, because at first Google was all text, but until the first picture they showed was J Lo out there that night with Puffy. She was in that green Versace dress. That was the first actual um picture or anything like that that they ever showed on Google. Smash that like. Right, but it will be the same thing. It's the predecessor to it. Like if you draw it in 1 and 2D, the predecessor to that shit is 3D. Look at the tattoo craze. Remember everybody with the jail tattoos, like with the burning car ink on their arms and all kind of crazy shit. Now this shit is so intricate. Some tattoos glow in the dark. Some tattoos are even 3D, like they're coming out at you. You feel me? It's all in like they showed you the portal from Ireland to New York. Okay, the portal. At first, it was silent. Just pictures people that never even met their family members in person got a chance to conversate after then they put the sound to it, and people was doing all kind of crazy stuff at the portals. But imagine when they show you a portal, we be in that age when they put a portal somewhere and the motherfucker walk out of it from somewhere else. Somebody from Ireland walk out a portal into New York. That's all they getting your mind ready for it. Like now they do it reality because we don't watch cartoons no more. At first, they used to do it with the Jetsons. They got us ready with the Jetsons, getting ready to talk to aliens. Even with the Flintstones, they showed you that the Flintstones came in contact with aliens. Kazoo. But then they got with the Jeffersons, they had everybody from the baby boomers mind ready for flying cars, talking robots with their own thinking. You know what I mean? TV that out of this world, all kind of crazy shit. And it's here. I seen this study that shows people on LSD using their whole brain made to think maybe what they see is the dimensions we can't see. Right. Or even just the full capabilities of our brain. And remember, some part of the brain created everything on the planet. Can you imagine somebody that's able to use every part of their brain? Because each part of the brain created something different. The brain is the only organ that named itself, as well as the tongue is the only organ that's visible. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the brain named itself, and can you the brain out of everything that the human species has created, whether it was accelerated brain or just by way of natural progression, was created. You know what I mean? Smash that light. That's what it is. Reasonings. Imagine if somebody was able to use the full capability of their brain, because everything that's being created was created with the brain. So imagine the person that can just create everything. Cut it out, man. Cut it out. They relate, man. I'm telling you the real shit, man. They relate, dog. And make a reasonings. Eddie, did you get over there and turn on the notification bell? Everybody, man. Like I said, Neuralink. Yeah, Neuralink been fucking people up too. Notice they don't say that much about Neuralink no more. It's sort of like when they was cloning them sheep, them motherfuckers was dropping dead. And now you heard no more about it because now they cloning people. You know what I'm saying? They cloning people. Obama and the Democrats divided this country because if we come together and open our eyes, we will make a change. That's what it is. That's what it is. There are some drug people take and they all see the same thing. I hear they see little people that talk to them and shit. Wow, DB. Forensics says Obama, he says sleep. Yeah, damn the chip in the brain, the phone in the hand is the chip in the brain is the predecessor to the chip in the brain. Is in your hand. They're slowly going to transform you into a cyborg. You know what I mean? It's in your hand and it's on your eyes with the meta glasses and stuff. You know what I mean? These pieces of equipment that we hook to ourselves no less give us a super advantage over those humans that don't have them in their hand. You know what I mean? With a phone in your hand, the world is so much more smaller as opposed to somebody who doesn't have a phone and meta glasses and able to um record or you know what I mean, even transmit data by way of lens, which that's what they're gonna, you know what I mean, probably come to doing with those shits. Yeah, dogs and cats, remember you can bring your dog back, you can pay some money and then get a clone of your dog. But why did none of that shit go popular? Where are all the videos of Struffy, my clone of Struffy? Huh? Smash that like George Rivera, what's up with you? Synthetic brain does all the thinking for you. You don't hurt yourself. Right, do your research. Why would only a moron vote for Travis? I mean, Travis, why would only a moron vote for Harris? Smash Smash that like, y'all. Why you say that, Wayne? Wayne Crypto, you said no matter how, what would make you desperate to vote for Kamala? And now y'all taking the poll. Trump approval, 35%. Disapproval, 53%. 50-54%. It's Obama and the Dems' fault, 8%. Obama, that was all MAGA that did that Obama shit, because Obama is in their head. Smash that like, fam. Education has been decreasing since Reagan struck down state-funded college. Now we educate the way they instead of the okay, we educate the wealthy where we indoctrinate the masses. Hey, that's crazy. I want for Elon Musk project build a nation. It's top secret, and I really shouldn't even be telling that chat the information. Hey, Chuck, tell us what's going on with that shit, man. Did you get over there and put that money on that fucking Starlink, Tesla, and anything else Elon got his hands on right now? Because they using your 401k. You might as well invest in it. Can't beat them, join them. Shit. Lil Rascals told you that. Listen, they are using your 401ks right now to bolster up Starlink, Tesla. I mean, SpaceX. Are you really that stupid? President Trump is accomplished more than the last 7 administrations, minus one due to interior. Who was that he didn't? Minus who? And Harris is a moron. Wow, Michael. You bugging. I hear you though, Michael. They coming, Chuck. They coming. They coming. Get you, boy. Right. Like, that's crazy. But it is what it is. Michael Hamilton. How's your day, man? How's your day? Smash that like, y'all. 51 people in here, and we only at 38 likes. Let's get these likes up to 100, man. Where's the integrity? Double tap the stream, especially if you're enjoying the conversation, man. It's just a conversation. The shit that's free, that's dope. Y'all don't like it. Y'all like to go pay for $100 steaks and I mean all kind of bullshit. Smash that like, man. He has accomplished more for Israel than any other puppet. True indeed, Mikey. True indeed. Ain't that a fact? Smash that like, man. That's a fact, Jack. It's 50 of y'all in here, man. All 50 of y'all should be supporting the channel, man. Get over there and support the channel, fam. Michael, do you think the world is flat? Cardi B, child father, Stefan Diggs, NFL player, just dropped a picture with him and his new Goyard bag. He's sus as hell. And now everybody gonna start getting with that Goyard. But you know, who was that had that joint? Push Start. Goyard. That joint. They've been pushing that Goyard. I've been on it too, but Goyard ugly as hell, man. It's just another Dior. People wear the inside of when they had a shirt with the Dior all over it, they don't know that it got popular by Dapper Dan turning the inside of these name brand companies' products outside and using it in the black community to make these amazing outfits for drug dealers, first and foremost rappers, entertainers, everybody in the hood. It was a hood classic to have a Dapper Dan an official. I had ran across one from a New York cat. It had like the black and white MCM, like this MCM right here. MCM was never was this, but it mainly Dapper Dan made it famous. with Dapper Dan made it famous with turning in the inside like Burberry and all that shit, man. He was making men's wear lines where there were none. They were just fashion houses. Young Miami song, she telling all them scammers, yeah, that spin that. You said that a while back. You and Chuck, I think, was talking about that spin that. You said that when me and you was talking on the phone, lunch, that spin that. And then I hear my queen playing it. I said, yeah, it's a hit because it's resonating in all different areas of the community. Look, young Turk was singing that shit. Turk was on that shit like 2 months ago. Turk from Cash Money, he was singing that shit. Go back look through his shit. He was singing that crazy shit. Well, not the logo bomb. That was the Shirt Kings with that. You remember the Shirt Kings? They with the Mickey Mouses and the Goofies and all of the shirts. Um, Dapper Dan started the mixture of the fashion houses bootlegging they shit, like using the straps and stuff of some of their stuff and making like, or even duplicating it from like with in conclusion with the Chinese, making like there was no Gucci menswear sports line, no leather, damn near like leather jogging pants, leather coat. Go look at Alpo and all the hustlers from his day that and Big Daddy Kane even that you'll see with the Dapper Dan suits. There was no menswear line, but you see it will have Gucci on it. It'll be a silk short set with Gucci or Fendi or even that coat that Alpo is famous for, that MCM bomber. That never was created in conventional fashion houses. That was created by Dapper Dan. That was and then they arrested him and then rehired him and now it looks all bootleggy now. The bootlegging shit looked more legit than the real shit. Go back and look at some old pictures of drug dealers from the 80s, especially the ones out of New York and the hubs like Miami, ATL, Chicago, LA, Las Vegas. You know what I mean? The big cities, you'll see Boston, their style of dress. You know what I'm saying? Smash that. Jewish space lasers, right? Who's talking about some Jewish space lasers? That shit old. That's that fucking shield them Jews have. Y'all don't know that. That's that Ronald Reagan shit. We sold that shit though, gave it to them. That Star Wars stuff. Remember, you notice we don't talk about that no more because we have since advanced on our satellite defense systems that we don't use that Star Wars shit that Ronald Reagan was talking about. Nobody ever talks about that. That's the shit that Israel is using against the people that they going against that fucking old school goddamn on Star Wars because it's a small of motherfucking it's a smaller than America. That shit was designed to protect us on all angles around the globe. But being that the Israeli territory is super smaller, it works better with that joint. Spin That is a song by American rapper Young Miami, released in April 24th. She wrote the song with producer Jay White, did it, Akil King, Maurice Simmons, and Ronnie White. So only way we'll know if 42 Doug wrote it if one of these people is 42 Doug, one of these producers. Because remember, Puff Daddy used to put his name as a producer. Sometimes that's how they get their songwriter credits. Producer Jay White did it. Akil King, Maurice Simmons, or Ronnie White. If one of those people are 42 Doug, that's what is 42 Doug real name? Smash that like hence 42 is his area where he from. Doug is his hood name. What's his real name? Making a point that the messed up conspiracies don't have a specific side. There's crazy on both, right? Okay, Dion Hayes. Salute Chuck. You own that shit today. Okay, so 42. Is he got any songwrite credits on the joint? Is he getting any songwrite credits? Or maybe he just sold her the song straight out. Does it sound you can tell what 42 Doug wrote? 42 Doug, along with ESG, wrote a lot of little baby hits. You notice he don't make hits unless they got something to do with it. 42 Doug gave baby his little swag. Yeah, one of the best things Ronald Reagan ever did was he took Russian leader and showed him what was behind the curtain. The Russians never gave us any more problems. The Russians went down. They weren't Russians then though. It was the USSR. They became Russia again with the fall of the wall in Berlin starting off I'm gonna tear down that wall, Gorbachev. But what you don't know if you do your history, Gorbachev was a progressive anyway. You know what I'm saying? He was following up with Boris Yeltsin, who was a drunk. He was out of his mind half of the time doing the polka and dancing like a whirling dervish, as opposed to political, know what I mean, standpoint. He was the Donald Trump of the Communist Party. And he was the Joe Biden of the Communist Party, but he was on this drunk shit. The dude right before Gorbachev with the little wine stand on his head in USSR. And they spent all their money trying to fight Afghanistan. Like we just spent a bunch of money and we left a whole army. They did the same thing. That's why the Afghanistan was fighting us with um Russian weapons. You know, it's a proxy war. We all do it. We leave our army there, so when the other opposition come and try to take over after, they'll still have guns to fight. It won't be we'll do a bunch of work and then leave it, and somebody will come in and have to do a little bit of work because we don't fought it for 15 years. That's why they leave their weapons. Y'all didn't even realize that, did y'all? The reason Chili Cam, check this out. And lunching out, Chuck, know what I mean? Crimson. Could you see logically the reason the United States leaves their weapons and whole armies and bases intact when they can't beat these people in these countries is because the person they was fighting a proxy war might come along and say, "Damn, now is our chance to get in there and get them." So they still resupply the people that maybe the people that they don't fought all this long, and somebody else will come in and say, "Shit, they done did all the work. I'm gonna just get them now." You know what I'm saying? So they leave, you know what I mean, ammunition, weapons, and technology. It's crazy. Let's leave it. They'll use it on the Russians that they try to come through the mountains. You know what I'm saying? Chilling, Cam. That's chilling, family. How's your day, man? What's going on with you? Hey, Cam, what you think about Donald Trump getting booed at the Knicks game? Right. They just go ahead and leave it. So nobody else can come behind after all this work what they didn't accomplish. I mean, nah, because it serves no purpose to bring it back home. It's used. It's so like the government is always wasteful in their spending. Remember the ball? I used to have one around that ballpoint pen. They said he was paying like $14 to $40 for that black pen with the metal around it. Is a cult icon in the gross overspending of the American, I mean, government, the federal government. They say keep him on. We couldn't beat them, but make sure if somebody else come behind, they don't get what we just fought so hard to get, and we didn't get it. That's what happens when your approval rating plummets, and he's still trying to show. Right? They say he about to show back up. I say let them people live. Donald Trump, let them live, fam. That's crazy. It's crazy. Right, Chuck? On stupid shit. But the shit that matter, they don't want to put no money to it. Because it still baffles me why they did not want to fund free lunch. Every American should be afforded at least a free breakfast. If it ain't nothing but an egg, a boiled egg, and a couple corned beef hash and a piece of toast, we should be afforded that somewhere. You know what I'm saying? It will cost America too much money to remove of the equipment out of these countries when they leave. Right. And then what they gonna do with it? It'll cost them too much money to maintain and service and maintenance this shit. It's a whole war. They live in a whole war. Smash that like y'all. Share me out, man. Shout out everybody coming through showing that super support, man. Right. We always beat them up and then leave an army base. But that's what you're supposed to do. Somebody around to let them know we close. You know what I mean? That's what you're supposed to do. And that's what it's about, right? That's why you're whooping ass, taking territory, establishing your dominance. You know what I mean? Well, a lot of times y'all notice that whereas a lot of Middle Eastern, as they call it, countries are kicking our naval bases and military bases out of Asia was doing it at one time. The Asians was against that fucking base in Japan. What is that? Okinawa? They was against that shit. The Americans were public enemy number one. And now seemingly we become frenemies with Asia. Hedgepeth was just in South Asia, Cambodia, Vietnam, playing the circuit, going around doing his one twos, whereas Trump was handling all our ex allies, now they're enemies, and our soon to be or previous and now people that we're colonizing in Africa and South America. So, you know what I'm saying? We're being more Asiatic friendly as opposed to European friendly. Ain't that crazy? The tide is turning. And I say that's it's just bound to happen. Friends become enemies, man. Who knows you think they know you the most is your friends. So they when they get jealous, they go at you. What we should do is stop fighting these countries and making up stories about weapons of mass destruction. That's the dumbest voters keep falling for it. Because it's different genres. There's different genres of the weapons of mass destruction story. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Let's look at the poll. Trump approval 34%, disapproval 53%, 54%. It's Obama and the Dems fault 9%. Okay, make sure y'all take that poll too, family. Deep divisions between Americans that existed before Trump and continued after him. For sure, Riziness. You know what? You seem kind of pretty logical in your thinking. I'm gonna put a jacket on you too. I mean, there's all the conversation. I don't need you to moderate and get nobody out. I'll do that. I mean, just what I mean. Some people with interesting, dope conversations. You know what I mean. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. It's 30 of y'all in here, man. Can somebody tell me would you vote for Kamala now with all this stuff going on? And what's your opinion on them booing Donald Trump last night at the Knicks game? Was it bound to happen? And he's supposed to show back up. They say a lot of stuff was canceled because of this dude. He fucking with their money. And when they get down, nobody wants to see their granddaddy at the party. They're like, oh shit. And then it ain't the cool granddaddy. It ain't even Obama. That is crazy. Super crazy if you ask me. Okay, name 3 reasons you would vote for her. And not the debate just to see where you at with it. Yeah. Fluctuating like cryptocurrency. Up and down like the Dow G's homes. You know what I mean? Shh. You know that bunch. I told you though, I will not lose. I mean, old Jay-Z with it. Now, if you know about grind till you shine. Smash that like y'all. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out, man. Fluctuating, baby. Eric, why? Why do you say yes? I know this is off topic, but I had to research. Dapper Dan created the logo mania in the design. Louis V now when the logo is repeated all over the bomber. Right. I just said that. He flipped the inside out. At first, it was like this was the inside of Burberry. Gucci had they print. All that stuff, he put it on the outside. It was just the name and the tag and the shirt. They wasn't heavy on the logo branding. I mean, any of those, if you see, even on the lowest levels like Coach and you know what I mean? I'll say Dior now because Dior has been their standard has been lower. Similarly, they probably sold their name though. Fashion houses can get so far and keep up with the trends so when they just sold their name, they make it super commercial. You know what I mean? No, it was on the outside, but at first he flipped. He took the lining of the coat and made it reverse, like wearing the Burberry plaid was the inside of the Burberry trench coats. He took it and you know what I mean, as opposed to it would be less visible on the outside. He made it more visible by repeating the pattern. Even with the Louis Vuittons, the Gucci's, the Fendi's, Nike even. He created a whole genre of sweatsuits like the velour suit with the Sean John velour. That was Dapper Dan with the Nikes and the Jordan sign, all kind of shit, man. He just created a whole lane for fashion that didn't exist. And it was in the black community that supported it and made a lot of money off of it. And it also spilled over into the rest of the country. It was like a whole little genre where it was no men's lines by Gucci, but well, not Versace. Versace, he would have killed Versace. Versace came later on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but it's crazy they dogged Dapper because they found out he was doing it because they was like, wait a minute, when they arrested these motherfuckers, where did he get this shit from? You know, because back then everybody wanted to wear with the drug dealers. Nowadays it's the rappers because back then most of the drug dealers were funding the rappers and the rappers were imitating the people that funded them. Like when people dress up like the mafia and the mafia is behind what they do, it was the same thing. Like Frank Sinatra. Okay. 2020 Kamala was the first to drop out, less than 1% supported. But she's not the Kamala of 2028 when she run, or she's not even the same Kamala right now from 2026, fam. That's what you got to look at when you go back and see all these old statistics. Every year they grow, their prestige changes, their value changes to the powers that be. This, you got to stop going by the Kamala that slept with Willie Brown. We got to go by the Kamala that was in the executive office as the vice president. You understand? That's why the Donald Trump, we keep mixing up Donald Trump from You're Fired, The Apprentice with the Donald Trump that's going on now. Even the Donald Trump from his first presidential is a different Donald Trump. His, you know what I mean, it's different variants. We got to stop looking at it like it's all the same person. You're not the same person that you were when you were 21, are you? That's why your peoples won't take you seriously if you are. Right. That's gonna be crazy when that streamer president come about. Because that's the generation, that's when you know the generations have flipped and the old people ain't in power because it's gonna have to come to that. We got a fucking texting ass president right now. He's Donald Trump is the predecessor to the streamer president because 50% of what he does is streamed. Everything he does is streamed. He's one of the most streamed persons in the last 10 years, if not the most streamed person in the last year, whether it's in a documentation or something that he said or his trip somewhere. He has been one of the most watched persons probably of all times, if anything. I don't support people because of their color or what they are, family. I support them if they can tell me the best lie. And no, she lost because she only had 90 days. And that's in my opinion. But you free to establish your own opinion on it. I don't think too many people supported her because she was black because nobody never nailed it down whether she was black or just raised in the black um culture and community. And ain't nothing wrong with that. A lot of white people are considered black because they're raised in the black culture and community. Shout out white boy Jeff, you know what I mean, from the hood. That was an unfair election in the it was. I'll say it was. Camelan, what was that? What's that link right there, Camelan? Let's see. Smash that like y'all. Right, and Cam, we were just talking about that SpaceX. I'm gonna have to go ahead and get me some of that SpaceX because you know it's backed by our 401ks. Everybody's. Oh shit, that's real talk right there. I want to play the joint. They might ban me for it, but yeah, I got to get some of that SpaceX. Me and Chuck and Javin were just discussing that shit. What's the support in stocks, Cam? Because yeah, SpaceX like akin to buying Walmart stock right now, or Coca Cola, something that's already established. Okay, I got you, Cam. No, I'm telling you, we just discussed the SpaceX stock earlier, and I was trying to explain to them about it being hooked to the 401ks. For sure. Why you say that, then, Whisperer? 37 of y'all in here. Double tap that stream. Let's get the likes up to 100, man, in this live stream. And make sure y'all leaving a comment below these live streams, hyping them up, smashing the like if you haven't smashed the like in the live stream, and also leaving a comment on your opinion on would you vote for Kamala right now, even on your opinion about Donald Trump being booed at the Knicks game. Leave a comment at the end of this live stream And when you go seek it out and leave a comment, because I'm curious and trying to understand what can Americans do as Americans together to get us back together, because there's been a big divide, and in my opinion it started way before anybody that we can name or that we're gonna name. It started way before that. So but what's the resolve, family? The blame game. Welcome back in. What you been doing? We so busy blaming the president and not Congress, and it's all set them 50, 60 years making it pat. Right? I'll go for that. Now Donald Trump has showed you that the Senate and Congress don't mean nothing. Crimson. Borders are allowed, but it wasn't Kamala. It was Mayorkas. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. Smash that like. Shanae, what's going on with you? How's your day? What's going on with you, Jones? Lord Crimson say, do you know a single policy that she campaigned for? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Make sure y'all taking the poll. Let's look at it right quick. Trump approved, 34%. Disapprove, 53%. 54%. It's Obama and the Dems' fault, 9%. Wow. So, shit, a lot of y'all disapprove of Trump. The 50-50 and it's the about is the Dems' fault. That's the MAGA. The 50-50, they still fuck with him, but they disapprove of some shit he doing, and it's the Dems' fault. That's the little MAGA part of it right there. Smash that like. But even if you add all of those variants of the people that's still fucking with Trump, it doesn't add up to 53% with the disapproval. So in all actuality, I would say the disapproval so far with the poll. So make sure y'all taking a poll, some informative information on which way the wind blowing with the Trump and his approval rating, especially from the people in the chat screen. So make sure y'all participate. Let's shout out some top fans today too. Shout out 973 Bam Bam, Cam J57, Shanae Joyner, DA, Dan Whisperer, Lloyd Christmanson, Forensics Accountant, Lunching Out, Chucking and Chopping. You know what I'm saying? Richard Tate, the blame game, been through here all day. Everybody that's been politicking, you know what I mean? Richard says Trump needs to resign for the weaponization of America. Wow. Can you name 3 ways he weaponized America? And you're saying like use America as a weapon, right? I'll say he did it on the political front where he started going at everybody that wasn't riding with him and going at him in a way where he was letting his people pass. Like he done got that they can't even audit him. The IRS can't even audit his bread. So he's handicapping those that can get audited with how much can they wet they beat while him and his people's wet they beak. Because y'all know what that's what it's about. All of them are just getting afforded the chance to wet their beak. And then now they're letting Donald Trump seemingly control the, you know what I mean, the faucet. Trump needs to resign. Right, Richard. What do y'all think about that what is it? The anti-weaponization fund. I think they can make $1 billion anti-weaponization fund, but they can't do a $1 billion reparations fund and let you fill out an application to get it. Not just give it to everybody. Let you fill out an application and they'll ask you certain key things that would solidify who you are and who you represent in by way of your ancestors or even just being a black American that was affected some way down in your you know what I mean, buy the shit. Where it crashed at lunch? Where it crash at? And now you know it's on. When they lose an Apache, you know what I'm saying? You know it's on. There's shit happening. What happened? What's the story on it, lunch? But you know what I'm saying? Why couldn't they form $1 billion slush fund for the the families and ancestors of slaves that were in America, whether no matter what color they was, if you because they got enough records to prove it. But you know what I'm saying? They always do. But I'm just saying, and it seemed like it was a carrot for when it pop off again. Maybe January 6, 2029, when it pop off, and he need them, it will be okay. We got Trump got our back because if anything go down here, he'll free us, and then he has this fund where you can just fill out. It's sort of like a militant PPP. In a way I do, in a way I don't. In a way I think that they should just be afforded the luxury to just grab the American dream and being respected as Americans, as not a second class citizen, but first class because we have been here on the forefront of America. So, but I think it would be a problem in some ways if they was to give it out. It depends on how they gave the reparations out. If they gave it all to us, one big lump sum, we would probably go crazy buying a bunch of Gucci Louis and do no investments, or when it's all gone, we would probably implode in each other knowing what we each got. Know what I mean? And with that, we will be destroy ourselves in our greed and lust to have what the next man they got. So I just say keep it like it is, no reparations, just give us the same, you know what I mean, respect and allow us to grab the same quality of life that they allowing everybody else as Americans to grab. You know what I mean? We got to stop looking for reparations and just look for moderation and I mean consideration. I mean, count us in that number as Americans, not as Black Americans, and which no doubt Black Americans. I mean, I'm Black and I'm proud, but first and foremost, we got to get back to being Americans, man. Everybody that live across the street from you that's around you are not Black Americans. They're Americans. That's what we have in common, no matter what color you are. Steve, hello, my fellow American. What's going on with you out there in Ohio, my G? What's up with you today? How's your day, Steve? You been in the garden or what you been doing, Steve? And have you been sipping? I think there should be some of a reparation, but in education and getting young and old African. How would they do it in the education, Shanae? Because you know, education to the United States would be indoctrination. It'll be a bunch of Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, the Underground Railroad, Crispus Attucks, um, it'll start at Columbus. It won't be really education on who and what Black people are, and it won't even probably be geared toward how we can survive to get out of our communities. They won't teach us about a bank account. They won't teach us about stocks and bonds and the fluctuation of that. Should have been in the books that cryptocurrency was coming. We don't get nothing how to start a bank account, but you know, what I mean, they give us calculus, something we won't use or won't even remember. If we can't even grasp it, they'll tell us about some pilgrims and won't include, you know what I mean, Musa Mansa brother that came over here and maybe, you know what I mean? It's just so much stuff, man. Let's invest in things like will benefit all Americans. That's why we can live good and barbecue. Right. That's what I'm saying. Let's invest in ourselves. We are the number one product sought after all around the world, even if it's now what we was looked at as G.I. Joe. Now we looked at as Cobra Commander in some sectors. We looked at as Cobra. You know what I mean? If you understand it with the G.I. Joe, you know what I mean, saga. Um, and now, like we know we used to be, everybody want to be American friendly. America, now we are America. Stay here. I mean, first it was everybody running to the fucking plane. The plane, boss. Now it's oh my god, what now? Know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe he fell down a rabbit hole with it. Yep, this is one America for all people. Until we realize that, Richard, we'll still be fighting each other. Free education or free indoctrination. I'm not Black, so usually I leave the topic alone. But the way I look at it, I'd rather spend money going to American people than a foreign nation or another fleet of fighter jets. So I don't mind, right? But like I said, I say it should go to the Black taxpayers, not just everybody, because you know some people got to know how to spend money before you give it to them, and they didn't give us a crash course in finances and how to put this money away for the butter, make sure you got some guns, but also look at the infrastructure. Even in the home, we come from unstable environments where there was no planning, we just pay, 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 scramble up, pay, 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 you know, not coming from off a war chest. taking the money out of a war chest, or even how to establish a war chest. And I mean by that I mean in like dealing with credit unions and bank accounts. Everything in the black community dealing with a credit card and bank account is by way of a scammer or somebody eventually overdrafting or fucking it up on majority. There are some people who are good with management, but because of not knowing and not being taught from a youth the value of the dollar, always being treated like a dollar. You understand? If you can understand what I'm saying. They gave all other races land and money, but black people they had their own stuff for the yeah. But the black people had their own shit up until desegregation in the late '50s, and then they started all these ways so they can get the black dollar, and then they said, "All right, let them join us now that we know how to." Like that's why a lot of states and stuff haven't made the sale of weed legal. They made the recreational use and the possession of it legal, but the sale of it because they haven't managed to fully get it down pat how they will tax these people because most weed is being sold by the weed man. There's nothing regulated and taxed. So if they can get a hold of how the weed man is acquiring his weed, stopping it right there at he's gonna pay a tax one way or another, or even with the social equity laws that you can social equity license that you can get now that will allow you to sell weed. Right. Yep. It was just rebranded and expanded. Reconstruction is just the rebranding of slavery. And also, that was the beginning of a new world order because the United States before the Civil War wasn't the same United States, even by way of Central America and Mexico was changed. Yeah, that's when the Confederates took over Central America. If y'all know anything, after the Civil War, the Confederates, they didn't lose. They just was allowed to conduct their business a little bit further south. Go ahead down there and be quiet, but send us some of that money by way of the American Fruit Company. Chiquita Banana is the direct result of the Confederacy moving to Central America. So every time you eat a Chiquita Banana, you know you're supporting the South rising again. And they said it, the South will rise again, but now they're speaking Spanish. Ah, the South rise again, but now they're speaking Spanish. I got, hey, yo, somebody mark that down, man. Somebody send me that in the Gmail so I can remember it. No, the South will rise again, but now they're speaking Spanish. Wow. That's the first time I heard that one, and I'm going with it. Smash that like y'all. Don't nobody snatch that up, man. That's going on a t-shirt. Always write your ideas down. The South will rise again. Now they speaking Spanish. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. Insufficient writing. That's why I like to use a pencil so you can erase when making a mistake, and then you can. I mean, also gauge how much of it you got left to use. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. Oh yeah, I do got a stash of pens though. But yeah, fam, I check on that. The Confederate States and their involvement in Mexico. The Confederate States and their involvement in Mexico, fam. After the Civil War, Republicans want Democrats to have perfect candidates. Shit, why? Why would they want them to have perfect candidates? Anybody that gets elected will never be perfect again because once they are given privy, you know what I mean, right? And it's a direct result. The South rising again, speaking Spanish of the Confederate War too, because I told y'all the fruit companies that took over Central America. Central America used to be part of Spain, Guatemala, Honduras. You know what I mean? Everything above Panama, because Panama used to be a part of Colombia. Smash that like. The Democrats need to relax and smoke a blunt and drink some wine, beer, and relax for sure. All of them need to. But you know what's so crazy? They already do. Got a lot of these laws and shit is passed behind closed doors at parties and I mean where everybody is free to be whoever, like Masons. Masons, they you could be a barber, a butcher, pharmacist, or even a lowly staple hand. But in the Masonic Hall, whatever your position in Masonic Hall was how much respect you garner, whether you were a apprentice to a worshipful master. It was all you know what I mean, to the 33rd degree. So y'all all was the same Masons. Your voice meant the same. So that's where they chill at. All of them chill together, man. Democrat, Republican, Socialist. It's like it's like them parties, like a mixed community party. Everybody there. You got your, you know what I mean, terrorists in the corner. You know what I'm saying? Because they knew the South was gonna rise around speaking Spanish. They tried to give us a little bit of the right after World War II. Remember that blue book with the red, white, and blue on it? They had the four languages. They had French, Spanish, Italian, and German in it. We already spoke English, you know what I'm saying? That's what they say, Godfather. George Bush snorted, you know what I mean? And got high. Smashed that light. And that's Junior, that is. You remember it, Crimson? Smashed that light. Colorado and them got dry counties. In my area, the you can smoke marijuana all you want to. You just can't sell it. You can give it as a gift though, and you can have it on your person, but you can't smoke it in your car. And you can grow it at home yourself. Smash that like y'all. Share me out, man. Would you vote for Kamala right now? And did y'all get over there and double tap the stream first of all? Turn on the notification. Right, not federally. Yep. But now they have lessened the blow. It is no less like Tylenol 3. Lawyer and judges are brother too, if you know what I mean. They get you before the trial. Of course. Of course. Of course. You're so I mean squares right now. The police do that shit now. When you people a lot of people are catching on, but when you see a double blue bar with a black line in the middle, that's denoting a police officer or somebody that's involved in police officer activities or maybe even a family member. One time I seen an undercover police at the 7-Eleven. He asked me in my OG New York, know what I mean, about some weed. And he said somebody sold him some weed and beat him out some money. And he wears this hoodie and this and that. And could we sell him some weed? And all they had was $60 left. I said, first of all, officer, tomorrow when you come to work, don't put on your badge. You got a badge on. He said, "What?" I said, look at your bracelet. It's black and blue. That denotes maybe you're undercover. You got to change up because I had gave him a compliment on the shirt. It said something about Florida. You know me. You know what I mean. I'm worldly. You know what I mean. And she had something about a little something community, maybe Key West or something. You know what I mean. And he looked. He said, "Oh." And later on that day, maybe he had got somebody in the hood with the same thing because I saw him and a few other ones in the parking lot suiting up, ready to go do their due diligence. That's crazy. Smash that like. Kentucky the governor is the best person for president. Who is the Kentucky governor, Richard? Let me see is his name in American pop culture. Have I ever heard it and whispered? And what part are you in Kentucky, Richard? Because my boy Cam in here is in Kentucky too. A lot of states have dispensaries in experimentation too. Smash that like. Smash that like. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Would you vote for Kamala now? And what's y'all opinion on booing Trump at Madison Square Gardens? The Knicks booed Trump at Madison Square Gardens. It's the topic of the discussion. But whatever, man. Right. That's how it is here. You can grow it, but it's limited. I mean, Andrew Yang for president. Andrew Yang, he was on the ticket last time on it, trying to get in there. And what's that? I think he's like he's in the military. I think he may be Korean in his descent. Donald Trump and them fucking with him. He was running for political office in the state of Virginia at one time. The Knicks didn't boo him. The people booed him. The people are the Knicks, Crimson, just like you Chicago Bears, ain't you? The people in New York are the Knicks. What are you talking about? If you know anything about the Knicks, Spike Lee, even on an entertainer, Spike Lee, Seinfeld, Fat Joe. You know what I'm saying? Remy Ma. The New York people are the Knicks family. That's like the neighborhood little league team. Yeah. Shit, I'm pretty sure some Knicks booed them too. You a bear, ain't you? Come on now. You understand? You can understand. You a bear, ain't you? You dick buck his head ass. Your refrigerator rim talking ass. You wear your sunshades because of that. What's that quarterback that used to be playing for the Chicago Bears? That cool ass white boy from the 80s. Remember the Chicago Bears used to rap y'all? And they even made one of the Chicago Bears a G.I. Joe figure, refrigerator William Perry. Come on now. You understand what I'm saying? He got booed by the Knicks. We gave two women a chance, and now we need a man to run. I don't know. And that are you a Democrat? Look at the laughing stock we have now. Says never. Shit, Harris still got a lot of fight in her. Jim McMahon, yeah. Yeah. The punky Cuba. Jim McMahon was like that though. That's when they was Lawrence Taylor. They was promoting heavy promotion. And they was the equivalent when they had did that run with the Chicago Bulls had a run like that with Dennis Rodman and Pippen and Jordan and them. I mean, they couldn't do but um run with Jordan. His promos was like no other. Everything that was associated with him was booming. But yeah, the Chicago Bears had their run in the 80s. For sure, Crimson. Smash that like y'all. Share me out, man. Are y'all getting over there supporting? I don't like to say subscribing. Supporters come back in politics. I mean, also turning on that notification bell. All right, now, Shanae, enjoy the rest of your day, man. And when you come back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Gonna be the mantra for sure. That's what it is. Enjoy the rest of your day, man. Would you vote for Kamala now? Leave a comment below underneath of this live stream when it's over with too. If you can, Shanae, if you got time out of your business schedule. I know a lot of y'all are catching us on y'all lunch breaks or in between, you know what I mean, trudging away, you know what I mean, making a way for AI to take your job and or some of us are setting back after I mean, ate all your lunch up out your box and ran across the black money. Make sure you make it a reoccurring thing by going over there, turn on the notification bell. Also, those of us that are intrigued and cool with the vibe and fuck with it, we're on um we trying to get an e-bike. And so we want you to get over there and donate to the e-bike fund with the Cash Out Black Money Trust. Y'all know a closed mouth don't get fed. We trying to make it support. Know what I mean? Just like I did a year and a half ago. Just like you did what a year and a half ago. Colleander. Andy Bashir should have been Kamala VP. She would have won. Okay, so we need to be having these town hall meetings, letting Kamala know what she got to do. I mean, that's the first time I even heard that combination. I think Andy Bashir is that the Kentucky dude. I think I heard Cam say something, but Andy Bashir, yeah, because I know Andy Bashir myself, but he's straight out of from where I'm from. Right. Don't teach until 8, but that shit, AI teaching us something now, fam. I wouldn't vote for no show Kamala for anything, said Steve. When she was vice president, you couldn't find her with because she was a team player. That wasn't her position. They had her under their thumb. You got to do what they tell you so you can do what you want, family. That's all I see with it. Harris was the first knocked off Democratic Party ticket during Democratic primary. Wow, y'all got a lot of even on both sides of the spectrum, Democrats and Republicans. What is it? That's why Kamala Harris can win out of y'all hatred for her, fam. Knicks booed Donald J. Trump where and ain't no work blown out by wind Florida. Man, the Knicks is the people, man. That's when last night, Madison Square Garden. That's when smashed that like I ain't afraid of AI taking my job. Just like I'm not afraid of immigrants taking my job. I'm too good at what I do. It ain't not real competition. Don't be scared. Just get good. Right. Or get a job that's dealing with if they the future, why not ride the wave? You know what I mean? Like some people will miss that um stock that's associated with Elon Musk just because you don't like him. If the business is business, I mean, that ain't got nothing to do. I mean, you got to stop worrying about, you know what I mean, business and pleasure, two different things. She was the worst board. She was not the border czar. That was Mayorkas, man. Stop spreading false information. Texas says, nope, still not voting for a fake ass lapdog. Okay. DA says Boston here, hate NY, but not room for the Knickerbockers over 50 years. So then you a Celtic. You should know the fervor that the Knicks booed him just as well as he was got. What's the name of where the Boston people play at? Just as well, they would have booed him. It would have been the Celtics would have been the people. The Boston Celtics, the Knicks, the Yankees, especially if you're on the East Coast, you know what it means when you see that shit. It's almost like when you see the Puerto Rican flag. That's why coming to America, you see the colors that Eddie Murphy and the teams that Eddie Murphy and what's his name, man, with the long finger, Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall, man. Yeah, the Boston Garden. You know, when y'all in the Boston Garden, y'all are the Celtics. You know what I mean? We got to stop thinking of these corporate entities without the people. Just like America without the people will not be America. It'll just be just a corporate entity, unicorn or some shit. I mean, the Black Money Corporation, B equals MC. Black equals the Money Corp. It would not exist without me. Smash that like y'all. Yeah, Arsenio, man. Smash that like, man. Have y'all been checking out those Lego videos? Y'all think that's really Iranian people? Now they don't went into explaining what happened to black and African people, people of color, all kind of it's they explain all kind of history um anti-American now, explaining the name America on one of them. She said all of that seeming it has its root in some sort of truth. Have y'all seen that? They don't further branched out the Iranian anti-American Lego videos to also pointing out all of the things that maybe that America has done to other cultures all over the globe in the history of it. It's crazy, like that shit crazy. And I wonder, does Lego sanction that or will anything come out of like Lego suing them or is it being powered by a certain branch of Lego and those on the Asian side of things? Because that shit is crazy. Smash that like y'all. 37 of y'all in here. We on the road to 100 likes. We got 47 likes. Double tap the stream. Show some integrity as an American. If you're an American, no matter what's your political affiliation, double tap the stream, man. We're trying to get 100 likes, man. Show some unity even on the basis level. You know what I mean? By tapping a don't let AI get it all. Let's get it together, man. Let's ride it till the wheels fall off. If you're an American family, smash that like. Let our differences become You know what I mean? Our unity and being free to be different. You know what I'm saying? That's what America is about. We're not all Muslims. We're not all Christians. We're not all Jews. We're not all atheists. We're not all, you know what I mean, monotheists. We're not all capitalists. You know what I'm saying? But we're all slaves. And that's what makes us different. We're not all the same. So out of that, it's like the Tower of Babel. Ain't none of us all in unity speaking the same language. Food Stomp Music, LA Richard, Tate CEO like the show, and will donate when I get the big bag. Keep it up. You'll grow and we'll send you some music and money for the cause. Okay, hold on. Richard, let me give you a you got some music that you can drop the link to? I'm gonna give you a moderations because maybe you know what I mean you might got something dope. Drop your link. Let me put a jacket on you. Thanks for the super support, my G. Richard Tate, Foot Stomping Music, LA. Was that Louisiana? If it's Louisiana, is it y'all saying what's y'all favorite Lead Belly this song, y'all homeboy. What's your favorite song? And is it Zydeco music or what? What kind of blues? I mean, what kind of music if it's out of Louisiana? Is it harmonica and accordion? And I mean, is it Cajun? What kind of music is it? And what's your thinking on what's your favorite Buckwheat Zydeco song? If it is, smash that like America don't have its own identity. It does in our individuality, man, being Americans. Everyone is a slave to something, even if you don't know it, right? Killing. All publicity around Lego is bad right now, like bricks and fit. Smash that like Richard. Reasonings. You know what I'm saying? What's good with y'all as Americans, man? We got to stop separating the English from the Dutch, fam, in so many words. They all Europeans, right? Let's smash that like. Let's get them up too. It's the melting pot of the world, not an identity, home of the free land of the brave. Right. What happened to that? They got the Statue of Liberty on quiet time right now. Remember, that's the gateway. Ellis Island, where everybody came through. I mean, even in their minds, if it was hopping out the back of a cargo ship in Miami, it still was Ellis Island to them. Look at the Scarface. When Scarface came here and he went through the necessary, Scarface went through the necessary by way of, it was some cricket shit. They had to take Rabinga out. You know what I mean? Rabinga. You know what I'm saying? Remember they had it, you know, when Scarface told him, what he say? I kill a communist for fun, but for a green card, I'm gonna carve him up real nice. You know what I'm saying? That Miami, Port of Miami was the Latinos Ellis Island. There was no Statue of Liberty. It was the statue bricks of cocaine in the shape of the Statue of Liberty down there. I mean, smash that like something about being united as states isn't as and identifying. Okay. You say you'll vote for anybody, Gwen. Lassie. Y'all remember Lassie? Lassie was a collie, had his own little show. That's crazy. Would you vote for Kamala now? That's the topic of discussion. And you say yes? Michelle Brock? Why? Name three reasons. And not that they go against you, because you know what I mean? I think Kamala should have her chance to run under the thumb of the Biden administration. Michelle Brock, give me three reasons why you say you would vote for her right now, and not to debate just to see where, as an American, you at with it. Smash that like. Would you vote for Kamala now? With Ukanuba, Puppet Child, Purina, you know what I'm saying? Or some new age tofu right now. Lassie probably be a vegan. He old school with it. He a hippie now. He's still that's from the '60s, so he would be um a bunch of brand and different herbs and still getting high. So weed and all that shit. The same shit a conservative is going for. Lassie got the same, know what I mean, demographic. Squeaky toys though. will be on the ballot too. Also, squeaky toys and service dog rights. Smash that like who's voting for Lassie in 2028. Service dogs deserve the same rights as I mean, the other workers in the United States. It's their civil rights are being violated. Smash that like I have no problem with the legal immigration, but not kicking doors down and demanding free shit. Right. But I don't know any of them that was doing that. That's what's so crazy. And I'm just speaking on from experience. The people that I know that were even legal or illegal of a the predominant with the Latino persuasion in my area, I didn't see them doing any of that. All I seen them continuously being productive and staying out of the way, working constantly and always in the store spending money. Never seen any Mexican illegals run out with anything or not buy shopping cart full of steaks with good old American cash. They was paying in the currency. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never seen a Mexican slide a card, but one time, and when she did, she didn't have all the money. And but you could see that she had her money in the Latino or one of those Mexican banks because she had it on her phone and she didn't speak English well. But my queen, the queen she is, walked up and helped her, and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't cross over, and she was like 80 some dollars. My queen showed her what it is to be American, whether you're legal, whatever. We don't know, just in conversation because we speak a different language. She paid that 80 some dollars and we got out of there because the line was long and we was making groceries. She was making groceries. You know what I mean? We was doing our thing. My shorty paid that shit like a queen and saluted the queen. She ain't asked for no number to call her to get her money or nothing. We kept it pushing. And when we went outside, we saw the lady she was in like a we knew she had it, we were just looking out. It was just one get money exchanging with another get money because she was driving a big nice truck, one of them $50,000 ones. Nice shit. But she had the money in, but she didn't know how to convey. And Walmart didn't even have a bilingual they didn't even know what to do with it, but she had it. You could see from her account, it wasn't on no scammer shit, you know what I mean? Even in her mannerisms, because we was behind her. You know what I mean? Lunch. That was the same day I seen M Dot and he said, I am not M Dot. Ha ha! Wow. Each state in America have different cultures, identity, and even certain language barriers, right? And superstitions. My thoughts of United States of America should be behind one sound, right? But you know that America is a melting pot. You have travel all over America. And you know that, like you said, every nook and cranny is different. Just like they say, every snowflake different. There's no two snowflakes with the same molecular structure. But that's what's the beauty of it. We're all different, but we move in unison. That we want to see America great again. That's what we got to get back to. Stop looking at our differences as handicaps because maybe you can't jump. Know what I mean, I can jump, but I can't lift a heavy weight. I'm gonna get the weight. You just go ahead and jump. Oh, how good are you at tying rope? Because I'm not good with it. Not what I am. You know what I mean? Here, take this. You hungry? I got an overabundance of it. It's cool. You know what I mean? We got to get back to that thinking instead of give me more, more, more. I don't give a fuck about you. What are you doing at my door? And who are you? You know what I mean? Trump rocks, MAGA rocks. Damn. What's up with you, Tom? Name three reasons why you say Trump rocks and MAGA rocks, and it's not to um go against it. Just trying to find out where you at as an American. Are you even American? And I want to know if you're American. I want you to give you your chance to say or tell me why you and who you feel like divided America. Each state in okay, I read that one. I've seen the illegal immigrants in Europe and UK. It's so crazy. U.S. is absolutely best. Mexicans actually live in earnest. See what I'm saying? That's where the Islamophobia comes in at in Europe. Y'all are Islamophobic, but it's just a direct runoff of the people who was in charge of y'all for so many years, centuries, the Moors. You know what I mean? So y'all have created a society of living off a bunch of people, and now those people are imploding in on you. As the same as when you occupied their territories and absorbed their cultures and kind of like shaped and formed and fashioned their societies for centuries. Now those people that you amalgamated into your system. French got people in Nigeria speaking French. Germany got people in South Africa speaking um, German, Dutch. Okay, um, Spanish got people in Brazil. in Venezuela, Mexico speaking Spanish, America speaking Spanish. You see what I'm saying? And now these people want to go back to their motherland or their fatherland, and you know they directly link who you are to your speech. Because only thing that Latino people have in common, being stretched out all over this vast landscape that we call North America, Central America, South America, is that they speak a form of Spanish patois. Is the name Hispanic, Latina, all that shit is they don't even speak the original Castilian or Madrid Spanish. You know what I mean? They speak a patois of it, and that's what they have in common. All of them speak Spanish. No matter what's their ethnic or genealogical background, they come the shit that's the common denominator is their language. Ain't that crazy? So if we changed all of them up to French, there'll be, you know what I mean, it'll be something. I mean, that's what happens. Why fuck Islam? Everybody that's a Muslim did something to you, or maybe somebody that's a Muslim that you don't agree with. Why fuck Islam? That sounds so like you treating Islam and other religions like it's the Celtics and the Lakers. Why is it a evil religion? All religions have evil people. Nothing's evil until somebody does some evil with it. Somebody weaponizes it for the advancement of evil. Nothing's evil until it is used as a evil is a verb. You know that, right? Evil is a action word. It is not actually a being or state of mind. It's a verb. To do evil. You are evil. It's a verb. It's an emotional verb at that. To be evil. It's physically just a, you know what I mean? But that's your in my opinion, that's the Islamophobia, man. Wow, Eli. You got it off before they got you out of here. That's what it is. Smash that like you know what Trump would say right now. You're fired. Smash that like, man. Would you vote for Kamala now? It's a topic of discussion. So now would you vote for him? For Kamala Harris? And if Obama could run, would somebody vote in here vote for Obama? Smash that like, y'all. We trying to get 100 likes in this live stream right here. And make sure y'all leaving a comment below on your opinion on would you vote for Kamala. And I'll answer those as many as I can directly. I mean, the more interesting the comment, the more the possibility that I might even, I mean, you would vote for Obama if he wasn't unconstitutional. If it was okay, and what would be some of the final points that you would see in voting for Obama? No, I'm not smashing your life for your fucking slow. Oh, wow. Look at him. Not voting for Harris. Wow. Even when you don't vote, you vote. And thank you. As long as you tell me how you feel, I won't have to figure it out. And you know what? It's up to me to see to continue you in it, working with the corporation. And so far, your participation in your work is gobble. So you know what? You're fired, homie. Hit the fucking showers. What's going on with you, man? Where the Americans at, man? Smash that like if you in here and you American and you just, I mean, politicking. Wow, like some people with that Donald Trump style of rah rah. Nah, they don't go down here, family. Smash that like, shut me out. Hating. That was more personal. That wasn't even political. That was just a disgruntled Yahoo. You said you'll vote for Kamala Leon Burpo. Name 3 reasons why. It's 31 people in here, man. Double tap that screen if you haven't already. Get over there and turn on the notification bell. Know what I mean, let's get them likes up, man. Let's get them up. Let's get them up. Poor kid, right? That's the same thing somebody said under their breath when they popped Oliver Twist hand for that for asking for more. Remember that Oliver Twist shit? Can I have some more? More? He wants some more. Right? Pop that damn spoon. That's the same thing somebody said, Crimson. Poor kid. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out, man. 39 of y'all in here, man. Oh, so you voted for Leon and you'll do it again. Okay, understandable. I say she didn't get a fair chance. The U.S. has taken some steps to address past injustices against indigenous people, but their effects continue and remain debated. What are some of the steps they've taken? I mean, in reality, not the steps they've taken to whitewash it or pass the buck or the blame. What steps have they generally taken? Joe says United States of Israel. Salute. That's what it is. What's going on with you today, Joe Ed or Joe D? Financial settlements and compensation for certain treaty violations and land claims. But is it what they truly are worth, or just settlements that'll get taken up by taxes and other court costs and fees? I say they need to do it directly with the people. Like somebody come in and say Trump gave a bunch of money to HBCUs. That didn't help black people at all. That helped HBCUs. They're not necessarily going to give any of the money to the black people. They don't give free scholarships. Most HBCUs are, I mean, independent schools that you got to pay some money to go to. That's why it was only afforded at one time by the elite or the bourgeois, the black elite bourgeois that um Booker T. Washington and Du Bois and them spoke of. Smash that like, y'all. Financial settlements and compensation for certain treaty, but right. Are they doing anything on the reds though for the people besides opening up more red dot alcohol? And then again, alcoholism might even not be a problem in the community. It might be something forced upon them, like crack was supposed upon on the whole American, I mean, society in the 80s, starting with the black community. It might be something forced upon them as well of like another setback, like giving all the brothers felonies. So we know that particular vote and block will be weak in its performance or even in its needing to address anything for them because they can't vote. We got them stuck. In case they do change their minds, they don't want to fuck with us. We'll give all of them felonies before they even can vote. And I mean, the United States need to give indigenous people their land back, and let's start there. Would America be without stolen land? True indeed, lunching out. True indeed. But just who is the indigenous people still has not been, I mean, clearly, I mean, put on the table. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. And like I said, salute everybody that's been contributing to the whole time while we sitting here. Y'all been hitting the cash up with probably, with the dollar. I appreciate it. We're at around 210 right now. So get over there and do your due diligence and give that $1. Know what I mean? Maybe even keep it going. We might even throw in a helmet and some safety equipment for when the e-bike is acquired. I mean, so if you'd like to support the channel right now, get over there and contribute to the BMC e-bike foundation. Closed mouth don't get fed. What do you think they should have leaders of the indigenous communities included in? Well, in some form or fashion they do, like with the people from the Virgin Islands and other territories, even like Puerto Rico, they don't have a vote or a say so, but they still have privy to what's going on. Oh, speaking of indigenous, Amaru, look at what I'm saying. Out of the woodworks with it. What's up with you? What's up with you, Amaru? Straight off of Turtle Island. What's up with you, my Yama C? My Yama Crawl? What's up with you? Melanated people are indigenous to this land. Salute. So you sure right. Which question, lunching out? No, because indigenous people are on reservations, so they don't have anything to do with the land. It's sort of like a sovereign state inside the United States. Asian Tahuchi, Manaji, friend, ally. Yeah. Okay. You said that the land should be given back. So where are you going to live? I'm gonna live right here. True indeed, KD. Drop some knowledge on them real quick, man. No, $5 Indians are the white people that are claiming to be Cherokee and Blackfoot and you know what I mean Apache, you know what I mean? And they instituted them so that they can be in the hierarchy. Sort of like all the light skinned Indians run the country, but the dark skinned ones make up the bulk of Hindustan, which was India before the Europeans called it India. No, the Indians are in India. And I mean, it's just because it was the West Indies and the East Indies was the discrepancy where they were supposed to have been popping up at. That's Columbus and the boys. Why, Samantha? I'm indigenous. And America was called South America was called America first before even North America. Then it caught on. It's all by way of maps by America's Vespucci. He put it up there. Then after that, when he drew the what we call the Americas, he didn't even name it. But that name stuck. Know what I mean? Smash that like y'all. 33 of y'all in here. Double tap that stream. We on the road to 100 likes in this. Salute. Thanks for that, forensics. Thanks for that. Y'all know though, but if you Italian, okay, thank you. If you're Italian, you know at the time when Columbus was prevalent on the Italian peninsula, um it was Spain. The southern part of that Italian peninsula was Spanish at the time, so you'd have been considered Spanish if you were from Naples, Calabria, all that kind of all that shit, Sicily, Palermo, all that stuff was under the rule of the same people that was ruling Spain. And what's so crazy is Spain was actually ruling all of that over there because the Pope was the Spanish Pope at the time of Ferdinand and Isabella. And what's up? What's going on, forensics? And Ferdinand and Isabella. I mean, Right. It don't mean we can't grow. Okay, fam. I sure will. I sure will, fam. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. What y'all think about the Knicks booing Donald Trump? I think it was righteous. Was it bound to happen, or was it out of pocket? Was it un-American to boo Donald Trump? What y'all think? Was it un-American to boo Donald Trump, y'all? Smash that like y'all. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. I'm gonna check my email for instance, and I'm gonna get right back at you with it, family. Knicks represent the Knickerbockers or the Black Dutch. The Spurs represent the Cowboys, which were the Indians. It's all symbolism, in my opinion. Just like the Rockets are the Chinese. Look at their colors. And Yao Ming was one of their number one attractions. The Rockets are the Chinese, the Houston Rockets. Knicks, you know what I'm saying? But it's a form of violence. You know what I'm saying? Got you. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. Would you vote for Kamala right now? Leave your opinion below, family. Leave your opinion. Shout out everybody coming through and that came through. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you double tap the stream. Show that support. Your opinion is greatly appreciated. The Knicks booed Trump. Now, when you vote for Kamala, is the conversation. Who divided America? It's a question that we all possibly could answer in our own. I mean, just like the Seahawks and the Patriots, Seahawks represent us. The Patriots represent, all symbolism is what, yeah. The Seahawks, okay. Well, anything with a bird, or eagle, or something like that is hints to Elohim, to God. You know what I mean? Hence to it's relation to the sky. y'all notice that too. Also, the misogynism in it, and not too many of those teams are named after a female. There's no Muskogee Mary Janes or you know what I'm saying? The Martha Washingtons. Ha ha. A good name for a slave team, and they could probably like have like a slave on the helmet would be the Washington Blackskins. Wow. Smash that like I'd rather not vote for Kamala, but it's obvious we were better off with her in office. Right, from what I'm hearing. I mean, and I wonder if some of that stuff that Kamala was saying was Democrats just ratting on Trump, or was that something that she got from her people? Because she did have a small core of people that were behind and really supporting her. But if you read that doja that came out a couple of weeks back, it said that the Biden administration and the DNC actively conspired to just use her as a, you know what I mean, a front, so Joe Biden ain't got to take his um loss and he can retire, and that also exposed that he was incapacitated. So she should have been the president anyway, in my opinion. If he wasn't able to do the job, she the second, right? Remember, Trump put pressure on them to put return the Redskins logo, and the Redskins are us. Look at the logo. He is melanated, right? He also looked like a Mingo. Every Mingo I know, whether they're dark skin or light skin, they got that hair, and then they got that sharp nose. Well, you know what I mean? Just by changing certain words, you know what I mean? Now the Constitution applies to everybody. Remember when the Constitution was in its creation and advent, it was only applied to the predominantly seemingly straight Protestant white male. Not even the women could vote. But see how they just altered it to mean, you know what I mean? As at a whim, they alter what it means. And but they got us with the paper. They paper whipped us. They changed the name on paper and by edict and law. I mean, smash that like, share me out. And y'all say the South will rise again, but now they're speaking Spanish. And also, every time you eat a Chiquita banana, you support the Confederates because that was one of their companies. That's what it has mutated into. Do your history. And now that's why they're called banana republics. Honduras, Guatemala. I mean, do your history, man. Yeah, Mingo. Yeah, he was in. But they mentioned him. See what I'm saying? They gave you a sprinkling in roots. It wasn't true, but it was some truth in the lie. You know what I'm saying? They showed you a accurate depiction, but they changed the names to follow their narrative. It's sort of like the Mormons. They'll show you some shit that looks almost Christian and our belief of how the Baptist people do it. And then when you look at it, you say, I don't know Lemuel, but I know Peter and Paul. Is you know what I mean? But yeah, for instance, it's the actual Mingo tribe in America or family. Let's say family because tribe is so European as how the name is families of Mingo that are all across, you know what I mean? The Constitution was made by old racist men for the land of the free. How ironic is that, right? And it was made for the predominantly Protestant. There's no nothing in there for Catholics because Catholics back then was looked at as, you know what I mean, the buffer between slavery and indentured. You know what I mean? And being an indentured servant. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that came here won't fucking lit. Peace to Scatman Crothers, aka Hong Kong Fooey. Scatman Crothers just died. Hong Kong Fooey, that dog and shit. But Scatman Crothers also was the voice of a lot of Hanna-Barbera cartoons. He was on when they had the Harlem Globetrotters little joint they had, for instance. Yeah, Scatman Crothers, the bald head dude. He was the voice of a lot of characters. Yeah, okay, he played Mingo. Okay, okay. Roots was prolific, and with who they had, I always like the James Evans version of Kunta. The young one, he was dope. He was kind of a little wet behind the ears, Kunta Kinte, but he was strong willed. And then the old school, still running. When they made him say his name was Toby, they'll break your ass. Know what I mean, that was a form. They didn't get too graphic, but that was what you would call butt breaking. You know what I'm saying? All right, Crimson. Thanks for all your super support and contribution today. Dope conversation, man. You too, family. Hit us with it. Go Bears. Um, FGB, and then your little, you know what I mean? Whatever you feel like giving the words of permission as you do. KD just dropped the link to what's this link right here? KBZ. Amaru, the governor of Turtle Island. Okay, okay. Hit me with some roots. Yeah. Yeah, you know they say me and that dude favor John Amos, that is the actor. Roots has some powerful scenes though. I'm not gonna play it because I don't want to get a strike. I'm trying to get back popping, you know what I'm saying? Smash that like Go Bears and FGB. 96 days to Bears football returns. Salute, my G. Thanks for coming through, man. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out though. But I'm a Roots aficionado. I remember when Roots first played the week that they played Roots, and the next day I was on a mixed school bus. It was quiet because everybody could never, especially when they played the part when they captured him and when they cut his toe off or when he got beat or anything. It would set the tone of what was going on in the school bus, probably because of what was said with the parents in the home. You know what I mean? The whole vibe. But you know what I mean? She said, I am not African. Yeah, because you remember when there was the distinction from Kunta Kinte than the other black people, in the sense of like they was more Geechee and they been here, y'all just got here. And they didn't even have no familiarity in the language and even in the culture of that what Kunta Kinte was talking about. You're so right. And even up in his age, not too many people that was of his persuasion came around. Ain't that crazy? They were showing you the separation from the native black American and the African that came here in bondage to America. I got you, KD. But that was powerful, wasn't it? She said, I'm not African to the Mandinka. She said, what foolish stuff you talking about? I'm not African, I'm American. And you know what? That shit need to be the beginning of something. I'm gonna have to go back and see um if I use that. Because we got to stop talking about Africa, not dissing Africa. We got to start talking about America being black people. They got us disenfranchised and attached all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, and they don't even give us credit for even making contact on the other side. But we so much linked, and the only way they start linking us is 1492 and beyond. That's non-cipher to me. So we got to stop attaching ourselves. You know, stop saying you from New York if you really from ATL. You feel me? Remember, everybody go to New York for summer. They come back talking sun, peace, God, and Coney Island hot dogs in the subway. You feel me? Smash that light. Facts they tried to tell you without telling you a lot of old movies have gems in them, and it's in a lie. And in a lie, there's the truth in a lie always. Because you know they say Alex Haley really wasn't kin to nobody named Kunta Kinte. You know, Kunta Kinte is a name for that cloth that was commercialized by white folks trying to identify with black people. That orange plaid cloth. For some reason, that shit is synonymous with Black History Month. The Kente cloth. You don't see it no other times. Or when some white person is trying to solidify his that he like a and when I say white people, like the people that the elitists try like when Nancy Pelosi and them had the like the ascot, the scarves, the kente cloth scarves on, and it was supposed to be getting itself in touch with the black community. It was crazy. That was when and that's when Joe Biden made the decision to say if you don't vote Democrat, you're not black. Like wow. But yeah, Roots got a lot of gems in it, and it's giving you a depiction of what went on, but it's romanticized. Because to tell the truth, it would be too. We wouldn't even be able to take it, and even just the revelations that what they would reveal. Smash that like y'all. Would you vote for Kamala right now? With all this going on, do you think that Kamala would have been a viable choice? To tell the truth or lies they want you to assume and make up your own stuff in your head. They were African slaves, but they never here. They were slaves in Africa, right? But they were slaves in um South America. It was more people that came to slavery in South America than they came to America, the United States. Right. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. KD, have you been seeing those Lego cartoons now? They first started out with the Iranian beef. Now they have further delved into the other atrocities that Europeans and Americans have done all over the world. In their opinion. You know what I mean? Have you been seeing those jokes? Right, smash that like y'all. But they got proof that Africans came here by way of like the Z, the rubber people. That's why they don't give you too much information on them because they'll tell it. Or even the Mao people. You know, with the people that inhabited Mexico, there was no border between Texas and Mexico. There was no border between Louisiana and Mississippi. It was free to roam, and it was more as your family. Your family stretched from maybe Mexico to Florida, the Muskegees in the Oklahoma, because there were no fences and there were no, you know what I'm saying, and by way of marriage and or war, you know what I mean? All of those people were deeply associated. Just like people in New York got kin folks in LA, and most people from LA peoples come from Mississippi as well as Chicago. Got a lot of people in Memphis. Whatever is the minimum wage, that's how much a slave costs. Right. Like that's crazy. Right. The Olmecs, the Z. The ones that they keep finding them heads on the Yucatan Peninsula, and then you look at it, say, like my cousin Ray Ray. You know what I'm saying? Of course it does, because it's probably his great, 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 you know what I mean, blueprint. You know what I mean? Smash that light. The lowest pay that the employer pays, that's the slave, right? They start off doing the grunt work. You know, they used to call it working in the mailroom. Smash that like, y'all. Make sure y'all take the poll too. And for those of us that catch this on the playback, and for those of us that um want to contribute a comment, maybe I overlooked something you said, you can leave a comment below. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, slave dollars. I just read up on when France asked America for their gold, when the gold and the French asked America for their gold, they were unable to come up with even 20% of it. Like, where the fuck did the United States do with that gold? Or do they have it for themselves and know that the French couldn't do shit? You just never know. Benefits is just a incentive. Y'all know that with anything that they tell you is a benefit could actually be just a free perk. They don't even have to call it benefits. They call it benefits because it's another. I mean, and benefits have taxes on them. Benefits have taxes on them. You know what I'm saying? There's only a certain amount of gifts you can give unless it's your spouse or something like that, ain't it? Smash that like, y'all. But most of it want our gold though, KD. Most of that gold won our gold, and that's why we aren't backed by the gold ain't backed by the dollar because we're supposed to have a certain amount of gold for every dollar. And with the event of counterfeiters and even just oversaturating the market, fooling the people thinking that the money is worth more than it is. You know what I mean, we kind of fucked that up because like in 1929 when the stock market fell, people lined up to get their gold for that dollar bill, and the United States could not foot the bill. So what I think we did to further prop ourselves up, we crossed Europe for their gold after World War II because they didn't have adequate facilities to hold it. All this shit supposed to been in Fort Knox. That's crazy. Well, I mean, the Indian. Okay, yeah, the Indian yeah. Where are all the Indian gold at? But you know, that's why they keep saying the same gold that was on the planet. 10,000 years ago is still the same gold. I mean, this probably got Indian blood mixed in with it or native blood mixed in with it, family. Smash that like. Well, Haiti has just, I mean, released that. They got like $1 trillion vein of gold right now, silver. Because you know where you find gold, the runoff of it is tears is silver. And silver tears is like, what is it? Copper. You know what I mean? Gold, you find gold, you're gonna find silver, you're gonna find copper. You find platinum, you're gonna find gold, you're gonna find silver, you're gonna find copper. You know what I mean? All of them run along together. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. You know what I'm saying? And Haiti has an abundance of it. Also, Haiti has radium. And you know, whatever you find in the land, you find in the people that's eating off the land. So those people are special in the fact that they have a lot of precious metals in them. They got what can this what the universe is made of, which all of us do, but in an abundance with them, even being on the same area as the and I wonder if that's what Dominican Republic's value to the United States is. Whereas we treat it like a brothel. We don't hear about nothing else but going there getting some um big booty bitches. And when you see videos of it, a lot of those women are just full figured women that are eating healthy and about the equator. So the equator gonna make them go up instead of go but they're gonna go up and be voluptuous, especially you know what I mean, just like the fruit. You know what I mean? What you are what you eat. So they basically are on a citrus and fruit diet, and you know what I mean. The wind coming off the Atlantic Ocean, so it's a different breed than women here, which they don't put some in the water here with the women here, but and that's the only value that the Dominican Republic has. Nothing else. No, you gotta go do this. The food is different, you know, Latino vibe, but are they exploiting the same island, those rare earth minerals in the Dominican Republic? That's what we gotta look at. I ain't never heard nobody even mention it, but if it's in Haiti, is in the Dominican Republic because they're on the same island, the island of Espanola. Ain't that crazy? I never thought about that. Is that what the value of the Dominican Republic is to the United States that we are over there? That's our little spot. A lot of colonizers, they own the secret on the low on what they do in these different countries when they go there and ingrain themselves, but it be silent. They'll let that like the community they got going on in the Dominican Republic, it's all pleasure. A lot of black men go there to smash broads because it's so the dollar is king there. For $100, you can live in like a sweet Airbnb and have women all around, at least for about a week. And then, I mean, depending on how much capital you can get, you can do a lot of shit over there. But why? Why is everything in excess and pleasure? So anything when they give you something like that, what's really going on behind the scenes? You never hear anything about the Dominican government, its intricacies. All you hear about is the territorial gangs and people that run from the United States end up in San Juan. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy when you think about it. I'm gonna have to find out what rare earth minerals are in the Dominican Republic. Smash that like that's why they'll never stabilize none of those countries like that because they got enough resources to fund themselves and be stable in the economic geopolitical community. But they'll never stabilize them so they can use their own resources. Oh yeah, and about when Steve said benefits anything someone got insurance or something or someone they technically own it. Right, right. Right, that's why a lot of record people put insurance policies on these artists because they know they live in a reckless lifestyle and they'll be able to recoup even in their death. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. We had 50 likes. We on the road to 100 in here. You say time to get rid of the yo-yo. Name three reasons why it's time to get rid of the yo-yo, Jose. And what's your thoughts on the Knicks booing Donald Trump? Why you think so low of somebody that achieved heights such as the vice president, uh, Bruce? Name three reasons why you in opposition of Kamala Harris being the president. And it's not to debate you, just to see where you at as an American and what's your opinion on it. Free, ba-da-ba-ba. What you been up to, free? Grinding. You know what I'm saying? Chilling, my G, just chilling, 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 chilling. You know how I do it. Politicking, politics as usual. Politics. What's your take on them booing Donald Trump last night? Did you watch the game, free? How's that pressure washing going? It's been chilly here, but you know what I'm saying? Smash that light. I'm just cooling out though, man. Steve say, what's happening is free. That's right, fam. That's the only way we gonna get it. Hard work pays off. You know what I'm saying? Free said, what up? See, that's one thing if I could go back and tell myself as a young man, hard work pays off. It will. Know what I mean, work. Keep at it. Don't be so quick to switch out. Know what I mean, finish your breakfast, like Jay-Z said. Before you start on lunch, finish your breakfast, dude. You know what I'm saying? But I'm chilling, my G. Just chilling, politicking. Why? What kind of motorcycle you want, free? One of them old school ninjas or a Gixxer or something like that, or with one of them Honda Gold Wings. What's your flavor on the motorcycle tip? And what has sparked your fervor? Have you? I mean, voting for either party is a vote in the right direction. Wow, James. Wow, well, you think the Carmelo Anthony stuff gonna spark virtual relationship divide and violence in the streets now? And what's he facing? And what did he get found guilty of? Manslaughter, murder, one, capital murder. Okay, a lot of women ride bikes. Okay, so you trying to keep up. You know that bike culture could get kind of got that going is kind of rougher than the gangs because the Bloods and Crips, that bike culture is a gang in themselves. It depends on where you at. I don't know. It was iffy because it all was a toss up. Him and both of them was in the wrong. It's sad that the outcome was that, but both of them was in the wrong, fam. So you know, for everybody to see it one way, I'll see it another. It just is what it is, fam. It is what it is. But yeah, Carmelo Anthony's that situation might spark, you know what I mean, outrage all over the country. That's the type of stuff that should, if you feel like that's wrong, that's the only way we're gonna get a hold of it before it, you know what I mean? Maybe, the just resolve was to look at it in the middle. He did commit some kind of, I mean, they fighting at a little a track meet, weapons was involved. Both of them had not so a good past being kids. They're in the prime of their life where they get in trouble. That's what we learn when we young. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, somebody came in and said it, fam. That's crazy. What did he get found guilty of, for instance? And do you think this will spark outrage? You know what I'm saying? Will he be looked at as seemingly like a George Floyd type of situation? Or even the real reality of like what what's the guy that got put in California over the making the shit? But that was just a entertainment foul. He should have never went through it. But is this going to be the face of civil rights right now? Right. But is he still out on bond? Right. Both of them fighting over dumb shit. The shit we grew up doing. What you doing out here? We chase them, they chase us. You know what I'm saying? They rush, we rush. Kamala stabbed somebody in the heart for pushing him after he was in the tent. But those two boys was known as um bullies, the guy that got killed and his brother. So you never know his apprehension, even just for him having a knife, what was the reason being? It might have been from learned experience, knowing that it could get violent over here. You know, we got to stop romanticizing what happened and look at both of them. If they was thugged out, they was thugged out. But that's just like when Chief Keef ran up um Quando Rondo and Tim and them, he can't fight and don't bring a motherfucking fist fight to where they playing with guns. You know what I mean? It's just it happened. You know what I mean? But we're losing two people here. We lost a young man that died, and also we'll be losing Carmelo Anthony. Even if he don't go to jail, we lost him because he'll never be right mentally. He'll always resort back to that day of what happened. He'll be living that shit for the rest of his life, whether it's for the good or the bad. And now similarly for the bad because he's been found guilty. And in some form or fashion, he will be under probation um or prison now for definitely. And that's gonna, I mean, change him forever. He's not Carmelo Anthony anymore. He will be inmate such and such, the guy that did the such and such. Smash that like y'all. Right, because that shit count. It's so like when people say they don't vote or they're not, even when somebody says they're not involved in politics, why not? That's where it counts the most. Not if the Knicks win. Know what I mean? If the Knicks sweep them, and now they can't because Donald Trump was there and fucked it up. But it's what can happen if you become collateral damage in this Iran um Israeli skirmish. What if Iran say fuck it? We going to Miami. I mean, and we ain't going to get a Cubano. I mean, we're going to get a couple of American Cubanos and a few American Haitians and somebody out Liberty City, and then we're gonna hit Hialeah where all them other motherfuckers at. What if that happens? And now we running around with our head on a swivel. That's what we got to look at, family, as Americans. We have yet to be tested on our own soil on a day-to-day basis by insurgents. Thus far, everybody that has done something that's been somebody that's of the same terra firma as us. Americans harm Americans because that's all we've been taught to fight for the straps. Know what I'm saying? And now ain't even no scraps falling from the table. They sweeping up the scraps. Know what I mean? That's crazy. Ain't even no extras. Smash that like and share me out. Would you vote for Kamala now? I'll vote for her. She can come in here and lie to me and tell me I'm gonna get some extras. RD Neal, race has everything to do with it, for sure. It's kind of wild how prejudiced the black community is. You guys burnt shit down because not knowing what we was burning down. That's why we don't have bank accounts because we weren't taught bank accounts. We were taught George Washington was the first president. Then we was handed the Bible, honor thou master, Lord and master. We wasn't taught none of that stuff, the value property, because we ain't never owned none. Remember where we came from, and our minds were erased. So you got to look at it from two sides of the coin. Of course, we are responsible for most of the damage in our community because who else can you hurt but the closest person to you? You understand? But hurt people, and we were hurt by hurt people. You understand? The people that came here and formed America were not the latest in their countries. America is formed a loose confederation of miscreants, leftovers, and people that was shunned and pushed out because of their beliefs or even their economic status. Smash that like, man. I don't have the right, exactly, for instance. They'll never get it because from the standpoint they looking at like this is their land. Reason being, you know what I mean, we're under is your land by way of laws and claiming them by laws, claiming the land. But I mean, Chud the builder facing prison for shooting a black man and he claiming self-defense. That's not working. Wow, they're gonna send Chud the builder right where he belong because he was causing confusion amongst white people that wanna mix and meld with black people that want to mix and meld with white people. He was confusing them, making them think that it's relevant to go around and disrespect black people and it's cool. Fuck Chuck the Builder. I hope they bury him around a bunch of black dudes. And that's what's gonna happen because that's all that's in prison. So he put himself in prison. You know what I mean? You do dirt, you get dirt. And it's just what it is. Smash that like King Fire! What's going on, family? This politicking, man. Kicking back. You know, kicking back. You're right, but it's not. Tell me something that's really legal. That's legal. Taking somebody's designated tent. How was he trying to take their tent? I heard the tent was full on and popping because there was other witnesses there. He was just there occupying the tent. He wasn't trying to take the tent. He was just there probably. They, you know what I mean? They probably had better amenities over there. Some free sodas and snacks. You know, he remember these are kids. These aren't some hardened criminals. Both of them had their background a little muddy. So we got to look at it both sides. These were kids, and just so happened they clashed, and a weapon was involved. And sometimes are they allowed a margin of mistake. You know, they say your mind is not really fully starting to get together. It's smooth up until like 25 years old. Why doesn't it apply to black kids, but it applies to white kids? So here we have this evil black guy killed a young white kid when it was just kid on kid violence. But if it was a white kid killing a black guy, it would have been this vigilant guy Tommy that everybody loved. This young white man stood up for himself and died because of it by this heinous black thug. Don't you see how media creates the separation with us? Yeah, the fake builder. Now he gonna be building motherfucking soups and swole kits, and he gonna be. I mean, Black Bob the builder gonna be his cellmate. You are creating a narrative in your mind. Um, I'm not creating a narrative in my mind. I'm just stating my opinion, fam. See, that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? He asked to be under the tent and was told he can. That's till the dead bully showed up. Right. And it's like that. Both of them was wrong. Maybe him running around with a knife, but who knows why he had to have that knife. You got to think about both of them standpoint and you know what I mean, reason being. So shit. Just so happened Youngblood end up on the short end of the stick, fam. According to the case, he went over the other team's tent and started trouble, wouldn't leave. The guy showed up and stabbed the guy. Steve, no, I did my research. If you go back, I did a little expose on this when it first jumped off. No, that is not what happened. Both of them was known to each other, and both of them were known to have their trouble, you know, but in different situations. But they were known, for, and the two brothers, one of them that got killed, were known for being bullies. If they weren't twins, they were average twins, close in age. Okay, um, they tried to make this guy that got killed the face of white supremacy too. If you go back to some of my old YouTube clips, I used to play a clip, and I'm gonna start refurbishing them of this guy's father when he was talking to Jake Lang, who was one of the January 6th. He's a white nationalist supremacist. You know what I mean? He was trying to use this guy's this guy that got killed as the face of civil rights for white folks and to say why they need to be protected. And the guy's dad was on the phone and read him the riot act and told him he will not be representing his son. Y'all know who Jake Lang is? Jake Lang tried to get in on this. This might be you remember, for instance, you remember? You remember? I used to play this shit all the time when the dad used to be like, "Are you done?" What Grimacing that? Grimacing know when if I was on stream, y'all, I would show it to y'all. But this has been brewing like a couple of years back, a couple of months back. This has been a topic now that we have got up to when the citizen. Do y'all think this is gonna break the internet? Whereas it's gonna start as a rumble, then by next month people are in the streets free Carmelo Anthony. A lot of people when they hear Carmelo Anthony, you know they regulated to or they think about the basketball player, right? That's what's so crazy too. It's probably sending Carmelo Anthony name stocks up his jersey and all that shit up the roof right now, and people trending trying to figure out what's Camilla Anthony get sentenced for. Because a lot of people that's not really following politics or civil rights or just, you know what I mean, mainstream media don't even know what's going on with this stuff. So somebody's asking right now, what Camelo Anthony get sentenced for? And thinking of the basketball player. Yeah, for instance, you know, we've been on this shit discussing this stuff, but now it's all coming to a head. Hell no, I still wouldn't vote for Kamala. I keep fire. Y'all terrible, man. You and Amaru, man. The president of Turtle Island, my G. Y'all terrible, man. But you know what I'm saying? We could that shit been in fruition. They've been bubbling this with the Carmelo Allen because they've been talking about how although it was the other school's tent, the other team's tent, he was invited in and the dude came and said, "What are you doing here?" The bully that wanted to run teams. Both of them had they run in with having trouble coming up too as young people, but you know what I mean, it just so happened they clashed when lions collide. You know what I mean? And it was a weapon involved. That shit happens. So does that mean that the rest of his life he should he suffer? Even okay, and on the flip side of it, you take a life, you should be willing to give your life. True indeed, he did have the knife on him. It's so many ways you can look at it, but when you get down to it, know what I mean? For sure, King Fire, run it up, run it up, run it up, run it up. You know what I mean? But that's crazy. It's two sides of the coin to look at it. But all in all, they're gonna make him the face of civil rights right now. Ain't nobody stepped up as the face. Remember the Mexicans, they tried to make the Mexicans the face of civil rights, but then people were like, why are they waving a Mexican flag on American soil trying to get. And then they tried to do the Palestinians, it didn't work. The Ukrainians, remember when Ukraine first popped off, they had all these organizations donate this money and shit. For what? And the United States is sending a couple of billion over there right now. Why am I sending money? Remember that they had all these funds for the Ukrainian war and the Hungary. What? The right to self-defend. Right, right. But now it's gonna be some very controversial stuff because they're gonna do him like they did the young boy, what's his name? Troy Lanes. They put him in jail for some entertainment shit. Maybe give him work release. Maybe even some county jail time. They sent him to one of the most violent prisons in California. And you know, California is pretty violent where they move by a certain code of ethics and rules. It's basically those rules and ethics kind of basically run California because all California people move like inmates, like either they like inmate, Black Gorilla Family, Blood, Cuz, Paru, know what I mean, Hoover. They move like a motherfucking prison inmate. Californians do. They eat like this. That's why you don't see a bunch of Californians spreading their love like Brooklyn, New York cats. They spread the love because they want to find out where you had your safe at. They'll give you some shit and come back and take it. You know what I mean? That's the New York state of mind. But the California, they eating like this because all of them prison style. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Youngblood probably become the face of civil rights right now, whether for good or bad. Either one of them can be. Both of them are going to become the face of civil rights. On the flip side of the right privilege being tested, know what I mean, and they right to put us away for anything that amicably could be solved with. Okay, he did wrong. Give him some counseling. He'll never be right now with all this exposure and publicity. That would be the pinnacle of what he would be known as, unless he shake this shit off and become a billionaire or something that can further distract from what happened. You know what I'm saying? Somebody lunch that they locked him in for the rest of his fucking life. Ain't that's crazy? Somebody, or he was collateral damage, or he didn't want to sign a contract and somebody wanted his publishing, and you know we all throw away or to solidify something, right? A humiliation. When he come out, when he come out, you know what's gonna be so crazy? He gonna have more street cred than half of these motherfuckers in the streets that's supposed to be shooting these guns and damn near cartels, and the RICO ain't came and got him yet. He gonna have more street cred because he actually just did a bid where he was stabbed up 100 and some times damn near. You know what I mean? And he's really experiencing what it is to be in prison, not at no fucking candy camp. You know what I'm saying? He had a camp where you might find some candy in your bed and defend them motherfucking high cheekbones and know what I mean. If you start shit, you should automatically lose the right to presume innocence. Right, but it should be looked at on both sides of the coin. All be there is, man, he shouldn't have had a weapon there. You know what I mean? But you never know where he came from, how what he had to do to get there, or where he got the weapon. He could have just found it. It's also many variants. But to find him guilty is to find the black community guilty. You know what I mean? Because they seemingly got his back down there. And it was some shit about his people spent the money and they walk around they more as trying to monetize it where they might as well, because if you don't monetize yourself, y'all, and this real talk, if you are not monetizing yourself, you will end up monetizing somebody else. If you're not making your dreams come true, you're gonna play a part in making somebody else's dreams come true. Just simple as that, family. Smash that like. It's 25 of y'all in here. Yo, get over there and support the BMC E-Bike Foundation. Shout out everybody that supported today. It's 30 of y'all in here, man. Let's get them likes up. 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 Salute for having that integrity, fam. Salute for having that integrity. Number 51. But I'm serious, King Fire. Shit is real, man. Shit is real. Smash that like. We fluctuating like cryptocurrency in this motherfucker. Y'all see how far Bitcoin done fell down? That shit was like 100 or something on it. That shit like 60, bottoming out. I told y'all that snatched the rug up from under you Get in and get out. That's an OG's classic. Get in and get out. Invest in a little bit of coke, a little bit of weed, a little bit of smack. You know what I mean? Maybe some dancing girls and a few stolen Cadillacs, and you know what I mean? But don't put all your money on one horse. That motherfucker might die tonight. Worms. You know what I mean? Haters might poison him. You just never know. Wake up with your horse head in your bed. You feel me? So that's what I say. Don't never put all your money on one horse, man. Smash that light. Right, but but he got a story to tell though. Like, she got a Tupac type of adventure because he was popping when he didn't go was a washed up. You know what I mean, he went out while he was popping. You know what I mean, you know him for real, forensics. You know it's real. Who started that shit? The horse head in the bed shit. Mario Puzo, the Godfather. Smash that like y'all. I can't wait to get my turn to get in power. I'm gonna do the scene like Scarface, like Jay-Z, Nas, everybody did when Scarface in the motherfucking bathtub, he in the jacuzzi, he got the phone and the cigar. I'm gonna have the blunt, I'm gonna have the, you know what I mean, that latest iPhone, you know what I mean, with the hologram. I ain't even watching the TV, I mean watching the hologram. Probably with some goddamn on, you know what I'm saying? Smash that light. Would you vote for Kamala now? Breaking news. I'm gonna have to goddamn gonna wrap this up in the fruit end. We gonna politic, you know what I mean? Somebody else might have something to say. If you American, speak your piece. If Kamala twerk, I might vote for her. Shit. You gotta put the right music on. She from the Bay. So you gotta put that left, that blue face on. She'll twerk. She from the Bay, you know she a Thiz. She yeah. Put some Mac Dre on. She old school. Put some Mac Dre on. I bet you she Thiz her motherfucking ass off. Smash that light. King Fire! King Fire, you from Belize too, aren't you? Yeah, they found him guilty, Chuck. Carmelo Anthony and that Lala ex-husband. Chuck, you know we've been talking about this. Remember I used to play that joke when the dude that Carmelo Anthony killed, Daddy was talking to the white supremacists. The white supremacists was trying to use this guy as the face of white supremacy. This same case right here. So this shit might pop off between blacks and white because they've been churning this. If you go back to my old when I used to do the StreamYard, I'll say circa anything early 2025 and mid 2025. That was the basis of my I might have erased all that shit now because I'd be starting over. I mean, but I was speaking on this shit. I even got it on stream, y'all. I was on stream, y'all. I could play that shit. It's the guy's father talking to a white supremacist that wanted to use his son as the face of white supremacy civil rights back then, a couple of months ago. Because the guy daddy asked him, "Are you done?" And he fussed him out like, "You will never use my son's likeness to promote any white supremacy and nationalism type of shit." Remember that shit? Wow. So they sentenced him today? Or he got to come back for the sentencing? And if so, would they let him stay out on bond to get his mind right? Damn, that must be a trifling blow. Hopefully he'll get even because it's first adult charge, hopefully he'll get, you know what I mean, some leniency, like some probation time, maybe a little um city jail time or something, you know what I'm saying? State time that he can complete in the city jail. Smash that like y'all. It's 21 of y'all in here, man. 20 y'all in here. Make sure y'all get them lights up. Let's get 100 likes in this live stream, fam. He already lynched. That he's found guilty. He done. Stick a fork in him. It just depends on how long they're gonna keep the rope around his neck. They gonna let him breathe, but they gonna make him feel every motherfucking pull of that motherfucking rope. He done now when they found him guilty. It's 5 to 99 years. Damn. Can any of that be suspended? Because shit, if they give him 5 years suspended, you know what I mean, let him come back in three. If he done good, take him off of it. Come on now. Speaking of jail, have y'all seen the jailhouse baddie that got caught with all the contraband phones and shit? Okay, your bond land. That's what it is. Belize. What's that? If I'm pronouncing it wrong, we always. I mean, when we politic, um, am I said the Garafuno, that community? Are you a member of that community? And also the Hebrews. The Hebrews are deep in Belize, aren't they? I'm not even sure. I was just on the fringes of it as of late because I knew he was done. I ain't want to hear it. I was like this with my ears closed because I told you I dealt with this stuff like months ago when they was trying to make the white guy the face of white supremacy. That's when they was on their Nick Fuentes and all those ex January Sixers was getting out and was the face of it. When they really tried to implement that it's going to be a new world order in the beginning of the Trump administration around early 2025, it was popping off or whenever it happened. Wow. Wow. You see what I'm saying? Y'all breaking that young boy in. I say 5 years suspended. Community service. Know what I mean? An impact statement. Of fruit commercials. Stay away from drugs and crime. You know what I'm saying? I don't say throw him away for no fucking 10 or 15 years though. You know what I mean? Chuck. Unprovoked murder. Wow. So what about if it was just a fist fight and his nose got bloody? Would it have been unprovoked? Or what about if he would have got stabbed? The tables would have been turned. Would that been an unprovoked? Just like with all the stuff Donald Trump doing. Imagine if Kamala Harris did everything that Donald Trump does now if she would have won. Change a bunch of shit, fuck with the tariffs, go overseas and make enemies out of allies and make allies out of enemies. You know what I'm saying? Right. They got to. And that's to appease both sides. I mean, hopefully they don't touch him and make him a martyr. I mean, or the face of justice. I hope they don't make him the face of this. What'll happen if you touch one of our boys, type of shit, where they touch him with the they lick him. Hoping they just, I mean, send just britches. Look, it take this 5 years suspending if you do anything else. Who was this lawyer? That's what insufficient counsel probably. Who was this lawyer? Was it what's the dark skinned dude that always show up and taking these civil rights cases as of late? Jasmine Crockett should have got back in there. She was too busy playing political puppet and political entertainment on the Senate room floor in Congress, House of, you know what I mean, Capitol Hill, that this shit happens, man. Yeah, they will the same way they did TK. They should have did take, and this coming off the heels of TK, violent black youth. You know what I mean? In their eyes, they all are crazy and wild. And I told y'all lunch. You remember I used to play that with the white dude. They used to say that he was scared. That's why he was racist and trying to form a group to protect white people. The dude Jake Lane said when he was young boy he was scared of black people and stuff. And remember he was trying to make this white guy that got killed. I can't think of his name. I think it's Tyler or something like that. But the dude daddy was on the phone with him, and the dude daddy fussed his ass out. And Byron Donaldson was there too, the black Republican dude that's running for governor. Yeah. Yeah, don't just throw him away like that. But you know, somebody just looked at the phone and said, throw him away. He fucking killed a white kid. I know it. His defense even implicated he was somewhat wrong. Wow. So that sometimes the defense can be on the same team as, you know what I mean, the offending team, the defense and offense sometimes can work together because it might have became collateral damage. It's the monetization of it and their benefit after the case that they'll look forward to because both of them are party to the decision. So their name gonna be heavily populated. You know what I mean? Everybody gonna be sought after for their counsel or even for if it's a movie. It's probably a monetization move somewhere involved in this shit, man. Hopefully, it don't blow out of hand like some George Floyd type of shit where everybody get in the streets. We should be able to come together amicably. Hopefully, he don't get touched, and hopefully, we can come together amicably as a people and say that was just one situation. That don't denote what has to happen. I mean, on a nationwide. Smash that like I'm telling you. I hope you don't get touched too. I mean, too much. Hopefully, don't touch the young boy. That's crazy, man. Smash that like. Y'all make sure y'all take a poll too. Trump approval 35%.
disapproval 51%, 55%, and it's Obama and the Dems fault 9%. So if you add up all of those percentiles, approval 50-50 in Obama, it still won't match up to that disapproval. So still the poll is saying that overall, even in the BMC chat stream, that mainstream America is in disapproval of Trump. Not saying, I mean, smash that like, y'all. But was it premeditated? Did he go there looking for a fight? Either way it goes, with however long it gets, how I really feel sorry for Bright because both of them are gonna be losing, no matter what. No matter what, both of them families will be scarred for life. Both of them might never be coming back, and it will never be the same. Smash that like, y'all. But that's crazy though. That shit has came back around full circle, and now it may be a nationwide hot topic, especially if it spill over into the streets. That might be a worthier cause than George Floyd. I mean, this right here, this young boy's cause, because I don't think he should be threw away. Mistakes should be made and allocated to his youth. You know what I'm saying? Both of them may know that day when they got up in the morning and put their iPods in their ear. One probably was listening to whatever, and the other one was listening to whatever, or had breakfast or snatched something out of the refrigerator and kept it moving, or even fought a burger or something out. No, neither one of them knew that morning that their fates would intertwine like that and somebody end up dead. My Osmos can bet money on that. It was some spontaneous type of shit. Right now, this will be an excuse. Because remember, for instance, you don't remember I used to play that joint with Jake Lang. And he was talking about how when he was a young boy, he used to get beat up by the black people. He was scared, thinking they was gonna kill him. And that's what made him racist. Jake Lang was one of the January 6ers that got let out. He had a beard, lumberjack looking motherfucker. Then he was running for office. He cleaned up. He looked like wearing like Donald Trump got in the suit right now. You don't remember that joint? And I used to play the little clip of it. They was used to be on the phone. Jake Lang was on the phone, and Byron Donaldson was in the background. It was when Jake Lang was on his campaign. I'm gonna go to I'm gonna use StreamYard one day, and I'm gonna play it. And it had Jake Lang on the phone with this young man's father, and me and Crimson used to be like, "Are you done?" Because remember the daddy asked him that, and then he taught Jake Lang a new asshole. He used to play that clip all the time. This was when it first jumped off. They was trying to make this young man that got killed the face of white supremacy. Google it. Jake Lang, you know what I mean, gets ran by that dude father. Whatever that dude daddy name is, Google his daddy, Google his name and Jake Lang and watch the because right now I'm not on StreamYard. I can't show it to you, but I used to show that shit all the time on StreamYard. Smash that like, y'all. Because that's how I got turned on to who Byron Donaldson is, because they were both on the campaign trail. And I was like, who is that black guy with him? And Nicole Budges was like, that's Byron Donaldson. And then I started doing my 1-2 on him. And he like a Republican dude that got a little motherfucking clout in Florida. I said, that's my what? I mean, his color position. So I don't knock it. I mean, no, Jake Lang don't got Jake Lang don't got facial tattoos. Jake Lang is the guy that in Minnesota they say he got ran down on, one of him, or was it the other dude from the Patriot Front that got ran down on, and maybe saying a transgender may have saved his life. But Jake Lang is one of the January 6ers, man. He's with the protection of white people type of shit. That's his joint. I don't know whether he considers himself a white supremacist or just a white nationalist. I say it's the same thing, but some of them, they believe what they believe. You know what I mean? You only what you think you are anyway, no matter what somebody calls you. Is that the guy? Yeah, I don't know if he got any, but I don't think so. Jake Lang, he used to have a beard like a lumberjack looking cat, and then you'll start seeing him more on the forefront of supremacy if this shit pop off. That might be what it's coming to. That might be the next um distraction to get us back on our supremacy against each other. I mean, our war amongst each other with the racists and stuff. They might be a next ploy. Right, nothing united about it, family. They held a moment of silence for Derek Chauvin. Wow. Who did? Didn't he get killed or something? Smash that like y'all. Share me out, man. Let's get them likes up, man. Let's get them likes up. And if you haven't got over there and turned on the notification, make sure you do. And if you catch this on the playback, make sure you leave a comment below this live stream on would you vote for Kamala now? You know what I'm saying? And your opinion on Trump being booed by the Knicks. Let you know, you say King Fire right. It never was. True indeed. Conservative in Minnesota, I guess George Floyd was a threat, right? But Ohio is the new Minnesota too, y'all. Watch it, or maybe even Texas. It's a toss up now with two things happening. It's just with some stuff popping off in Toledo, Ohio, but Ohio, a lot of stuff been doing too. Starting with that's what it was all that talk about the Haitians and all that stuff. So they'll set up the blueprint for chaos, and then I mean it's too unless they're gonna do a double whammy. Texas gonna explode the Ohio, and they'll meet up in the middle. Smash that light. And when he found guilty, what they doing in the streets? Is black folks running around tearing shit up. You said you wouldn't vote for Kamala now. Why so, Rossini? Why not? Smash that like y'all. Share me out. Smash that like. Make sure you're taking the poll. Your opinion is greatly appreciated. It was some kind of shit happened where people was got there going at a festival or some shit. Toledo. I think it wasn't in Toledo, or was it Cincinnati? And the shit with the Chinese dude. Can y'all realize that on all aspects of it, black men are losing. The Chinese dude shot a black man. Now here a black man's getting persecuted for killing a white man. It's crazy. And it's not even Race is the norm. Terry Williams, what's going on? You say yes, you will vote for Kamala. Can you name 3 reasons why? And make sure y'all getting over there, double tapping the screen, signing up for the notifications so you can know when these dope conversations is being held. Leaving a comment, hype this up if it's eligible to be hyped up. Smash that like, y'all. Right. So they try to get them out the way. Like I said, even if not with this case right here with um Carmelo Anthony, it's we'll more likely have more felonies than any other um male population. You know, and that's to deactivate the vote, the impoverished, because it's designed to not employ you. This system is if you have a felony, you'll do what the Mexicans are doing now, or you won't work. You know what I'm saying? Or then they'll incarcerate you and get $39,000 off of you. They'll get the base pay. They'll get minimum wage off of you. That's all they're getting off of inmates every year. They're getting what, 39 $1,000 to take care of them. They'll get minimum wage. The state will get it out you and give it to the feds. The aggressive behavior pattern, no learned behavior. Nobody is more aggressive than the person that's in majority, because the things he have to do super aggressive to stay in power. You're not handling people with a feather. It's a motherfucking chain link fence and a fruit links out of a thick ass chain. You're hitting people across the head. Wow, Steve. Did you have a Steve? Can I ask you something? When you were growing up, did you have a bad experience with black people? Lunching out. See what I'm saying? Right. For every antagonist, there has to be a protagonist. You know what I'm saying? They have to paint the picture of this all American wholesome, you know what I mean, kid that was killed by a American nightmare. You know what I'm saying? The American dream was killed by the American nightmare. The quintessential, you know what I mean? Cain killed Abel type of shit. Carmelo wasn't tried. Black and white boys was tried. And being black folks always picking on black folk, white folks, you know what I'm saying? That's what we just got tried. And it was also probably a yo, don't play with me, because knowing that they have control of his life. You know what I mean? They want blood for one of their, you know what I mean, pack being taken out. You know what I mean? Right, but that's no excuse, because a few of your friends was black don't mean that you couldn't be a tad bit racist, and they could have been ostracized from the black community. Everybody black ain't really black. You know what I mean? Black is a culture that's like everybody black ain't black. It's some white people that's black. It's some Chinese people, because black is a color, is an ethnic group. It's how we look at ourselves, as opposed to saying we're niggas or African Americans. So some of the Jews to fall back on black. But black is a, you know what I mean, no less a culture, the black culture. And some white person always saying that shit. I had black friends. Does that still justify it? You know what I'm saying? They cannot solve our problems with the same thinking, right? Because it's different analytics and different data and different, you know what I mean, outcomes, right? And that's true, because they blood, I mean, they family. You know what I mean? Smash that light. Some people that's naturally gonna plot against you no matter who you is, fam. Smash that like, share me out. Ain't no one black. They made that shit up. Right. That's why I say it's a culture. Know what I'm saying? It's not an ethnic group. The people that was here is native of this land. They just happen to be brown people. We don't know the true name. Like they can tell you, we call them the Z people, the rubber people, because we don't know their true name. And that's what happened with a lot of this stuff. That's why even Americans, our name is modeled in conspiracy theory. The name that we attach ourselves to as being American, nobody can directly tell you really. I just saw some on America Vespucci maybe naming it South America, Americas, and then they gave it to the whole once they realized it's a, you know what I mean? Like I said, the South is rising again, but now they're speaking Spanish. Don't let it go over your head. Shout out, know what I mean, the fruit company, Chiquita Banana and all them. The banana republics. The South will rise again. Smash that like, y'all. But they speaking Spanish now. What's the weather like where y'all at, man? It's 81 here. Mostly cloudy, 81, you know what I'm saying? Smash that like, shut me out. Make sure y'all leave a comment below. You know, let's get some supporter participation. And also, if you haven't got over there, get over there and support the BMC E-Bike Foundation, man. Closed mouth don't get fed. Until I meet my mark, I'm gonna run it down on you. Ain't no wrong with it. Know what I'm saying? Show some support as Americans, man. I'm trying to get out in the element. I got 30 days now. Let's do it. All I'm asking is a dollar donation to and everything is posted. Blacks was the term created to displace us from our native roots and not know we are indigenous to this land. America was created on. Right. And also was out of like the Stono Rebellion, the Bacon's Rebellion, and where they deemed who was white and who was black to separate the Irish indentured servants and all the other miscreants that was here in bondage, whether like I said, indentured or that's when it changed over to only the black people will be um slaves for the rest of their life. The white people will be given a chance to redeem themselves after 7 years or whatever time that was allocated. They'll be assimilated into society. The patty rollers. Smash that like double tap that string, y'all. What's going on out there? How's y'all day? Thanks for all y'all that's been chilling today, getting it popping. Conversation was greatly appreciated. You know, maintaining the civility in the room. You know, the politic, the vibe was very chill today, man. And for those of us who got a comment on what we discussed, make sure you leave. You know what I mean? A comment below. Richard says, absolutely, you will vote for Kamala. Name 3 reasons why, and it's not to debate you, just to see where you at as an American. Smash that like. You said yes, Maria. 3 reasons why, not to debate you, just to get your opinion as an American and your thoughts on the whole situation. But do y'all think Carmelo Anthony gonna be the new face of civil rights? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. 16 of y'all in here, man. What's going on? 20 of y'all in here. We fluctuating like cryptocurrency. That's what it is. That's what it is. Damn. Bitch, he said he a draft dodger, a liar, a felon, a dirtbag. God damn. Sounds like my high school gym teacher. Smash that like. Wow. Sir Richard, why don't you really tell us how you feel? Smash that like, y'all. Share me, y'all. Look, man, we about to wrap this up, man. Thanks everybody for coming through. Shout out everybody that participated. Like I said, smash that like, get over there, turn on the notification bell. If you got a comment, you want to give a rebuttal, I'll answer it if it's dope enough. Make sure you get over there and contribute to the BMC E-Bike Foundation.